Passing the sky over the battlefield, Yi Futian's group continued forward, and they saw a terrifying windstorm appear in the distant sky. "War has started already," someone said on the side. There was still a long distance, but in the sky they could already see the war. The aura was terrible and the sky looked like the end of the world. "It should be Lord Shaman," Yi Futian said. This scene was slightly familiar. It had looked like this when Lord Shaman had declared war on them back then. "Yes. It's Li Daoxiu and Lord Shaman battling," the Supreme Sword Lord said from the side. Li Daoxiu was the top figure under Dong Wang the Great. He had cultivated for many years, having cultivated for even longer than Dong Wang the Great. No one knew why he followed Dong Wang the Great, but he had been beside Dong Wang the Great long ago. He rarely appeared in public and had a very high status. According to rumors, there had been another supernatural figure back then besides Dong Wang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. He had been shoulder to shoulder with Li Daoxiu, but after the war back then, he had betrayed the Dong Wang Imperial Palace and had been chased to be killed. It was said that he had a very mysterious identity, but not many people knew the truth from back then. However, he seemed to have been a demonic cultivator. "I will go first. You all follow me," Yi Futian opened his mouth to say. As soon as he spoke, he sped up and hurried forward, traveling with celerity towards the battlefield. The remaining strong figures all hurried to catch up and sped forward. When Yi Futian arrived on the battlefield, he discovered that other Emperor-level forces had gradually come. They were all in the regions surrounding this area. There was a beam of light in the distant dark windstorm. There, Buddhist cultivators from the Buddhist clan held their hands together and chanted the sound of Buddha, letting the Buddhist light illuminate the land. In another place, the strong figures of the human realm were watching the war beside the fighters of the divine prefecture. It seemed that they would join in at any time. Strong figures of the devil world and empty divine realm were also there. The 6 Emperor-level forces of the 6 realms had all arrived. The heaven realm had not come. Ji Wudao would not appear at such an event so easily. He did not even want to have direct conflicts with the various Emperor-level forces. If not for the ruins of the old Heaven Court previously, they would not even let people know how strong the Heaven Realm was, nor allow people to see what level of cultivation Ji Wudao had reached. Someone like this was usually even more dangerous. He always kept a low profile and hid in the shadows but did many things. He was even cruel, heartless, and cold-blooded, killing many cultivators. Back in the restricted area, he had even wanted to kill Yi Futian. A super-scale war was happening right now in the atrium battlefield. As the Supreme Sword Lord said, Lord Shaman, the Great Shaman of the Dark Court, and Li Daoxiu, #1 under Dong Huang the Great, fighting. The battle scene of both parties was extremely shocking, destroying the sky and earth. Lord Shaman was borrowing divine power, but Li Daoxiu was someone at the top of the golden pyramid of strong cultivators, and they were fighting directly. This was probably the pinnacle fight below the Great Emperor level. At the same time, there were a few large battles nearby too. They were just as horrifying and even attracted more attention, but they were not as destructive as the war between Lord Shaman and Li Daoxiu. The Dark Flame Sage was also fighting Fengru. The battlefield with the most attention was that of Reaper Yi Qingyao and Dong Wang Diyuan. Even though Reaper Yi Qingyao was still clad in a dark cape, everyone already knew that she was a woman and had an unusual relationship with Yi Futian. She even called Yi Futian her older brother. She was reputed to belong to darkness since birth, the child of darkness. Her existence made many cultivators doubt the core of cultivation because she had surpassed countless barriers directly. Rumors said that as the Dark Reaper, she could kill Renhuang as a child without cultivation abilities. After arriving on the battlefield, Yi Futian's first glance fell upon Yi Qingyao and Dong Huang Diao's battle. Qingyao had already completed her change. She had inherited Shura's spiritual energy and could counter the power of the ancestral dragon and sacred phoenix. Also, Yi Qingyao's aura was very frightening. Her spiritual energy carried the auras of extreme destruction and death. It would be very troublesome if you were hit by it. Someone walked out slowly from Dong Huang Diyuan's side, ready to participate. It was the strongest figure of the human realm, Dihao. He was also the one who had been rumored these past few days to ask for marriage from Dong Wang the Great. Divine light wrapped around Dihao's body. He had a righteous aura and was very handsome. Looking at his status, abilities, and manner, he was a qualified candidate for Dong Huang Diyuan. The Dark Sovereign once brought darkness to the world. Now, the cultivators of the Dark Court have found the Azura's relic and inherited Azura's will of destruction. Utilized by darkness, this will of destruction will bring even more disasters to the world. They heard Di Hao say grandly with compassion, as if he really was the bringer of justice for the world. He turned towards the Buddhist cultivators. Bowing slightly, he said, "Dear Buddhas, the darkness is wreaking havoc now, sparking conflicts in the world and causing bloodshed. Along the way here, I saw piles of corpses. Buddhas, I ask you to purge their souls and purify the darkness to allow light to return to the continent." Amitabha, the Buddha of the Buddhist sect, put his hands together. Buddhist light shone on his body and illuminated the world, purifying the darkness. The light burned brightly. However, the empty divine realm and devil world cultivators were standing there too. If these realms united, then they clearly would get involved too. Di Hao bowed once again, seeming very humble, and turned around. He looked in the direction of Yi Qingyao. Divine light shimmered on his body, and the righteous aura appeared. The brilliant divine light formed the silhouette of a god, as if the divine human had come to the world. Above the sky, the extremely brilliant divine light shone. Di Hao looked up at it. He pointed a finger towards the sky, and a divine sword instantly appeared, flying down from the sky. It was the sword of mankind. Seeing this, the dark saint took a step forward. But when he walked on, the first god of the divine prefecture also took a step forward, and their auras were frightening. The sword of mankind ignored the space and shot down to kill. It contained the power of the divine human and cut an arc in the sky, breaking the space. Boom! The light of darkness windstorm erupted from Yi Qingyao's body. The thousands of arms from Azura's huge divine phantom behind her grabbed towards the atrium at once, actually reaching for the sword of mankind. There was a horrifying sound. The sword of mankind fell down with the purifying divine light. Supported by the spiritual energy, Azura's arms kept getting shattered and destroyed by the divine sword. However, the arms were endless and contained terrible divine power. It actually stopped the sword of mankind's advance and swept it into its arms. At the same time, Yi Qingyao retreated, putting distance between her and Donghuang Diyuan. Donghuang Diyuan did not attack immediately. She glanced in the direction of Di Hao. Then a horrible aura roared on her body and summoned a true dragon phoenix. When Yi Futian saw this, he took a step forward and stood before Yi Qingyao. He glanced at Donghuang Diyuan and Di Hao. Justice in the world? Were they hypocrites, as the Dark Sovereign had said? Seeing Yi Futian's appearance, Donghuang Diyuan's expression was emotionless. She uttered coldly, "My father allowed you to live because of past relations, and the imperial palace never killed you. I did not think you would reach this point and fall low enough to ally with the darkness. In this case, you should be killed." Her voice filled the empty void. At the same time, she pointed at Yi Futian below, and countless true dragon phoenixes howled and rushed down instantly. They covered the sun. The huge figures seemed to want to swallow the sky, making Yi Futian below seem extremely small. Back then, Donghuang the Great had indeed let Yi Futian go. Because of the master of the Four Corners village, he did not kill Yi Futian. The Donghuang Imperial Palace had also let him become stronger because of this, showing how generous Donghuang the Great was. However, could it be that Donghuang the Great felt guilty inside? Divine light shimmered on Yi Futian's body. He took a step forward and his eyes were scary. Frightening divine light shot out of his eyes, transforming into the eye sorcery zone. In an instant, a shocking storm of will swept through, enveloping the descending true dragon phoenixes. Those true dragon phoenixes instantly started howling wildly, becoming extraordinarily aggressive and cruel. They howled and struggled intensely in the sky. Yi Futian's figure was reflected in their huge eyes. Many strong figures stared at Yi Futian. A highly frightening storm of spiritual will surged from him, transforming into an invisible force covering the sky. The summoned true dragon phoenixes were no longer under Donghuang Diyuan's control. Roar! With a huge boom, some people discovered with a shock that some true dragon phoenixes actually reversed and went growling towards Donghuang Diyuan. The beast control ability. The surrounding strong cultivators from various worlds all narrowed their eyes, staring at Yi Futian. This was the beast control ability that Emperor Yi Qing had been skilled at. The beast army from before had been established by Emperor Yi Qing's accomplishments at the beginning of the Divine Prefecture's rule. However, in that battle, many grand beasts had died in the hands of Dong Huang the Great. It had been cruel, but the victors became kings. Dong Huang Diyuan had summoned these demonic beasts, and they were not true demonic beasts. But they still carried the will of demonic beasts from the Naga ruins and were controlled by Yi Futian. Seeing this, Dong Huang Diyuan's expression faltered slightly. Then she grabbed in the air with a palm, and the beasts attacking her disappeared directly, turning into nothingness. The other demonic beasts quickly dissipated too. The silhouette of the ancestral dragon and phoenix loomed behind her, staring at Yi Futian with its frightening demonic eyes. It was as if the ancestral dragon and phoenix came back to life. Yi Futian, not long ago you were still fighting against the dark world. I thought you would stand on the other side of darkness. I did not think you would approach darkness. Di Hao stood by Dong Huang Diyuan's side and looked down at Yi Futian. The air of righteousness flowed across him, seemingly representing the justice of the world. Your rivalry with the Dong Huang Imperial Palace is the rivalry from the previous generation. What kind of figure is Dong Huang the Great? He does not wish to hold grudges against a junior like you. If you admit you've gone astray and return, you might still have the chance to accomplish great things. Di Hao continued to say, encouraging Yi Futian to admit he's gone astray and return to the correct path. I don't care about your conflicts with the Dark Court, but you are not allowed to touch her. Yi Futian's eyes glanced at Di Hao. Admit he has gone astray and return? What counted as going astray? She is the heir of darkness and has now inherited Azura's divine energy. Di Hao replied powerfully. She brought darkness to the world and started this battle. She must be killed. Brother, do not get involved. Yi Qingyao transmitted her voice to Yi Futian. The Dark Sovereign had ordered her to start this battle. She knew that the Dark Sovereign's goal was to involve every force in this war, including Yi Futian. But she hoped that Yi Futian could stay out of this and not be swept into the storm. Yi Futian understood this too, of course. But even though he knew this was the Dark Sovereign's conspiracy, he still could not stay out of it. He could only fall into the Dark Sovereign's trap. He raised his head and looked at Di Hao. I said, do not touch her, he said. Since he was already involved, then what was there to fear? Amiba. With the sound of the Buddha voice, the Buddhist light glimmered brilliantly. The cultivators of the Buddhist clan had been standing in the back the entire time, but they also looked towards Yi Futian now and said, Benefactor Yi, why do this? The speaker was the Vajra Buddha Lord. His cultivation was powerful and had once taught Yi Futian the Buddhist doctrine. Greetings to the great Buddha. Seeing that the Vajra Buddha Lord had spoken, Yi Futian bowed in greeting and said, You must know that Qingyao had experienced the evils of the world in her youth. At that time, no one saved her from the dangers. Later, she was brought to the dark world, yet no one came out to stop them. Everything now is the result of everything in the past. Now, how can you put all the blame on her? It is just that she is in darkness at present and acts in spite of herself. Not everyone in the world has the right to choose. This world was not only black and white. Did the warriors of justice of the human realm have any less blood on their hands? Yi Futian had suffered all of that in the Western Heaven Buddhist realm. How many horrible Buddhist sects were there? Indeed, but today's catastrophe is also truly happening, the Vajra Buddha Lord said, putting his hands together. At this time, another great Buddha walked out. This great Buddha was very tall, and strands of brilliant divine light streamed on his body, making people feel extremely comfortable. However, his eyes were not so friendly. They were very aggressive with hints of coldness. He looked down at Yi Futian like a furious ancient Buddha. Yi Futian had not met this Buddha in the Western Heaven before because his cultivation court was not in the spirit mountain of Western Heaven. He had not cultivated in the Western Heaven either, but he did have some connection to Yi Futian. It was the Medicine Buddha Lord. He had once healed Xianxia's injuries. After healing, Xianxia had tried to kill Yi Futian but ended up killed by Yi Futian instead. The Medicine Buddha Lord was respected and reputed. He had a very high status in the Buddhist sects and rarely went out of his mountain, always cultivating. This time he had been asked to come out. Darkness had swept across the ruins continent now, and the war was about to erupt, so the Medicine Buddha Lord had been invited here. Stubborn, Looking at you, Futian, the medicine Buddha Lord said, you once cultivated at the spirit mountain of Western Heaven. You studied the Buddhist scriptures for decades and are now successful. But instead of using it to purge the souls and destroy the darkness, you are standing on the side of darkness. If it is karma, as you said, do you mean that it is the Buddhist clans that planted this bad seed? Seeing the medicine Buddha Lord come out, the other Western Heaven Buddhists that had been friendly towards Yifutian now put their hands together and started chanting the name of the Buddha. It seemed that the medicine Buddha Lord was quite unhappy with Yifutian's insistence too. Of course, he would not know if there were other reasons. The medicine Buddha Lord had healed 2 great Buddhas before. One was Jinchan while the other was Shinyen Buddha Lord. But after these 2 great Buddhas had been healed, Yifutian quickly killed them. He did not know if the medicine Buddha Lord held grudges because of this. As junior, I will not voluntarily become enemies with the Buddhist clans. I only wish to protect the people I care for and hope you will not blame me. Yifutian did not lose his temper. After hearing the medicine Buddha Lord's accusations, he bowed slightly and answered politely. After all, the other party was not wrong. He studied in the Western Heaven and was taught the Buddhist principles. He naturally respected the Buddhists. The medicine Buddha Lord stared at Yifutian and said, "The Dark Court declared war. If you turn back now, there is still a chance." "Great Buddha, please forgive me," Yifutian said, bowing again. "In other words, you insist on your position and will ally with the darkness," the medicine Buddha Lord said coldly like a furious Buddha. "I repeat, the Dark Court has nothing to do with me, but I was the one who named Yi Xianxia, so I naturally will protect her," Yifutian said. "If you believe she committed some great sin, then I am willing to bear it for her." "Bear it how?" the medicine Buddha Lord asked. "I will follow the rules of the cultivation world," Yifutian said. After he spoke, all the cultivators in the space fell silent. What were the rules of the cultivation world? The strong figures had the right to speak and decide. As for what was right or wrong, it was a sham. How many of the people who came here to cultivate were innocent? Whose hands were not dyed with blood after reaching a certain cultivation level? What had Yifutian encountered when he'd gone to the Western Heaven realm? Had Saint Jinchan been right or wrong? Had the Shinyen Buddha Lord and Tongchan Buddha Lord been right or wrong? When the 6 ancient god clans had unified with the divine prefecture to break into the original realm and Ziwei Segmentum, who had represented justice? Back when Yi Xianxia had only been a little girl, senior monks from the Buddhist clans had wanted to kill her, believing that she would bring about destruction. She had only been a pitiful person at that time. What wrong had she committed? "Very well," the medicine Buddha Lord said. "In that case, you can go with her." Yifutian, you voluntarily stood on the side of darkness this time, declaring war on the divine prefecture, Dongwang Diyuan said just as coldly. Murderous intent surged from her. "Father did not want to bother with you back then, but now that you are standing against the divine prefecture, the people of the divine prefecture will not show any mercy either." Yifutian glanced at Donghuang Diyuan and said, "When did the cultivators of the divine prefecture ever show any mercy to me? However, my fate with Princess Donghuang back in the restricted area last time is still unforgettable for me." Donghuang Diyuan grew livid as she glared at Yifutian. Many other cultivators instantly had surprised expressions, and they looked at Donghuang Diyuan and Yifutian. What had happened with them in the restricted area? Boom! A shocking might exploded. The power of the ancestor dragon and phoenix on Donghuang Diyuan was released to a horrifying state. With her body as the center, it seemed that a frightening sword matrix had appeared in the sky. Countless brilliant spiritual swords were formed. She pointed directly at Yifutian, and the Tianqing divine sword zoomed down instantly, breaking through the void. It was much stronger than back then in the Devil Imperial Palace. Yifutian took a step forward. He also pointed into the sky, and a similarly frightening and shocking divine sword burst forth. Countless sword intents gathered, and the heaven-slaying divine sword pierced through the sky. In an instant, 2 forces collided in the sky. The Tianqing divine sword contained the power of the ancestor dragon and phoenix. It was incredibly domineering. The phantoms of the ancestor dragon phoenix even appeared around the divine sword, as if this was the sword of dragon phoenix. It went down against the tide, bursting through everything. But the heaven-slaying divine sword that Yi Futian had created showed the emerald light of the divine ruler. It formed the immense divine power of laws and clashed against the ancestor dragon phoenix sword. Destructive light in the sky spread to the surroundings, sweeping through the boundless space. Thankfully, the cultivators in this area were all-powerful. Even if they were hit, they could still block the energy of the shockwaves. Yi Futian walked forward, took one step, passed right through Sword Chi's storm, and walked toward Donghuang Dian. The aura on Donghuang Dian was also becoming more frightening. When she saw Yi Futian walk over, she also stepped forward. Back then, the two had been at the same level when they'd clashed directly. Now, she had inherited the power of the ancestor dragon phoenix, while Yi Futian had inherited the light of the divine ruler's power. What would the result be like? This was their third battle. The first time was in the Devil Imperial Palace. The second was in the restricted area. At that time, she had been hurt and had been more restricted than Yi Futian, so Yi Futian had the upper hand. This time, she had recovered to her prime state. Roar! The shocking dragon roar filled the sky, reverberating many people's eardrums and shaking their spiritual souls. Yi Futian also experienced this intense shaking. It was as if his will would be shattered. It felt like the ancestor dragon had come back to life behind Donghuang Dian. Dragon soul? Many people were shaken and they stared at Donghuang Dian. She faced Yi Futian with all her might, even releasing the dragon soul power of the ancestor dragon that she had inherited in the Naga ruins. One could imagine how terrifying the power was. Under that force, it seemed that Yi Futian would be killed just by the shocks. This was not all. Donghuang Dian's body seemed to be burning too. The power of the ancestor phoenix was burning within her, causing Donghuang Dian to seem like a phoenix goddess at this moment. The divine silhouette of the phoenix appeared on her, and a phoenix imprint appeared between her brows. She was extremely beautiful. Accompanied by the roar, the silhouette of the ancestor dragon rushed down towards where Yi Futian was. It seemed to want to swallow Yi Futian's body under that frightening roar. Buddhist light shone on Yi Futian's body. Like the Akalanatha battle form, his willpower was indestructible. At the same time, the power of the divine ruler surged wildly from within. The divine ruler formed a giant sword before him. There were countless dazzling divine veins on the sword. Every vein contained incredible power. The huge sword grew segment by segment, becoming bigger and bigger until it was 300 zhang long. Many cultivators looked at this divine sword in shock. It was no longer an average divine sword. It seemed to be the sword of law formed by the heavenly laws. The divine ruler that Yi Futian had swallowed turned into a sword, so the ruler was the sword, and the sword was the ruler. The form was only external. What it represented was law and order, could shatter everything. This force made everyone feel the scariness of the divine ruler once again. What kind of power was this? When the ancestor dragon rushed down with indomitable divine power, Yi Futian pressed a palm on the huge sword and stabbed through the sky, rushing up. The ancient dragon's divine power materialized into a divine dragon, forcing down the sky and crashing against the divine sword. Roar! It was another earth-shaking roar. The indomitable divine power could crumble the mountain and rivers, but the huge divine sword stabbed straight into the dragon's body. There was a loud and horrifying noise, and the sword passed directly through the dragon's body and kept going forward as if it wanted to break apart the world. The divine dragon roared in anger, and its body shook intensely. The loud and horrifying noise spread throughout. The law was collapsing. Everything was about to be destroyed. Boom! With a loud boom, the frightening divine dragon was penetrated through. The huge divine sword kept zooming toward Donghuang Dian. Donghuang Dian transformed into a divine phoenix, and her hands transformed into humongous and sharp fiery red claws. The divine phoenix claws slammed down directly on the huge incoming sword. Even though the divine swords might have been significantly reduced, they still contained immense power. Boom! Donghuang Dian's body flew out with another loud sound, forced back by Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not stop. He continued advancing, and the divine sword remained. He seemed to want to kill Donghuang Dian here. Such a terrifying attack. Everyone's hearts were in terror. They all stared at the battlefield. The divine sword arrived in a flash, going straight for Dong Wang Diyuan. At that moment, Dong Wang Diyuan's beautiful eyes looked down and another gust of divine power surged from her body. When this gust of divine power appeared, a formless strength appeared in the surrounding skies and lands. It seemed to want to weaken the powers of all great paths in the world. Bang! Yi Futian attacked again with the divine sword, crashing into the divine phoenix. That formless strength swept by, and Yi Futian felt that his will of the great path was sealed off. Seeing this scene, everything in the surroundings seemed to be frozen. Countless eyes stared in Dong Wang Diyuan's direction. These top figures all knew what that burst of divine power meant. Dong Huang the Great was peerless and unparalleled. He rose to the top and ruled the divine prefecture with Emperor Yi Qing back then. The two both had unmatchable talent. Emperor Yi Qing had been skilled at controlling the beasts, while Dong Huang the Great had special abilities. This power could restrict the techniques of the world. Dong Huang the Great continued to become stronger, and after he cultivated it to the point. Hence, it evolved into divine power. It became known as the divine power that was the strongest and most difficult to cultivate in the world. Now, had Dong Huang Diyuan touched upon it? This burst of divine power was colorless and formless. It transformed into a domain, enveloping Yi Futian's body directly. It even spread towards the boundless lands. The terrifying spiritual energy storm transformed into the aggressive domain power. Under this domain, every cultivator felt extremely uncomfortable. Their wills were restricted, and the great path's force within them was similarly restricted. This was a kind of invisible constraint. Cultivators who had not gone through tribulation lost their combat ability directly and could not move. Their bodies were drenched with sweat instantly. Yi Futian was the closest to Dong Huang Diyuan and felt this intensely. The terrifying divine power pressed down on his will and pressed down on his path. He had felt this power before. He had once used a similar power before. The power contained in the Ukiyo song was unreachable in the world. However, the Ukiyo song that he used could not be compared to the current power. This tangible improvement could even be called divine power now. She had only touched upon it, but even so, it was already highly horrifying. It was unimaginable how horrifying it would be if a great emperor had released this divine power. The top figures of each world stared at Dong Huang Diyuan. Everyone understood clearly that Dong Wang the Great's divine power was extremely hard to cultivate successfully. Even though Dong Wang Diyuan was his child, it was still not easily inherited. Now, they finally saw the divine power of Dong Wang the Great bloom from Dong Wang Diyuan. Dong Huang Diyuan had completed the first transformation. Divine power revelation. This was the divine power that was unique to Dong Huang the Great. No one else could do it. Di Hao of the human realm studied Dong Huang Diyuan. Had she awoken her divine power? Then they looked toward Yi Futian. Dong Huang Diyuan released her divine power, while Yi Futian also displayed the beast control ability that Emperor Yi Qing had been skilled yet. These mortal enemies finally showed the skills of the twin emperors in this duel. Dong Huang Diyuan studied Yi Futian with her pretty eyes. Elegant yet cold, it seemed that she had recovered her original state, the high and mighty princess of the divine prefecture. Since you don't know your place, then I will make it easy for you, Dong Huang Diyuan said coldly. The revelation divine power exploded and a horrifying divine power storm swept towards Yi Futian, causing all of his power to be restricted. On the other hand, Dong Wang Diyuan seemed to have gotten even stronger. Tianxing. A phoenix divine sword materialized and endless sword intent exploded with the revelation divine power. That moment, all of the force of the great path before Yi Futian shattered. The surrounding endless sword intent turned to smoke instantly, becoming dust under the divine power. The phoenix divine sword blasted onto his divine sword. Under this horrible power, it seemed that no force of the great path could survive. Bang! With a loud bang, the divine sword crumbled into nothing. Yi Futian's figure also vanished from his spot and appeared in another direction. However, he still felt that he was in the range of the divine power. In fact, the divine power had affected his body. Even his celerity was restricted by the divine power. Dong Wang Diyuan's gaze turned and looked up at Yi Futian in the sky. Her expression was indifferent. Within the divine power's domain, Yi Futian felt that his abilities were heavily restricted, drastically weakening his combat abilities. Careful. It's the revelation divine power of Donghuang the Great. Supreme Sword Lord transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. He was standing below, but even he could feel how frightening the divine power was. He cultivated the supreme way and had already touched the fringe of divine power. If he could reach the great emperor plane, then the supreme divine power might counter the revelation divine power, but it wasn't certain. Now, these momentous figures were truly climbing onto the stage of history. Just at this moment, divine emerald light shimmered where Yi Futian was. It exploded viciously even under the restraints of the revelation divine power. The emerald windstorm encircled Yi Futian's body. The power of the divine ruler within him seemed to have been released fully at this moment, causing a shocking emerald storm to appear around him. It wasn't restricted by the revelation divine power at all. This, so powerful. The strong cultivators' hearts all shook at this scene. The power of the divine ruler that Yi Futian inherited was also an extreme divine power. This force was not restricted by the revelation divine power and burst forth viciously, forming a boundlessly huge divine ruler. Shocking divine runes flowed in the divine ruler, making the sky and earth extremely heavy. Boom! Then Yi Futian released his form, instantly transforming into a giant. Like a deity, he wielded the huge divine ruler. Horrifying power burst forth as he stepped towards Donghuang Diuan. Merely one step shook the void. The space was about to disintegrate. Boom! Then Yi Futian swung up the divine ruler like a deity. An unsurmountable power seemed to want to shatter the earth, and countless silhouettes of the divine ruler appeared in the sky. They bloomed under the restriction of the divine power. What technique or method is this? The strong cultivators all stared at Yi Futian. When Yi Futian transformed into a deity wielding the divine ruler, the vast group of cultivators felt a supreme divine might. A suffocating pressure appeared in the boundless land too. There was the bright chirp of a phoenix, and the divine phoenix void covered the phoenix divine sword. At the same time, countless phoenix silhouettes and the divine sword containing the fire of the divine phoenix burned towards Yi Futian. The laws of the world, the three-ruler law. The deity-like figure uttered that and wielded the divine ruler in his hands. Tens of thousands of ruler silhouettes covered the sky and sun, sweeping by. They transformed into an absolute law domain. The forces shooting toward Yi Futian disintegrated in that instant, turning into dust. No force could approach him other than the revelation divine power. Donghuang Diuan was some distance away from Yi Futian, but she could still feel how frightening that force was. The laws of the world, the three-ruler law? All the strong cultivators stared in the direction of Yi Futian. Where had he cultivated and learned this divine technique? Boom! An extremely wild storm swept over, lifting a frightening force. Everyone stared over there. Under this storm, many people started retreating, worried that this attack would reach them. It was as if no force could withstand near Yi Futian. The cultivators in the distance also looked over here. It was such an intense duel, the fated battle between the descendants of Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great. Yi Futian, son of Emperor Yi Qing, was not any weaker than Donghuang Diuan, daughter of Donghuang the Great. Even though Donghuang Diuan had released the revelation divine power, the second ruler was released. Thousands of arms appeared behind Donghuang Diuan, and she stabbed with the divine sword simultaneously, attacking the thousands of ruler silhouettes that Yi Futian sent down. Boom, boom, boom. The horrible sounds continued. The sky and earth cracked and collapsed. That unsurmountable force overpowered everything. The aura is stronger now. The three-ruler law? Could the three rulers determine the universe? Everyone stared at Yi Futian. In this case, would the next ruler be the strongest attack enough to destroy all? At this time, even Donghuang Diuan's expression was extremely grave. Supported by the divine power, she pushed her force to the max. When the third ruler slammed down, all the ruler silhouettes in the sky unified, becoming one ruler. The vast domain transformed into the domain of the three-ruler law. All the force of the great path was about to be pulverized. Terrible divine flames, the illusory silhouettes of the true dragon and ancient phoenix, and countless sword silhouettes were all destroyed in that law domain. There was a muffled sound. Even though they were far away, the cultivators in surrounding areas could all feel how frightening this ruler's power was. It was like a blow from a deity. Boom! A huge divine phoenix appeared behind Donghuang Diwen. It was as if a fire burned in her body, undefeatable like a goddess. The revelation divine power swept forth and restricted the strength of the third ruler. However, the muffled boom continued and was unstoppable. The colorless and formless revelation divine power intersected and clashed in the air with the emerald power of the divine ruler. There were restrictions, but it could not fend off this destructive blow. Donghuang Diyuan felt that she was also inside the three-ruler law's domain. Even though the mass of ruler silhouettes had transformed into one ruler, she still felt that there were countless ruler silhouettes everywhere. This was the conception of the domain restricting her. The ancient dragon's soul seemed to have been awakening. The bright dragon roar shook countless people's eardrums. The revelation divine power swept past, and paired with the dragon roar, the cultivators under the tribulation plane directly lost their combat ability. Even cultivators who had passed the divine tribulation of the great path similarly found it hard to budge. They were firmly restricted, and this was not even a direct attack, they were only bystanders. One could imagine what kind of force Yi Futian was enduring, but even so, Yi Futian was still the one with the upper hand. Not only did he not retreat, he even unleashed a shocking attack. How horrifying was the power of the ancient dragon. It was the strongest of the historical divine powers. When unleashed with the revelation divine power, it spurred the ancient phoenix divine sword, transforming into a true phoenix divine sword. It burned with divine phoenix fire and bore the power of Tianxing. It stabbed forward without obstacles, and the huge divine sword and the incoming divine ruler crashed in the sky. That moment, a destructive windstorm swept over. Divine light of the great path shone across everything, lifting a shocking wave. Bang bang, many people were sent flying by this storm. Even the shockwaves could sweep them out and make them spit out blood. The top figures of the Emperor-level forces released strong domain power to protect the cultivators beside them. When the destructive storm arrived, cracks even appeared in the domains. Di Hao and other top figures stood in the storm, steady and upright, but their expressions were still exceptionally grave as they stared at these two strong cultivators. The combat abilities of both Yi Futian and Donghuang Diyuan were extremely shocking. Of course, they weren't surprised that Donghuang Diyuan could have these abilities. She was the daughter of Donghuang the Great, after all. She had been taught by Donghuang the Great since childhood and inherited his divine power, so she naturally had very strong trump cards. But even though Yi Futian was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, he had never indeed received much guidance or heritages. His cultivation resources were far off from Donghuang Diyuan. He had accomplished all this by himself, step by step, so it was extremely shocking that he could release such terrifying abilities. The destructive storm swept through, and the true phoenix divine sword shattered. The divine ruler was also crumbling bit by bit, but that horrible storm still swept towards the two. Yi Futian's godly body took a few steps back. His feet stepped in the sky and steadied himself after a loud boom. Meanwhile, Donghuang Diyuan's body was sent flying. She let out a muffled grunt, and there was blood at the corner of her lips. She lifted her head. Her beautiful features seemed a bit pale now, and the divine phoenix imprint between her brows seemed a bit dull. Her pretty eyes looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt a complicated emotion flash through her eyes at that moment, but it was gone in an instant, and she became indifferent. She stared coldly at him. That windstorm finally swept past, and everyone took a deep breath. Their hearts had gone through tremendous ups and downs. When they looked toward the battlefield, their hearts pulsed. This battle had affected them very strongly. Yi Futian had forced Donghuang Diyuan back, and it was Donghuang Diyuan who had activated the revelation divine power. As expected, Yi Futian was now qualified to stand at the pinnacle and compete for the emperor position with the others. Who of these unparalleled figures could step onto the path to the great emperor? What power is the divine ruler that you received? Donghuang Diyuan asked Yi Futian, voice frigid. Princess, if you're so curious, how about I tell you privately? Yi Futian answered with a cold sneer. The power of the divine ruler was compatible with his life spirit. He had been learning this power continuously these past few years to turn it into his way. It was not merely a type of power, nor did it belong to any way. Of course, he would not tell any of this to Dong Wang Diyuan. Plus, there were so many strong figures here. It was honestly a bit strange for Dong Wang Diyuan to ask that. While they were speaking, a shocking aura suddenly spread over. Dazzling light enveloped the land, and many people looked up. They saw Di Hao's figure appear in the sky, radiating with incredible divine light. A righteous air seemed to appear in the sky and land at that moment. The entire world's power seemed to be resonating with his body. Was Di Hao going to attack too? A holy figure appeared. Di Hao had transformed into the divine human, sovereign of the world. He stood high in the sky as if all the power in the world was his to use. That righteous air was the correct way of the world. He could control all the power in the world as if he was the god of this world. The divine human, the power of the human world. Yu Futian furrowed his brows. This burst of power was pressing down straight at him. He had just battled furiously with Dong Wang Diyuan, and now Di Hao was going to get involved in the fight, just like attacking Xianxia with Dong Wang Diyuan previously. It seemed that the rumors might be true. The human ancestor of the human realm might really propose marriage to Dong Huang the Great and want a marriage alliance. He kept stepping out to ally with Dong Huang Diyuan. Was he trying to imply something? Many huge divine swords abruptly appeared in the sky. A muffled air covered the boundless void, and the huge divine swords hovered in the air above the strong cultivators' heads. They pointed in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian, since you fell voluntarily to ally with darkness, the human realm can only work to rid the darkness, Di Hao announced. His voice shook the heavens. Transformed into the divine human, he carried natural mightiness. He pointed down with a finger, and there were horrifying booming sounds. The sword of mankind shot down, going murderously towards Yi Futian. The divine ruler in Yi Futian's hands pierced through the void and instantly formed a terrifying divine ruler domain. The huge divine sword shot down but couldn't break into the domain. It was outside the divine ruler domain. But Di Hao did not stop. The power of the world kept converging into divine swords, seamless, endless, crazily stabbing towards Yi Futian. The sword of mankind crashed down, time and time again, in a highly aggressive manner, making Yi Futian's huge body fall down the sky. A crack appeared in the domain formed by the divine ruler. At this time, Di Hao stepped forward. Transformed into the divine human, he went for the kill with the divine sword in hand. It was named the Sword of Mankind, but it came from the heavens. Like a sword of the skies, it carried unsurmountable strength and stabbed the defenses directly. The crack in the divine ruler domain instantly started growing bang. With a loud bang, Yi Futian's godly figure was forced down. Di Hao's direct attack had shaken him, forcing Yi Futian back, but it had not caused much damage. Despicable. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace cursed. Yi Futian had just fought with Dong Huang Diyuan and forced the other back, even injuring this divine prefecture princess. Then Di Hao attacked directly, engaging Yi Futian in a second round. The strong cultivators all gasped inwardly at this scene. These top figures all had such extraordinary abilities when they attacked. They were all the heirs of great emperors. Yi Futian was as well. Nowadays, all the realms recognized him as the heir of Emperor Yi Qing. Even though he had inherited the heritages of other great emperors, he was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing. He had inherited Emperor Yi Qing's abilities, which were different from the others. Dong Wang Diyuan, Di Hao, and the others did not have the heritages of only one great emperor either. Dong Wang Diyuan had inherited the ancient phoenix long ago and was baptized by the ancient phoenix. She had formed the unparalleled body and a strong divine soul. Dong Wang the Great wanted his daughter to have no weaknesses and be equal in all aspects. Even so, she had still lost when fighting Yi Futian with the revelation divine power and had been forced back. They were at a place of destiny, and the defeat of this battle held special meaning. Fortunately, the gap did not seem very large, and there was still a chance to turn the tides in the future. At their current level of cultivation, whoever took one step forward would transform and leave the others in the dust. Boom! A horrible storm appeared in the atrium. The crowd looked up at the sky to see Di Hao's divine human become one with the skies and earth. He was the world here. The world here was him. All the strong figures felt incredible pressure, and it wasn't easy to breathe. They stood in the space below and seemed incredibly insignificant. Even Yi Futian's transformed body seemed a bit trivial compared to the divine human that had become one with the world. The divine human's shadow covered the vast land. The human ancestor was the most ancient of great emperors, and no one knew how many years he had lived for, but he might be the one who'd lived for the longest in the world. He ruled the human realm and was named Human Ancestor. Borrowing the power of humans, the human ancestor believed that a mortal's body could be equal to the gods. He represented the righteousness of humanity and had indeed done it. He invented the power of the divine human and was invincible, reaching the same level as other divine powers. Right now, Di Hao had transformed into the divine human and was much stronger than at the beginning of the battle. He had seen Yi Futian's battle with Dong Wang Diyuan and knew how strong Yi Futian was. Thus, he also unleashed his strongest abilities instead of hiding them. As soon as the divine power was out, the skies and lands were repressed to the extreme. A supreme force converged and could be hurled down at any moment. Countless cultivators looked up at Yi Futian but saw a figure rise behind him. This figure was the Reaper, Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao's body appeared in the sky above Yi Futian. Her eyes seemed to have changed. Her dark gray irises no longer had the feeling of life. There appeared to be a battlefield and a deity in her two eyes. It was the dark god of war looming on the earth. Boom! A frightening storm of death started. Darkness shrouded the land, and a humongous silhouette of the dark god of war appeared behind Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao's body gradually melded into it. The horrible divine light of destruction fell from the atrium, darkening the sky. Strands of divine power that could destroy everything were born from it. When they fell onto the earth, the ground instantly cracked apart with frightening fissures. King Azura. The strong cultivators all stared at Yi Qingyao. Had she inherited the Azura's divine power from King Azura? Of the Heavenly Path's 8 legions, Azura represented death and destruction in ancient times. Azura's divine power then was the symbol of death and destruction. Such strong destructive power. The strong Buddhists stared at Yi Qingyao's figure. Murderous intent appeared in the medicine Buddha Lord's eyes. This Yi Qingyao inherited King Azura's power and awakened Azura's divine power. She was known as the Reaper, and as she continued to grow stronger, she would probably bring even greater disasters to the world. Yi Futian also turned back to look at Yi Qingyao now. Qingyao's growth was the most frightening that he'd witnessed. But this was also due to how special Yi Qingyao was. She was known as the child of darkness and belonged to the darkness since birth. She was born with the divine body of darkness, so her cultivation speed was practically frightening. Now, she had inherited Azura's strength, too, possessing Azura's divine power. The destructive divine power circled Azura's godly silhouette. An extremely scary divine weapon appeared in Yi Qingyao's hands. This divine weapon was a combined double sword. Bloody divine light flowed through it, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. Avi Divine Sword. The medicine Buddha Lord stared at the divine sword. The Avi Azura sword was said to be King Azura's weapon, and Yi Qingyao got a hold of it. The Avi divine sword gathered horrifying divine power. The world was enveloped in destructive intent. Di Hao frowned slightly, and the divine human dealt a blow below. The power of the earth converged into a sword, the sword of mankind, and shot downwards murderously. The godly silhouette of Azura stabbed with the Avi divine sword directly and crashed against the sword of mankind that contained the divine human's power. The corrosive and destructive power instantly started destroying the sword of mankind. The horrible divine power kept climbing up as the massive sword of mankind broke inch by inch until it was obliterated and turned to dust. Di Hao lifted his hand and created a huge divine seal in the lower sky. The divine human released the seal of mankind and finally fended off the shockwaves from the Avi divine sword. But the seal was also extinguished. In the sky, Di Hao's divine human figure looked down on Azura's figure with an extremely grave expression. He stared at the red Avi divine sword. It was actually 2 connected swords. Like a bloody blade, it emanated the frightening divine power of Azura. It was as if anything would be destroyed if it was hit by it. Boom! Just then, Buddhist light dazzled. The medicine Buddha Lord walked over, and countless Buddhas followed after him. Their eyes looked at Yi Qingyao, who had transformed into King Azura and held the Avi divine sword. She had not only inherited Azura's divine power. Now, she had even brought out the Azura Legion's imperial weapon. This was a disaster to the cultivation world. "What are the bald mules doing?" an indifferent voice asked. Then the strong figures of the Devil Imperial Palace also walked forth. The Devil Intent roiled and roared on them. The Devil and Dark worlds had always been against the Western Heaven world of Buddhism. They could not stand the Buddhist cultivators. Present, the two parties had clear standpoints. If the Buddhists of the Western Heaven world of Buddhism attacked, they naturally would not just stand by. The strong cultivators advanced from all directions. A stalemate situation appeared between the top figures of the six realms, and the boundless land became extremely repressive. And at this time, the battlefield up above also stopped. The Lord Shaman and Li Daosho's figures separated. Their auras hovered on them, but they were still horribly frightening and covered a portion of the sky. Great battles were in process everywhere in the distant battlefields. The Medicine Buddha Lord looked down the sky, staring at Yi Qingyao, holding the Avi Divine Sword, and Yi Futian. "If Azura is not destroyed, the universe will be at risk," he said. "Buddhists, please work hard." Amitabha. All the Buddhists put their hands together in prayer. Buddhist light shone from their bodies and their expressions were solemn. The Vajra Buddha Lord said to Yi Futian to persuade him, "Benefactor Yi, why must you be so stubborn? You do not have to be involved in the war of the six realms." "Thank you, Buddha Lord, for your concern." Yi Futian also put his hands together in greeting. "I naturally am not qualified to join the war of the six realms and do not wish to do so either. But I was unwillingly involved and I already said the reason so that I won't mention it again. If you all must attack, you do not need to show mercy." Amitabha. The Buddhists chanted the Buddha's name and Buddhist light illuminated the boundless land. It grew brighter and brighter, enveloping the boundless sky in the Buddhist light. Instantly, the dark power of death and destruction scattered madly, extinguishing under the Buddhist light as if the Buddhist doctrine would purify it. Humph! The top figures of the Devil and Dark worlds also released a frightening aura. Devilish might filled the sky at once, rolling and roaring. The strong cultivators of the Dark world were covered in death and destruction. These forces converged into a chaotic current. This region became extremely violent, as if it would be ignited at a touch. "Give this woman to me to deal with," the Medicine Buddha Lord said. As soon as he spoke, he reached his palm out. The precious treasure of the Buddhist clan was released instantly. It was the cleansing Vaidurya Pagoda, a precious item of the Buddhist clan, and the supreme Buddhist item of the Medicine Buddha Lord's Buddhist cultivation court. The cleansing Vaidurya Pagoda flew out, enlarging instantly. It covered the sky and sun like a boundless divine pagoda that reached the heavens. Incomparable purifying Buddhist light was released from it. When the strands of golden Buddhist light shone, the powers of destruction and death and the Devil Path's power were all cleansed. They turned to ash and vanished instantly. Rounds of aggressively purifying Buddhist light swept out of the pagoda. It was like a supreme ancient Buddha appeared in the skies, shining down with Buddhist light. The cultivators of the dark world below were in extreme pain. The dark power within them was about to be cleansed and wiped out. They were forced to release their abilities to the max Yi Qingyao, transformed into King Azura, held the Avi Divine Sword. The blood-red destructive divine power surged toward the upper sky, and her body also went up. She faced this supreme item of the Buddhist clan alone and stabbed toward the pagoda with the Avi Divine Sword in her hand. The rounds of pagoda silhouettes sweeping down were directly annihilated under the destructive divine power. The frightening divine power of Azura penetrated from within and continued up, attacking the pagoda itself. Clang! With a huge sound, the frightening Avi Divine Sword stabbed right into the cleansing Vaidurya pagoda, making the pagoda shake violently. The destructive divine power of Azura flooded the pagoda wildly, about to destroy this supreme Buddhist item. But then the Medicine Buddha Lord's figure appeared above the pagoda. He slammed down at the pagoda with a palm. There was instantly another huge boom and divine light swept across the pagoda, forcing the Avi Divine Sword back. So powerful! Yi Futian stared up into the sky. The Medicine Buddha Lord's abilities were terrifying. This great Buddha had a very high status in the Buddhist clan. He had vaguely felt it when cultivating in the spirit mountain of Western Heaven back then. Even Saint Xianxia had to ask to meet him. He had a special status and had always been cultivating in the Veduria pure world. His cultivation might be at the pinnacle of the near-deity level. The overall level of the Buddhist clan was frighteningly intense. It was not even the entire group this time. There were some Buddhists among the clan who did not wish to take part in conflicts. They focused solely on the Buddha and cultivating the Buddhist doctrine. The medicine Buddha Lord stood high in the sky. The cleansing Veduria pagoda seemed to become an illusion. It passed right through his body but then seemed to combine into one with him. The medicine Buddha Lord held the mudra and closed his eyes. He seemed solemn. Instantly, the boundless Buddhist doctrine covered the vast sky. The light of the cleansing Veduria pagoda shone across thousands of miles, covering the extremely vast battlefield. It was like a Buddhist lantern had lit up behind the medicine Buddha Lord. He chanted Buddhist words, and the boundless Buddhist doctrine covered the entire world. The Buddhist light illuminated the world, and all the intents of death and destruction in the vast sky battlefield were cleansed. At the same time, under the Buddhist light, rounds of pagoda silhouettes pressed down on the silhouette of King Ahura. The cleansing Buddhist light also shone, illuminating this domain. Seeing this scene, Yifutian's brows furrowed slightly. He had a bad feeling. Yi Qingyao was already very strong and had inherited Ahura's divine power, wielding the emperor's weapon. However, she was still far from the medicine Buddha Lord in her understanding of the way and doctrines. The medicine Buddha Lord was a supreme figure of the Buddhist clan and had the cleansing Veduria pagoda to counter the Avi divine sword. Under these circumstances, Yi Qingyao might be restrained by the other. The Avi divine sword released a blood-red light and transformed into a curtain of light. It circled above King Ahura's body. The divine light of the pagoda shot down, shaking the blood-red curtain of light. The frightening cleansing Veduria pagoda was the power of the Buddhist clan. It actually seeped into the curtain of light, eroding Ahura's divine power. This attack was also endless. Pagoda silhouettes kept sweeping down to attack, causing the blood-red light curtain to be eaten up slowly. Clang! There was a huge sound, and the light curtain shattered. The cleansing Veduria light invaded, and the pagoda fell down to kill directly. It smashed onto the Avi divine sword, forcing Yi Qingyao transformed into King Ahura back. She let out a muffled grunt. Clearly, Yi Qingyao's abilities had reached this level, but she still lacked a lot of experience. The medicine Buddha Lord's attacks hadn't stopped yet. He continued to deal blows downward to Yi Qingyao. He stood in the void with his eyes closed, Buddhist light shining upon the region. Ling Long, Yifutian called out. Ling Long had been behind Yifutian the entire time. Now her figure flashed. Torrents of battle intent surged on her body, formed by the will of Tianxian. She went straight to the air above Yi Qingyao. The aggressive will of Tianxian countered the murderous Buddhist power. She raised her arms and instantly the pagoda shook violently. Another one. The medicine Buddha Lord stared at Ling Long, seeming to sense how special Ling Long was. However, they didn't know what he meant by another one. Boom! At that moment, a strong force fell upon Yifutian. He raised his head and saw Di Hao still staring at him. Was Di Hao still brooding about his fight with Donghuang Diuan earlier? A frightening natural phenomenon appeared around Di Hao. He had transformed into the divine human and was like the sovereign of the world. Supreme might weighed down on Yifutian. He raised his head to look up at that face and then took a step up to the void. Since you want to fight so badly, then let us fight without reserve. After Yifutian spoke, his figure rushed into the sky, charging into the clouds. However, no matter how he flew up, that divine human silhouette was always above him. It was like it had become one with the heavens above his head, representing the order of this land. The power of the divine human represented the supreme power of the human world, reaching the level of gods as a mortal human. Boom! A horrible aura burst from Yifutian's body. The divine ruler's power swept out, and the emerald storm encircled his body. A gust of horrifying aura of the Great Way flared from Yifutian's body. Yifutian, Donghuang the Great was willing to show you mercy so that I can give you a chance too. The human realm represents the order of the human world. If you're willing to turn back, there might still be a place for you in the world as the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, Di Hao said. His body had the air of righteousness and he had a benevolent heart. It surprised Yu Futian a bit. Of course, he did not know if Di Hao was genuine or not, but he encouraged Yu Futian to turn back in times like this. How could he turn back? Why would he turn back? It had been the divine prefecture that had been so aggressive ever since he started cultivating in the Ziwei segmentum. Telling him to turn back? Even though you started cultivating earlier than me, you're only one of the heirs of the human realm. It's still unknown if you can step onto the path of the emperor to inherit the position, but you're encouraging me to turn back. Who are you to make the decision? Yu Futian asked calmly. Are you able to influence the human ancestor or Donghuang the Great? Plus, according to what the Dark Sovereign had said, the human ancestor had had a hand in Emperor Yiqing's death back then. The world did not allow the divine prefecture to have the twin emperors. Of course, he vaguely felt that this wasn't the full history. It would probably be a while before the truth of that history could be revealed. Di Hao stared at Yu Futian. Naturally, he could not influence the human ancestor or Donghuang the Great. He continued saying, the human ancestor is the ancestor of humanity. He manages the justice of the world. Donghuang the Great has a peerless breadth of spirit. Of course, he would tolerate you. Since he did not kill you in the divine prefecture back then, it already shows his attitude. I can't influence them, but this is still a chance for you. If you continue down this path, you will have no chance of survival. Yi Futian counted as a top figure too and was cream of the crop. It was just that his background was the weakest, so to Di Hao, he would suffer the most if a storm swept through the 7 realms. The other heirs would not face the threat of death. But it wasn't the same for Yi Futian. Who could protect him? Justice of the world? Yi Futian was shocked when he heard Di Hao's words. Since when could the human realm represent the justice of the world? You speak so much of benevolence and morals. Why don't you have the cultivators of the human realm come cultivate in the devil abyss, or have the people of the devil realm move out of the devil abyss and into the human realm? Some people below retorted. They did not like Di Hao's words. The devil realm had been in the devil abyss generation after generation. Who were the ones that stopped them from leaving the devil abyss? The world shall have its order. Di Hao glanced at the ground below. The supreme might was still hanging over the lower sky. Yi Futian stood there, unmoved. He reached a hand out and, in an instant, countless divine swords appeared in the surrounding skies and land. Every divine sword had extremely beautiful runes that shimmered with outstanding divine light. These divine swords flowed against the tide, releasing incredible sword intent. Heaven slay! Yi Futian lifted a finger. Instantly, boundless divine swords broke through the air, moving towards that place in the sky and the divine human, Di Hao. Brilliant divine light shone from the divine human. In the sky, countless divine swords also plummeted down, transforming into the sword of mankind. It clashed against the rising heaven-slaying divine sword, and a destructive storm of sword chi swept over in the sky instantly. Amidst it, a huge sword continued going up against the tide. It penetrated the void and shot up murderously, wanting to open up the sky and kill the divine human. Divine light shimmered on Di Hao's body. The divine human pointed a finger down. Instantly, a huge sword of mankind shot down, destroying all existences. It crashed against the heaven-slaying divine sword, and, like the world falling apart, a destructive current flooded the space. Before Di Hao could process everything, he felt an even stronger aura descend in the sky. Yi Futian lifted the massive heaven-slaying divine sword as if it was a sword of laws that controlled the order of the world. He kept rising, penetrating the void. Everything in his path was turned to dust. No force could stop him. Even the sword of mankind also disintegrated. The divine ruler's sword shot towards that area, opening up the sky and destroying the divine human. The will of the Great Way all started roaring madly. At that moment, Di Hao seemed to have gathered all the strength of humanity onto himself. He represented the way of the human realm, controlling the world order. He put his hands under the atrium. A humongous divine sword appeared between his huge hands. The 1,000 Zhonglong sword had extremely beautiful divine runes on it. The beautiful divine runes represented the order of humanity and ruled over the murderous power of the world. Countless frightening currents flowed down, along with numerous sword silhouettes. But these silhouettes seemed to kill strong figures of the same level. The two substantial divine swords crashed again in the sky. In an instant, dazzling divine light stabbed into people's eyes. The massive divine powers flowed through the air. Yifutian's body seemed to have become one with the sword of the divine ruler, indistinguishable. He was part of the sword, and the rule power within him flowed out madly. Under the shocked gazes of the strong cultivators, a crack appeared in the tip of the 1,000-zhang-long divine sword. Then it started breaking, and the crack grew bigger. The divine sword had started falling apart. Even though it contained the power of the divine human, it was still being destroyed. Couldn't stop the sword of the divine ruler. The divine ruler continued climbing. It stabbed through the 1,000-zhang-long divine sword and went for the atrium. This scene made the pupils of the strong cultivators below constrict. However, they accepted it after. Yifutian had previously used the power of the divine ruler to defeat Donghuang Diuan. It naturally wasn't too surprising that he destroyed Di Hao's sword of mankind. The divine ruler was a divine item, even a supreme divine item. Yifutian had already melded it into his body and was able to use it in all sorts of ways, like carrying an emperor weapon. The divine human retreated up the sky and instantly appeared in the distance. However, the divine ruler was like a bolt of lightning. It stabbed into that area, penetrating it. The massive force caused the sky to crack, destroying all the power gathered there. It probably was not so easy for Di Hao to defeat Yifutian. The divine human's body appeared in the sky. It seemed to be omnipresent. Right then, everyone saw that a guqin had appeared in the hand of Di Hao, who transformed into the divine human. It was an imperial arm. Divine light flowed across the guqin, emanating the will of the great emperor. The relic inherited from the human realm, the strong cultivators thought when they saw this scene. The relic of the 8 legions that the human realm controlled was Gandharv. It was known as the god of music. Di Hao must have inherited that relic's heritage and had never used its strength before. Di Hao was also skilled in the way of music. Now that he was using an emperor-level divine instrument, no one knew how mighty he would be. The divine human played the guqin, and divine power instantly entered the guqin. Music notes pulsed out, and a magical curtain of light swept out abruptly. In that instant, many divine humans appeared in the atrium, in the vast land. They were all doing the same action, playing the divine instrument. Yifutian stood there and was instantly inside an illusory world. The music brought him to the domain of the illusory world. The divine human silhouettes were all around him. It seemed to be a sealed world with no exit. Paired with the dancing music notes, he saw a silhouette of the divine human charge at him with a divine sword. The might was shocking. Yifutian's body was encircled by emerald divine light covering his body. Seeing the other party charge, he hacked down with the divine ruler. The huge ruler's silhouette shattered the incoming divine human silhouette, emitting a thunderous sound. However, Yifutian also frowned. That attack had been solid. It wasn't just an illusion. The piercing music kept dancing. The divine notes were not pleasant at all and extremely grating to the ear, making Yifutian very uncomfortable. It was even affecting his perception. Many divine human figures walked over from the vast lands simultaneously, walking towards Yifutian. Each divine human contained the power of the divine human. They wielded divine swords and pointed them at Yifutian. The divine ruler in Yifutian's hands danced. In an instant, divine ruler silhouettes appeared and covered the sky, blocking the sun. They circled his body. He released his battle form, and his body also transformed into a god. While the enormous divine ruler danced, a strong domain also appeared in the surroundings. He was the true sovereign within this domain. The many divine human figures attacked with the divine ruler. It did not seem to be a sword of mankind anymore. Instead, it was here to kill gods and slice apart the sky, wanting to utterly destroy the domain where Yifutian was. Boom! When Yifutian's battle form waved the divine ruler, the domain was filled with silhouettes of the divine ruler. The divine sword arrived and was shattered instantly. This was an absolute rules domain. Boom, boom, boom. Ruler silhouettes filled the sky, sweeping everything in the surroundings. All the divine human silhouettes were shattered, but the divine human silhouettes seemed endless and infinite. The divine music was still influencing him. The grating noise interfered with him, releasing the will of great path. The world that he saw was even becoming chaotic. The hallucination was getting stronger. At that moment, Yi Futian was sure that he was no longer seeing the true world anymore. The other had used the divine music to create an absolute illusory domain, completely interfering with his judgment. There were strong attacks simultaneously. Must find a way to break through this illusory world, Yi Futian thought. Buddhist light snaked up his body, steadying his heart and stopping his mindset from being disrupted by the illusion. Divine light also appeared in his eyes. There was even emerald divine light in those eyes, transforming them into divine eyes. The divine eyes saw through everything and could see through all illusions in the world to the truth. He could see many illusory scenes fading. Order returned once again to the chaotic world. He could see the figures of divine human charging over, but they weren't fake. Whether illusory or real, the divine human's attacks were tangible. Of course, he saw where Di Hao's true body was. He was standing somewhere in the atrium, playing the guqin. More and more frightening attacks fell down, going towards Yi Futian. At that moment, Di Hao seemed to feel something as if being exposed. He looked down at where Yi Futian was but found that Yi Futian wasn't looking at him. After scanning the sky above, he continued to brandish the divine ruler, fending off the attacks from the surrounding divine humans. The extremely cacophonous sounds swept through everything, but the divine humans' attacks grew stronger and stronger. The divine ruler also grew bigger and bigger until it covered the sky and sun. Boom! There was another huge boom. Under the three-ruler law, countless divine human figures were obliterated. The divine ruler created an ancient path that led to the atrium. Transformed into a heavenly god, Yi Futian continued to wield the divine ruler, attacking upwards once again. The moment this blow was dealt, his figure vanished from the spot. He crossed the space directly and appeared high in the sky. The three-ruler law covered the space, locking a divine human in the domain. That divine human was transformed from Di Hao's true self. Di Hao's expression was shocked. He retreated, wanting to leave the space, but discovered that he was already within the divine ruler's domain. This blow had covered the sky and sun, locking the space. The situation was the opposite from previously. Boom! Di Hao's divine power exploded intensely. As if becoming part of the world here, horrible strength rolled off his body. His divine instrument flew forward and danced, divine light shooting out of the strings to kill Yi Futian. Countless people looked up in the sky. It was like there were two heavenly gods fighting in this domain. The horrible attack pressed down, making the strong cultivator's hearts race. Di Hao seemed to have been careless. His domain had become ineffective, and his true form had been hit by Yi Futian directly, causing him to face this situation. If he'd attacked face-to-face, this would not have happened. As Se so bang. There was an intense sound from the atrium as if the atrium had exploded. The horrible chi swept through the heavens. The space around Di Hao seemed to have exploded. He had become one with the world, but the moment that the divine ruler attacked, that patch of the world had been destroyed directly. Careful! Yi Futian sent Di Hao flying with one blow and hadn't stopped yet. But he still spoke. A shocking force then exploded in Yi Futian's direction, forming a huge divine print. It dazzled and blocked down Yi Futian's power of divine ruler. Even though it broke under the divine ruler's attacks, this blow also stopped Yi Futian for a moment. Di Hao retreated even further away and his aura combined with the world again. He stared in Yi Futian's direction. An elder stood beside him, a top figure of the human realm. He looked across to Yi Futian again. This guy was able to activate the divine power of the divine ruler in his eyes. That was how he'd broken the illusion and found Di Hao's true form. So unexpected. Yi Futian's gaze swept towards Di Hao. His aura was wavering, and blood seeped from the corner of his lips. He had gotten hurt from that blow, but divine light still circled him. The injury wasn't too serious. The elder from the human realm stared at Yi Futian. An astonishing pressure emanated from Yi Futian's figure. He still had no intention of stopping. At the same time, a peerless demonic might roared and churned. This caused the elder to narrow his gaze as he detected an intense sense of danger. Demonic might blocked out the sun, and the heavens turned dim. A demonic catastrophe appeared in the sky. Countless bolts of terrifying lightning struck down. A peerless demonic phantasm appeared. The skies trembled. The elder looked towards where the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace stood in the distance. Over there, Yusheng had transformed into a demon god wielding a demonic saber. He slashed out with the saber, and frighteningly vivid jet-black demonic cracks appeared in the sky. Countless cultivators in the distance raised their heads and saw this slash from the demon god. It slashed across the sky and cleaved the space itself in two. The cultivators of the human realm were so busy dealing with Yi Futian that they seemed to have forgotten that Devil Imperial Palace was eyeing them from the sidelines. After Yusheng saw that Di Hao had been defeated and another person had stepped forward, he naturally could not sit idly anymore. He immediately unleashed the 9 slashes of the demon god. His strike contained the power of the demon god. The elder also had extremely quick reflexes. His will shifted and the part of the sky before him became a divine wall. Dazzling runes lit up, but the terrifying demonic saber charged down. The destructive, overbearing slash cleaved the wall in two. The wall posed no resistance at all. The saber slashed down, but a gigantic silhouette of a divine human appeared before Di Hao and the elder. It became one with the heavens and the earth as it placed its palms together and caught the domineering demonic saber midway. Saber will slashed down on its figure but did not manage to leave its divine body. An intense rumbling could be heard in the surrounding space. The whole area seemed to explode. A divine light radiated from Di Hao's pupils. This divine human silhouette was summoned by him. It was one with the heavens and the earth and blocked the slash. He was injured by Yi Futian's attack, though it could be said that his injury resulted from his carelessness. After cultivating for eons, he never imagined that a junior would harm him. Buzz. A menacing saber slashed down, blocking out the sky. It seemed to cleave the sky and overlapped with the saber will of the first slash. The space around the divine human kept exploding. Bang! Yusheng took a step forward. The sky trembled, and the figure of the demon god loomed over the space. His figure became 100 zhang tall. When the third slash came down, the slashes overlapped and merged. Finally, following the frenzied explosions and collapse of the great path around the divine human, the latter gave way. The demonic saber slipped through its palms and slashed down on its figure. Di Hao stood behind the divine human as divine power surged frenziedly into its figure. When he saw that another slash was coming, he wanted to retreat. A terrifying aura circled him and the elder beside him as he prepared to avoid Yusheng's ferocious attack. The jade-green divine halos formed a domain that covered the sky. Yi Futian also walked over towards the two of them. Rumbling could be heard and the gigantic divine ruler in his hand became the huge divine sword, heaven-slaying divine sword. It was unstoppable. Di Hao wanted to retreat after attacking. Wasn't that too easy? Yi Futian had not fought side by side with Yusheng in a very long time. Now that they were already heading towards the highest plane together, they had another opportunity to join forces and face their opponents together. Countless divine swords rained down. The divine ruler that became the heaven-slaying divine sword was even more unstoppable. This scene caused the cultivators of the human realm to feel that things were taking a turn for the worst. Yi Futian and Yushin were both top-level fighters. With their combined strength, they could defeat Di Hao and the Elder. The cultivators of the human realm advanced one by one, attempting to intervene in this battle. Rumble. A menacing demonic catastrophe descended from the heavens. The cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace suddenly appeared before them. A terrifying domain enveloped the vast space. Xianxia led the way. He pointed his imperial arm in his hand at the cultivators of the human realm. They were the ones who started the fight, and now they wanted to intervene? The cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace did not mind joining the fight. There was another reason for Xianxia to make his move. Although Yi Futian and the Divine Prefecture had deep grudges against each other, it was not the case for the human realm. As for the world of Buddhism, although Yi Futian had killed Xinyan Buddha Lord, the upper echelons did not mind. Yi Futian had the blessing of Buddhas and there was a Buddha Lord supporting him. Rumor has it that the Buddha Lord had once cultivated with the Buddha. Although Medicine Buddha Lord had also fought today, Xianxia did not mind pushing Yi Futian to draw a line in the sand with the other party. Yi Futian should stand completely opposed to the human realm. This was also what the Dark Sovereign wanted to do. He ordered Yi Qingyao and the cultivators of the Dark Court to instigate this war. Aside from the war itself, he also wanted to force Yi Futian to pick a side. Yan Gi also had this idea. It was best if Yi Futian and Ziwei Imperial Palace had no option of backing out. Only then could they indeed be considered to have chosen a side. As they blocked the way, the divine ruler came crashing down. Di Hao was facing Yu Shang's attack. The elder was also a top cultivator of the human realm. He summoned an imperial arm, and a gigantic ancient bell immediately appeared. It rang as it headed up into the sky. In an instant, the sound of the bell reverberated throughout the space, becoming a destructive sound wave that swept across the sky. Many people felt their spiritual souls tremble violently when they heard it. It was as though they were gradually being shattered and were beginning to lose consciousness. Yi Futian similarly sensed that the ancient bell contained divine power. However, the divine ruler that had become the heaven-slaying divine sword still slashed down. It crashed on the ancient bell with a loud clang and sent it flying backward from the shockwave. Di Ven Dong. Another loud dong could be heard. The other party struck the ancient bell once again with his palm. This caused it to grow even more significant. Endless divine light burst forth and once again charged towards the divine ruler. Clang. The divine ruler that had become the heaven-slaying divine sword was blocked. The other party looked up and swept a glance at Yi Futian. The radiant light that burst forth from this ancient bell imperial arm shot towards the latter. Right then, Di Hao saw a pair of frightening eyes. They were the eyes of Yi Futian, and they contained a jade-green light. With just a glance, the eyes brought him into an eye-sorcery zone. The elder of the human realm sensed that he had entered into another world, the eye-sorcery zone of Yi Futian. He faintly sensed that he was in danger. The cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace immediately took action and sealed off the reinforcements of the human realm. Yu Shang and Yi Futian attacked together, showing no mercy. Their attacks were extremely overbearing. Yu Shang's powerful slash from the demonic saber occupied Di Hao, causing him to be unable to shift his attention elsewhere. As for Yi Futian, Di Hao sensed murderous intent coming from him. The sound of Buddha suddenly circled in the eye-sorcery zone, filled the space. He wanted to affect Yi Futian with the ancient bell. However, the sound of Buddha was like a spell of the Great Path. It made him very uncomfortable. At the same time, Buddhas appeared in the sky. The various Buddhas attacked simultaneously, sending out all heaven Buddha's seals. The elder put his hands together and did the same action as the Buddhist cultivators. Loud clanging reverberated across the space. Countless ancient bells clashed with the giant all-heaven Buddha's seals. At the same time, Yi Futian waved the gigantic divine ruler that covered the sky. When the elder saw the shadow of this ruler, an intense sense of danger welled up inside him. Clang. There was another loud clang as the ancient bell grew to become a humongous golden bell that shrouded the elder's figure. Dazzling divine light flowed over the imperial arm. It was indestructible. The divine ruler crashed onto the imperial arm. A loud clang erupted, causing the ancient bell imperial arm to fly downwards. The entire domain was shaken. The ancient bell flew towards the elder. However, the other party shifted together with it. The power of the great path in his body became one with the bell, and it securely protected him. It is an imperial arm that covers both offense and defense, some people thought when they saw the scene. If that was the case, the elder was undefeatable. Although Yu Futian had powerful combat ability, shattering an imperial arm was far-fetched. It was practically impossible for him to penetrate the elder's defenses. However, Yu Futian coldly snorted. The light of the divine ruler surged out and formed a gigantic ring that enveloped the ancient bell. Divine light of the great path of space burst forth from the ring. What is he doing? Many people thought as they narrowed their eyes. This ring kept expanding, and then it consumed the ancient bell. The latter sank into the former and was engulfed by it gradually. When it was defending, the ancient bell lost its attack power. Could not destroy the ring or intercept it. Could only be gradually consumed. As the ancient bell sank into the ring, the parts of it that sank into the latter vanished. It was as though they were no longer present in this space. The expression of the elder within the imperial arm changed slightly. His opponent was consuming his imperial arm with an independent great path of space. By the time he realized this, the spatial ring had already consumed the bell along with him. The ancient bell and the elder inside it both disappeared. Only the ring still remained. It was its own independent space and had swallowed up the other party. Yi Futian waved his hand and the power of space instantly surged out. The ring immediately traversed space and disappeared from its original spot. It seemed to have been banished by Yi Futian to a far-off place, bringing along the elder and the imperial arm. As a result, what was originally a 2-against-2 scenario became 2 versus 1. Yi Futian and Yu Xin were both present, whereas only Di Hao remained on the human realm's side. Yu Xin and Yi Futian were both powerful combatants. Di Hao was already having a hard time dealing with Yu Xin alone. If Yi Futian joined in now, what would the outcome be? Yi Futian wielded the divine ruler and advanced. The will of the great path furiously burst forth from his figure. Before this, his battle with Di Hao had been interrupted by the elder and later became a 2-on-2 battle. Now that one person had been banished by Yi Futian, he would not hold back. They appeared to be the scariest of demons as they wielded dark demonic sabers that contained world-destroying might. They unleashed the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon. At the same time, Yu Shang stood before Di Hao and became the demonic lord. His jet-black eyes were terrifying. Under such circumstances, Di Hao already had his hands full dealing with Yu Sheng. He could not spare any attention for Yi Futian. The expressions of the cultivators of the human realm changed when they saw the scene. They wanted to charge over to help, but Yan Gi and the others were not ordinary figures. The lineup of Devil Imperial Palace was not weak at all. They held off the cultivators of the human realm, preventing them from interfering in Yu Shang's battle. Bang! With a loud bang, the silhouette of the divine human was struck again by the divine ruler and shattered. Yi Futian had attacked. Many gazes shifted towards where Yi Futian stood. His attacks rained down continuously. The phantasms of the divine human were all destroyed. High up in the sky, Yu Shang's saber and Yi Futian's divine ruler both slashed down. Rumble. A dull thud could be heard. Even with the divine human unleashing its power to the max, it could not withstand the combined attack of 2 top prominent figures. Di Hao was swept away and sent flying outwards. With a dull groan, he vomited fresh blood. Yu Xing still did not cease his attacks, sending another saber slashing down. Di Hao became the divine human and was gigantic. Divine power surged as he attempted to catch the demonic saber cleaving down on him. However, he also had to withstand a terrifying power. He relied on space, and the power of the heavens and the earth became his own. He formed a wall of the great path around him. This part of the sky also became part of his own body. It lit up with divine halos. The space even seemed to warp as it swept towards Yi Futian's figure. When Yi Futian saw this, he did not stop. He waved the divine ruler and formed a domain. He stood within the absolute space and was not affected by external influences. The divine ruler slashed down furiously and shattered the distorted space. It then struck the wall of the great path and caused the divine human phantasm to once again cough up blood. His face turned pale. Ulk the demonic saber continued cleaving down, splitting the space like chopping up bamboo. Yi Futian's divine ruler also struck out again, sweeping towards the divine human. They were determined to shake Di Hao up. Bang, bang, bang. Endless domineering attacks continued to rain down. The space was exploding frenziedly. The figure of the divine human shattered with a loud bang. Di Hao returned to his original form and was sent flying far out into the distance. He kept throwing up fresh blood. He had taken a considerable blow. His injuries were already severe. Yu Shang and Yi Futian still wanted to continue attacking. However, the light of Buddha radiated, and they saw it envelop Di Hao's body. His body then disappeared from his original spot. They looked in another direction and saw a Buddha Lord with his palms together. Di Hao had been taken away by him. Wutian Buddha Lord. Yi Futian greeted the person and stopped pursuing Di Hao. Wutian Buddha Lord was kind to him in the past. Celerity, which Yi Futian practiced, had the same root as Wutian Buddha Lord. To Yi Futian's surprise, the other party saved Di Hao. Amitba, Wutian Buddha Lord chanted while putting his hands together. He said, "Benefactor Yi, please spare him." Yi Futian similarly put his hands together and said, "Buddha Lord, I am sure you saw what happened. I did not attack him first, but I was forced to defend myself because of his aggressive attacks. This war will surely result in countless deaths in the cultivation world. I hope, benefactor, ye can stop this war, Wuxian Buddha Lord pleaded. He was full of mercy and had compassion for all living beings. Yi Futian replied, "This war is not something I can stop on my own. Who would listen to me in the 7 realms? Wuxian Buddha Lord, the world of Buddhism is well aware of the cause of the war among the 7 realms. Why is there a war now?" Yen Gi stopped fighting as well. He looked at Wuxian Buddha Lord and questioned, "After the collapse of the heavenly path, the cultivation world is supposed to belong to everyone. Yet, why is the devil world trapped underneath the devil abyss? For countless years, we have been suffering due to the devil abyss." Wuxian Buddha Lord responded, "Suffering is part of living. Benefactor Yen, what you said is not something I can solve. If the heavens and the earth give birth to an almighty figure, that person might be able to deliver you from your agony." Yen Gi continued, "Since that's the case, wouldn't it be fairer for each realm to take turns guarding the devil abyss? There is a Buddhist saying, if I don't go to hell, who will? Could it be that it is just lip service?" Wuxian Buddha Lord did not respond. "If hell is not emptied, the devil world is not done," Yen Gi said in a voice as cold as ice. Rumble. Just as Yen Gi finished his sentence, frightening divine light appeared in the heavens. It seemed that a space passage had opened. Beams of unparalleled divine light shone down, forming a unique path. Countless people looked up in that direction. A menacing aura emanated from within the passageway. "Who is it?" someone asked in a low voice. Yi Futian and the others also looked up in that direction. Astonishing beams of divine light shot out from the space passage and descended upon the land. Then, existences like ancient gods emerged. Each of them had extremely terrifying auras. Divine power surged from their figures. It was as though ancient gods had descended upon the world. Di Hao was stunned upon seeing the arriving cultivators. Then he regained his senses. He revealed a strange look as he thought to himself, "They actually came here." The other top figures from the human realm also narrowed their eyes in surprise as they stared at the arriving cultivators. The cultivators looked down from the heavens above and glanced at the top figures present here. Then they fixed their gazes on Di Hao. "Human ancestor has assigned us to come to war," one of them said. Di Hao nodded slightly. After that, they swept a glance at Yi Futian, Yi Qingyao, and the rest of their group. Immediately, Yi Futian felt a terrifying might pressing down on him. Many cultivators were puzzled when they sensed this mighty pressure. They had never known of such terrifying figures existing in the human realm. On the other hand, the leaders of the top forces vaguely knew of the existence of these mighty figures. However, their hearts couldn't help but tremble when they finally saw these figures in person. The leaders from the human realm were especially in awe since they could recognize a few faces from the arriving group. Of course, the top figures from the Emperor-level forces were well aware of the identity of the arriving group. Since they were part of the Emperor-level forces, they naturally knew some secrets. Nevertheless, such affairs were not widely known even among members of the Emperor-level forces. Even the insiders did not know the details. Yi Futian also did not have any inside scoop. His brows were tightly knitted as he withstood the might. His facial expression changed slightly. The auras of each of these cultivators were frightening. All of them were near deities. Since when did such a domineering group exist? Moreover, they seemed to be from the same force, the human realm. "As expected," mumbled Supreme Sword Lord. He scanned across the stupefied crowd and communicated with Yi Futian via transmitted thoughts. "Be careful. They are all monstrous figures from the older generation. Although they appear young, they have been cultivating for ages. They have gone into seclusion for many years. That's why their names no longer ring a bell to the people in the world, even though they are still alive. From the looks of it, they have indeed become the hidden triumph cards of the Emperor-level forces. The world has undergone rigorous changes, yet they have actually remained hidden until now." Before this, Yi Futian had heard of similar rumors. The cultivation world had given birth to countless cultivators. Many of them had perished, and only a few of them had cultivated to the strongest plane. Nevertheless, even though they were rare occurrences, there were still numerous old monstrous figures alive. Yi Futian had encountered a few of them before this. These ancient cultivators rarely appeared in public and did not come in contact with anyone. They left right after they seized the relics. Cultivators from the older generation like Supreme Swordlord could not even be considered ancient. There existed cultivators even more senior than them. From the looks of it, these Emperor-level forces had kept some mighty cultivators hidden as their trump cards. These ancient cultivators were most likely under the direct jurisdiction of human ancestor. Obviously, Di Hao was not qualified to command them. Therefore, he was shocked when he saw them. Does the human realm plan to have a showdown? Yan Gi glanced at the ancient cultivators who had just made their appearance. He showed no sign of fear. His eyes were ablaze with intense battle intent. He wanted to experience firsthand exactly how potent these ancient cultivators were. Were they more robust than the cultivators ranked on the current near-deity list? Rumble. An ultimate might suddenly loomed over everyone. A terrifying storm churned above the cultivators. A dark phantasm appeared and covered a part of the sky. "It is the Dark Sovereign!" exclaimed the various cultivators as they looked up into the sky. The powerful pressure swept down. However, no one spoke. Only intense pressure filled the skies. Then, terrifying auras appeared one after another. There were a few auras in the sky. Right now, the various cultivators understood that the wills of the great emperors had arrived. If they wanted to, they could offer insights into everything that happened here at any given moment. Amitba. Just then, a golden beam of the light of Buddha shone down and illuminated this part of the sky. An ancient Buddha made his appearance. He came from another world. Unlike other Buddha lords who were relatively chubbier, this ancient Buddha was small and gaunt. His face looked extremely old, as though he was close to death. However, he emanated a solemn aura. When the various Buddhas from the Western world spotted him, they bowed and paid their respects to him. Even the arrogant medicine Buddha Lord bowed and greeted the arriving Buddha Lord. "Greetings, Buddha Lord," the various Buddhas said as they placed their palms together politely. This caused the various cultivators to narrow their gazes. They shifted their eyes towards the Buddha Lord. They were astonished at the other party's status. Who was this Buddha Lord? Very few people had seen this Buddha Lord before. Nevertheless, a Buddha Lord greeted by the various Buddhas would undoubtedly be of high prestige. This small and skinny Buddha Lord similarly bowed back at the various Buddhas. From his merciful gaze, one could not tell that he was a powerful Buddha Lord. "He is a Buddha Lord," uttered some of the top figures of the other forces as they recognized him. They also greeted him with a bow. Even Donghuang Diuan greeted the Buddha Lord and bowed. She was extremely polite. Clearly, this Buddha Lord had extraordinary standing. Donghuang Diuan knew who he was and showed him great respect. "He is Buddha of Destiny," Yu Futian secretly thought to himself. He similarly bowed slightly and greeted the Buddha Lord. Buddha of Destiny was an ancient Buddha of the highest level in the world of Buddhism. His status was extraordinary. He was not fond of battles and had never participated in the conflicts of the world. He had devoted his time to comprehending Buddhist techniques. He succeeded in proving his way and became Buddha of Destiny. Buddha of Destiny cultivated one of the 6 Buddhist superpowers, omniscient. Ordinary people could not cultivate this superpower. Even in the world of Buddhism, aside from Buddha of Destiny, no one else had ever successfully cultivated omniscient. That was the case for even the Buddha. "I never imagined that you would appear on the battlefield, Master. What brings you here?" asked Yengi. As a demonic cultivator, he was powerful and overbearing. He could not stand the world of Buddhism and even called them jackasses. He believed they were hypocritical. However, even Yengi showed some level of respect towards Buddha of Destiny and called him Master. "I came to quell this war," said Buddha of Destiny. He lowered his head slightly. He did not have the arrogance of a Buddha Lord and appeared extremely humble. "We are heading towards war among the 6 realms. How do you plan to quell it, Master?" inquired Yengi. Everyone understood that the 6 realms, which had been at peace for centuries, were about to be thrown into war. No one could prevent it from happening. It was inevitable. The heavens and the earth are about to undergo a huge change. It's unwise to increase the number of deaths unnecessarily. Buddha of Destiny declared while putting his hands together. For many years, a prophecy had been circulating around. The changes of the world would begin in the original realm. Now, the world was already beginning to change. The ruins of the gods appeared in the world, and the cultivators from various realms surged to the ruins for relics. Countless people went through transformations and improved their cultivation. Many prominent figures surfaced, and the talented young cultivators assumed leadership positions. They slowly rose to the peak of the cultivation world. Cultivators like Donghuang Diuan, Di Hao, Yi Futian, Yushang, Yi Qingyao, and Ji Wudao gradually reached their heyday. Moreover, they would surely attain even more glorious achievements in the future. However, this was naturally not the end of the changes in the world. How would the future unfold? Currently, many people had already found out that this prophecy originated from the Western heaven of the world of Buddhism. Since that was the case, the prophet who made the statement was most likely Buddha of Destiny, who now stood before them. Buddha of Destiny cultivated omniscient. No one knew how proficient he was in this Buddhist superpower, but it was highly likely that he could catch a glimpse of the future. His prophecy about the changes to the world had come to pass. Had Buddha of Destiny foreseen even more significant changes occurring? Yengi roared. The changes of the world might have been triggered by the War of the Six Realms. It is an inevitable trend and cannot be stopped. The war is also a part of the changes. Buddha of Destiny responded. The world will soon welcome even more major changes. Everything will be reformed. This war is not an inevitable trend. The great emperors are the mightiest existences in the cultivation world, and they rule over the six realms. They view others as their chess pieces. However, all living beings are equal. Since the ending has been decided, why should we sacrifice lives in vain? If war erupts, countless cultivators from the six realms will perish. Why should we put ourselves through this agony? After Buddha of Destiny said this, he bowed towards the high heavens and pleaded, Great emperors, please hear my plea. Please cease fighting so that we can avoid a disaster. Even though he looked gaunt, the light of Buddha shone brightly from his figure. He emanated a golden light, which caused the crowd to revere him. Buddha of Destiny rarely appeared in public. After so many years, very few people recognized him. Even if he traveled around, such a scraggy elder would not draw anyone's attention. However, he had come out from seclusion this time to beg for the compassion of the great emperors so that a war could be avoided. This war was a war among the imperial palaces of the six realms. If it continued, it would brew into something larger in scale and expand to other places. Currently, this continent had become a battlefield. If the fighting continued, countless cultivators would lose their lives. Buddha of Destiny had great compassion. Hence, he had come out of seclusion and rushed here to plead with the great emperors to stop fighting. Dazzling, colorful lights covered a spot in the sky. A phantasm appeared from the lights, and the figure actually bowed towards Buddha of Destiny. He seemed to have great respect for the latter. He said politely, Since Buddha Lord has spoken, I Dongwang will surely oblige. The cultivators of the divine prefecture will withdraw from this war. His voice reverberated in the vast space. Everyone ceased fighting and looked up to the sky. Even the great emperor had personally come. Therefore, there was no need for them to continue battling. The crowd wondered about the identity of the Buddha Lord who had spoken. Even Donghuang the Great bowed to him. Was the Buddha of the Western Heaven here? Many thanks, Your Highness, Buddha of Destiny responded as he bowed towards the sky. Donghuang the Great gave the world of Buddhism face by being the first to second Buddha of Destiny's plea. After all, he used to seek the way in the world of Buddhism, so he was considered half a Buddhist disciple. All of you come back. Another voice sounded. Immediately, the few ancient cultivators who had come from the human realm transformed into beams of light and left the battlefield in a dash. They had come for the war. Their retreat meant that human ancestor also supported Buddha of Destiny's plea. Although human ancestor did not show himself, his voice could be heard from the heavens. This time, Dark Sovereign instigated the War of the Six Realms. Therefore, I ordered my men to stop his massacre by killing his members. I have done so to prevent the masses from being killed in vain. Since Buddha of Destiny has spoken, the human realm is willing to take a step back. However, if the dark world still refuses to stop, The human realm will purge the darkness to restore order to the world. Many thanks, human ancestor, Buddha of Destiny said as he bowed again towards the sky. Human ancestor had an extraordinary status because he was the most ancient great emperor among the six. He had been very courteous with Buddha of Destiny by commanding his men to stop fighting. The stance of the world of Buddhism went without saying. Buddha of Destiny was a member of the upper echelon in their world. His stance represented that of their world. The righteous sides, including the human realm, the Western heavenly world, and the divine prefecture, were all willing to stop the war. It was all up to the devil world, the dark world, and the empty divine realm. Where did that jackass go? Why are you the only one here? Another voice sounded from the sky. Terrifying demonic might accompanied the voice, churning and roaring. Obviously, the will of the devil emperor had arrived. The jackass that he mentioned was undoubtedly the Buddha, who was as powerful as the great emperors. To my knowledge, the Buddha is currently cultivating in the colorless heaven. Hence, he has not come over this time. Buddha of Destiny replied while bowing in the direction where the devil emperor's voice sounded. He was not offended by the way the other party addressed the Buddha. The six great emperors were supreme existences on another level compared to the rest of them. Buddha of Destiny had no say in their speech or actions. What's he trying to do? Purge himself? The devil emperor teased coldly. I have a question for you. Since you prophesied that the world is about to change, exactly what kind of changes will it go through? Could it be that there will be new great emperors? I dare not reveal the secrets of the future. Buddha of Destiny responded. Don't try to play tricks with me. You don't dare to reveal the secrets of the future? In that case, who was the one that came up with the prophecy? The devil emperor chided coldly. That jackass is not here now. What if I insist that you answer my question? Devil emperor, you are a great emperor, yet you bully a medicine. Buddha Lord joined the conversation while looking in the direction where the devil emperor was. Shut up. You are not qualified to speak here, the devil emperor interrupted him. With a domineering tone, he continued to pressure Buddha of Destiny, saying, Of course, you can choose not to reveal anything. I won't attack you, but I will not agree to your request of withdrawing my troops. Rumor has it that once a cultivator has cultivated omniscient to its utmost limit, they can see through the fates of everyone. The superpower itself is full of wonders. Even though I don't believe in it, I am still somewhat curious. Master, exactly what kind of changes did you foresee? Human Ancestor joined the conversation. He sounded interested. Everyone knew that Human Ancestor did not believe in fate or destiny. He managed the order of the human world and thought that human will was stronger than destiny. According to legends, Human Ancestor was an ordinary man in the past. During his era, there were way too many talented figures. He was not exceptional, yet he was firmly rooted in his belief. During the age when the gods ruled over the world, he remained steadfast to his belief that the gods were merely very powerful cultivators. He insisted that once humans cultivated to their greatest potential, they could be on par with the gods, even with their mortal flesh. Humans were comparable to gods. The validity of this legend had yet to be verified. However, one could tell the belief of Human Ancestor based on this tale. He lived out his faith by ruling over the human realm and creating the divine human. Humans could also be gods. The divine human was formed from this belief. Therefore, Human Ancestor did not believe in the concept of fate preached in the world of Buddhism. Buddha of Destiny had a vision about the future, and he prophesied that the world would be changed. However, Human Ancestor did not trust a single word of it. I want to know too, said the evil emperor as his face surfaced in the sky. Now that three great emperors had expressed their interest in this matter, Buddha of Destiny would most likely be forced to reveal some details, even though the former might not have evil intentions to harm him if he chose to remain silent. Amitabha. Buddha of Destiny put his palms together and said, Everything in the world will be reformed. The age of the gods will come once again. His voice was solemn. As soon as he dropped this information, the crowd went silent. Nobody spoke a word. Everyone, including the six great emperors, focused their attention on Buddha of Destiny. Everything in the world would be reformed? The age of the gods would come once again. It was the age of the gods. Would they get the chance to experience a prosperous era like back in ancient times? After Buddha of Destiny spoke, his aura actually withered. He became even more feeble, as though his aura was being weakened continuously. "Buddha Lord!" exclaimed the cultivators of the Western heavenly world when they saw this scene. However, Buddha of Destiny behaved as though nothing had happened. He was not bothered by the changes at all. He continued to radiate a solemn light of Buddha. "All things on earth have their destiny. I pried into the future and revealed a secret, so I will face the consequences," Buddha of Destiny said in a low voice. "How will the world be reformed?" Dark Sovereign's voice echoed in space. His goal was to reform the order of the world by allowing the world to be consumed by darkness. When it happened, everything would be reformed and this chaotic era would end. Now, what Buddha of Destiny prophesied was actually similar to what he imagined. Hence, he was curious to find out what exactly the former envisioned. "Master is already in such a state." "Dark Sovereign, I think we should stop asking," Dongwang the Great interceded. Dark Sovereign replied nonchalantly, "Since he has pried into the future, it doesn't make much difference for him to reveal a bit more." Buddha of Destiny shook his head and said, "I am ashamed of myself. My power is not strong enough. I could only catch a glimpse of what would happen. As for how the world will be reformed, I have no idea either." "Do you really have no clue, or are you keeping it a secret from us?" Dark Sovereign continued to pressure Buddha of Destiny. "Dark Sovereign, as the ruler of darkness, you should stop putting Buddha of Destiny in a tough spot." Human Ancestor intervened too. He said, "Even though Buddha of Destiny has predicted the changes of the world, I still firmly believe that fate is illusory. Humans are the existences who have control over all order." Clearly, Human Ancestor had his doubts about Buddha of Destiny's words. What Human Ancestor said is true. With you controlling the order of the human realm, there will not be any new great emperors. Someone mocked. The speaker was none other than the Devil Emperor. The crowd was perplexed because of his words. What did he mean? As long as Human Ancestor oversaw the order of the human realm, there would not be any new great emperors. What did the Devil Emperor mean by this? Human Ancestor was not perturbed by the Devil Emperor's mocking. Instead, he calmly responded, "Devil Emperor, you worry too much. Even though I don't believe in fate, I believe in history repeating itself. Since there was an age of the gods in ancient times, I am not surprised if it makes a comeback in the future. On the contrary, I look forward to it. I also think that the age of the gods will soon come again." All the cultivators present in this continent were listening to their conversation quietly. They were shocked by the news. The age of the gods was something of the ancient past. Since the collapse of the heavenly path, there had not been any new great emperors. How many people have managed to become great emperor since then? Becoming a great emperor was a common goal pursued by all the cultivators in the world. Even though this goal seemed almost impossible, countless cultivators still tried their best and worked hard towards achieving now. These colossal figures were discussing the age of the gods. Buddha of Destiny also prophesied its reenactment. A new era would come, and it would be a glorious one. This was definitely exciting news. What role would they play in this new era? "I look forward to the coming of the age of the gods," Dongwang the Great said. "After cultivating for so many years, I often wonder how prosperous ancient times were." "Is that so?" Dark Sovereign said mockingly. "How did Emperor Yi Qing perish back in the day?" Emperor Yi Qing was the taboo of the divine prefecture. Others did not dare to discuss this matter, but not Dark Sovereign. Dongwang the Great was stunned momentarily. He remained silent and did not say anything. Just then, Buddha of Destiny said, "I wish to offer your Highness Dongwang another piece of advice." "Buddha Lord, please advise," replied Dongwang the Great as he nodded slightly. He still acted humble and polite, showing Buddha of Destiny great respect. Buddha of Destiny said, "Your Highness Donghuang once cultivated in the world of Buddhism. At that time, you had yet to become a great emperor. Therefore, I was able to take a peek into your destiny. I noticed that you have the fate of the emperor. However, I discovered something else which I have never told you before. Now, I want to remind you." Dongwang the Great revealed a strange look. The other great emperors also listened to this conversation attentively. Buddha of Destiny cultivated omniscient and could pry into someone's destiny. However, if the other party were a powerful figure, such as a great emperor, he would not be qualified to see into the former's future. Buddha of Destiny was not that proficient yet. Nevertheless, the crowd did not doubt his words when he said he saw a vision related to Donghuang the Great when the latter cultivated in the world of Buddhism. Speaking of which, the world of Buddhism placed high importance on Donghuang the Great in the past. He received personal guidance from the Buddha. Moreover, Buddha of Destiny envisioned him becoming a great emperor. "Please speak your mind," Donghuang the Great said. "Your Highness Donghuang is peerless in the divine prefecture, and you have the fate of the emperor. However, it will only last for 5 centuries. As Buddha of Destiny said this, he put his palms together and lowered his head. His words shocked countless people. The crowd, especially the cultivators from the divine prefecture, were greatly shocked. Their hearts trembled frenziedly. Donghuang the Great's fate as the emperor would only last for 5 centuries? He would be peerless for 5 centuries in the divine prefecture. Did it mean that his reign over the divine prefecture would only last for 5 centuries? This prophecy came like a bolt from the blue for the cultivators of the divine prefecture. It had been more than 400 years since Donghuang the Great unified the divine prefecture. There was not much time left if the deadline was 5 centuries. These decades would pass by in a snap. Therefore, one could imagine how shocking the news was. The age of the gods would come. Who would terminate Donghuang the Great's rule over the divine prefecture? For a moment, the vast space fell into dead silence. No one spoke a word, as though all of them had been stunned. Then, Buddha of Destiny continued. "Of course, this was only what I saw in the past. Even though omniscient is profound, it is not 100% accurate. The fate of a person can be changed. It is the same for destiny. Perhaps the destiny of your highness has changed after you became a great emperor. Your fate of the emperor might have been prolonged. What I envisioned in the past might have changed. If everything in the world is destined, I will go with the flow," Donghuang the Great said calmly. As he said this, he cast a glance at Yi Futian. Quite a number of people, especially the few great emperors, caught him doing so. That proud son of heaven was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qin. He was already on his way to becoming a great emperor. Could he achieve his target in the remaining few decades? Would he then end the reign of Donghuang the Great? This seemed rather impossible. No matter how heaven-defying Yi Futian's talents were, for him to become a great emperor in decades was far-fetched. Furthermore, even if he successfully became a great emperor, exactly how would he end Donghuang the Great's rule over the divine prefecture? Donghuang the Great had been a great emperor for centuries. He had extraordinary talents. Even if Yi Futian caught up in terms of status, he would most likely still not be a match for the former. After catching Donghuang the Great glancing at Yi Futian, the other great emperors also looked in the direction where Yi Futian stood. Would he become a threat to Donghuang the Great? Human ancestor spoke up. "Donghuang, you don't have to care too much about this. I never believed in destiny. Besides that, as Buddha of Destiny said, you have proven your way at the emperor plane for more than 4 centuries now. Your fate of the emperor is not something that can be shaken so easily. You should not be troubled by this prophecy that is based on something illusory." Responded Donghuang the Great as he nodded his head. "I will not be affected by this. If such a day does come where the end of my fate of the emperor heralds the dawn of the next age of the gods, I am willing to play my part." He added, "However, Buddha Lord, I am still grateful for your reminder." "Amitabha," recited Buddha of Destiny. He then said, "I thank you, great emperors, for granting my wish and avoiding this catastrophe. This can be considered a contribution of mine. Farewell." "Wait!" a voice called out right then, interrupting Buddha of Destiny. The Devil Emperor had spoken, saying, "Since you read that Donghuang had the fate of the emperor back then, how many people possess the fate of the emperor here today?" Buddha of Destiny lowered his head and replied, "There will be consequences if I reveal too much of the secrets of the future. I dare not speak so as not to disturb fate. Devil Emperor, please leave it as it is," implored Donghuang the Great. "If there truly is fate and reincarnation by right, a few people here today should be in hell," mocked the Devil Emperor. "Amitabha," uttered Buddha of Destiny as he bowed. The light of Buddha shone, and his figure disappeared as he left this place. Although Buddha of Destiny had left, the rest of the crowd was still in awe at his prophecy. Only around 40 years of Donghuang the Great's 5 centuries of fate of the emperor remained. Would the next age of the gods begin in the coming 40 or more years? What sort of prosperous era would the future bring if that was the case? I am looking forward to this. I hope that his prophecy will come true, said the Devil Emperor with a smile. We are leaving. After he said this, Yengi, Yushang, and the Devil World's other cultivators began to leave. The demonic cultivators in the Ruins continent also gradually left and ceased fighting. Oh, by the way, Donghuang, do not forget your promise from before to not touch Yifutian. The Ziwei segmentum that he represents is now a superpower in the world. I hope that the great emperors here will not stoop so low as to take action yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for finding fault with you. The Devil Emperor threatened before he left. Then, the demonic cloud churned and roared as his will disappeared from the space. Before he left, he warned the great emperors from acting against Yifutian. I second his notion. The great emperors should not interfere in the battles here. If anyone breaks this agreement, please pardon us for not showing your forces mercy. Dark Sovereign threatened. There were 2 great emperors siding with Yifutian. Their statements seemed to have decided Yifutian's stance. He would be on the same side as the Devil World and the Dark World. They stood opposing the Divine Prefecture, the human realm, and the world of Buddhism. The wills of the 6 great emperors disappeared one by one. The sky returned to normal. The war stirred up in Ruins continent was quelled by Buddha of Destiny. A calamity had been avoided. However, the conversation among the great emperors and Buddha of Destiny had a profound impact on everyone present. Donghuang the Great had the fate of the emperor for a mere 500 years. What would happen 40 years later? Who would be the first to cross the path of the emperors? Many cultivators remained there after the emperors left. Yifutian began to contemplate the words he heard earlier. Donghuang the Great turned to stare at him with a complicated expression after hearing Buddha of Destiny's prophecy. Still, Yifutian could not see through Donghuang the Great's mind. Would the latter decide to eliminate the last one day? Besides, he understood why Devil Emperor and Dark Sovereign threatened Donghuang the Great by saying they would protect him. After all, he was the nemesis of Donghuang the Great. So, it was only natural that they would aid the rise of someone who could threaten the reign of Donghuang the Great. Even though he still hadn't reached the highest tier of cultivation, Buddha of Destiny's prophecy might very well be fulfilled in him. Nevertheless, taking his life was not an easy task if the great emperors did not involve in it personally. With the threatening presence of Devil Emperor and Dark Sovereign, Donghuang the Great and human ancestor could not dispose of him in person, even if they wanted to do so. Yifutian remained on the same spot. Likewise, Donghuang Diyuan did not leave that place as well. While she was staring at him, the cultivators of Divine Prefecture's Donghuang Imperial Palace were doing the same also, including Li Daoshou, Feng Ru, and the like. The onlookers could feel an intense killing intent through their eyes. Even before the prophecy of Buddha of Destiny, Yifutian had made himself the common enemy of Divine Prefecture when he injured Donghuang Diyuan. The absolute opposition between him and the Divine Prefecture only further worsened the situation. Furthermore, Buddha of Destiny's prophecy might be referring to Yifutian. With that in mind, they would want Yifutian dead. Should Donghuang the Great be generous enough not to finish him off, they would still help the former ease his burden by eradicating the source of the problem. Although the likelihood of Yifutian dethroning Donghuang the Great was virtually nil, they found it hard to believe that the former could threaten the god who they revered greatly. Yifutian, a lot of things have happened between you and Divine Prefecture. Yet Donghuang Imperial Palace had never once actually tried to kill you. Donghuang Duan uttered coldly. Now that you've made your stand and chose the darkness, Divine Prefecture will not pull its punches anymore from this moment onward. Oh, wait a minute. Did you ever pull your punches before? Yifutian asked casually. Are you referring to the time in the restricted area? Upon hearing that, Donghuang Duan shot Yifutian a sharp glare and chided. From now on, Yifutian will be the common enemy of the Divine Prefecture. When opportunity presents itself, kill him without mercy. Her voice echoed throughout the atmosphere. The Donghuang Imperial Palace and Divine Prefecture cultivators were glaring at Yi Futian with bloodshot eyes while exuding their killing intent. Simultaneously, a powerful ancient god clan cultivator who stood far away was staring at Yi Futian without hiding their murderous aura. Yi Futian had finally become the common enemy of Divine Prefecture. So they wished to witness how he would survive in the years to come. Whether he could stay alive for the next 40 years or not was the question no one could answer. After speaking, Donghuang Diuan led her people and left. Human Realms Di Hao and the others glanced at Yi Futian for a while and went away with their subordinates. Benefactor Yi, your fate is tied to Buddhism. Please do not neglect your studies in Buddhist doctrine. Wutian Buddha Lord urged. I will surely heed your advice, Buddha Lord. Yi Futian put his palms together and replied. The light of Buddha illuminated around his body, proving that he did not forget the teachings of Buddhism. However, Medicine Buddha Lord snorted and left in displeasure. At once, the Buddhist cultivators followed him and departed. The empty Divine Realm cultivators left after the alliance of Divine Prefecture bunch took their leave. Lord Shaman turned to look at Yi Futian. He had schemed to deal with Yi Futian previously, but he tried to eliminate Yi Qingyao. Yet, he noticed that he might be wrong since Dark Sovereign's faith in Yi Qingyao was more profound than his expectation. He had caused Yi Futian to stand at their side. With that, it was even more arduous for him to deal with Yi Futian. Even Dark Sovereign would not allow him to do so. Let's go, he announced. Following that, he withdrew from the scene with the other cultivators. Brother. Yi Qingyao glanced at Yi Futian, who nodded at her with a smile. Shortly after, she went away from that place as well. The cultivators from Devil World did the same, but Yusheng approached Yi Futian instead. What was the meaning of this? What was Buddha of Destiny trying to do? Yusheng remarked in an upset tone. That prophecy had put Yi Futian in a dire situation because the number of people who wished to kill him increased significantly. Omniscient, Yi Futian stated as he looked into the distance. Buddha of Destiny was the only great Buddha who had successfully cultivated Omniscient. Therefore, he could peep through destiny and see a glimpse of the future. Who could even read what was in his mind? Buddha of Destiny cultivated Omniscient and Karma. I believe he knew the karma of his action. Perhaps, he had come to reorient the cause and effect. A crisp voice could be heard beside Yi Futian. The voice's owner was Hua Qingqing. She was the wick of Buddha Lord. Hence, she might be the one who could best understand the thought of Buddhist monks. Is our destiny predestined? Or is man the master of their fate? Yi Futian asked a question that perhaps was meant for himself. Buddhists believed in destiny. Although Donghuang the Great had studied the Buddhist doctrine, did he believe in karma and destiny? Human ancestors, on the other hand, did not believe in those. As the oldest great emperor, he had always thought that man was the master of their fate. Devil Emperor and Dark Sovereign were dubious toward those things. Perhaps they only believed the parts that were convenient to them. Everything we have experienced determines the fate of the future, and the course of the future is the result of our past. That is what karma is in Buddhism in a nutshell, Hua Qingqing explained in a soft voice, causing Yi Futian to ponder at her words. Buddhist doctrine is profound and mysterious. Even now, it is still hard to understand its true meaning, Yi Futian sighed. A while later, he added, let's go. Okay. The crowd nodded and went back to where they came from. Yi Futian led his group back to the Imperial Palace after that. The war in Ruins continent had finally subsided. All the cultivators returned to their habitations. Although a temporary truce was called due to the appearance of Buddha of Destiny, there was no telling when the next conflict would break out again in the future. The War of the Six Realms was a growing trend. The existence of Ruins continent had accelerated its development. Qi Shengang asked for Yi Futian the next day after the latter's return to Yi Imperial Palace. Without delay, Yi Futian went to the dwelling of Qi Shengang. At that time, the latter was playing chess with his first disciple, Yan Yuan, while Fei Xue was watching their game. Teacher, brother, Yi Futian greeted. The moment Yan Yuan saw Yi Futian, he immediately got up to empty the seat for the latter. But Yi Futian walked to the sidelines and said, Brother, please have a seat. I will stay here and watch. Yan Yuan nodded and remained taciturn. Then he continued to play chess with Qi Xiangang. Futian, do you still remember the time when I was still the imperial advisor of Dali while you were in Daxia? Qi Xiangang asked. It's still fresh in my memory. Yi Futian nodded. A century has passed in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. I could barely remember the past events. Qi Xiangang uttered with a broad smile. I've learned many things from you back then. Those moments will be etched on my memory forever. I swear I'll never forget them. Yi Futian promised as he showed a smile on his face. It might not be a happy moment of his life, but it was still nostalgic in retrospect. Although he went undercover to Dali, Qi Xiangang, the imperial advisor, still accepted him as a disciple. Even after his cover was blown, Dali's imperial advisor had ordered Yan Yuan to send him back to Daxia personally. Qi Xiangang nodded. Do you still remember the principle that I had upheld back in Dali? Yi Futian bowed his head and set his eyes on Qi Xiangang with a smile. I know what you are trying to tell me, teacher. That's good. I'm not worried about you. The world out there is a complicated place. Sometimes you might lose sight of yourself, Qi Xiangang remarked. Yi Futian understood what Qi Xiangang was trying to imply. After all, he had been walking a different path due to his conflict with Divine Prefecture and Donghuang the Great. He seemed to have become the ally of Dark World and Devil World currently. Devil World and Dark World emerged themselves in the world as destroyers. They invaded Divine Prefecture to stir up the War of the Six Realms. Although each of them had their reasons, it was an undisputed truth. Teacher, what is your opinion about the Six Realms and the Six Great Emperors? Yi Futian asked. Since they talked about this topic, he became interested in knowing Qi Xuangang's thoughts on this subject. Although his cultivation level was way higher than his master's, his foresight might not be as good as his teacher's. There is no right and wrong about someone's standpoint. However, the result of it is a whole new ball game altogether, Qi Xiangang explained. Devil World and Dark World may have their standing on this subject. Devil Emperor and Dark Sovereign have the things they want and need to do. After all, everyone has their responsibility to bear. They have their decisions to make and things to consider. However, Devil World's invasion in Divine Prefecture did start a war. On the other hand, Dark World's conduct is worse than the former. I believe you still remember its attack in 3,000 Realms of the Great Path. I got it. Yi Futian nodded. I've never once thought that I belonged to their side. Hence, I stirred a conflict up with Dark World a while ago. His teacher must have worried that he would stand by their side and play a part in perpetuating their evil deeds. The forces of Divine Prefecture are to be called out as well. The 6 ancient god clans, with Divine Prefecture as their head, had invaded Ziwei Segmentum countless times. Besides, several Buddhist forces were not playing nice with you as well. Their deeds could never be erased completely. I did not know about your conflict with Donghuang the Great. So, I will not ask you to return good for evil. You will repay a favor with kindness. You will get even with someone for the harm caused to you. One should always segregate gratitude and resentment well. Yet it would help if you never lost your moral compass. Don't ever lose sight of yourself. As for the 6 great emperors, I know a thing or two about them. I cultivated in the land under the governance of Divine Prefecture before, so I've heard things about Donghuang Diuan. I am not sure what happened between Emperor Yiqing and him in the past. So, I will refrain from further comments. After he ended the upheaval in Divine Prefecture, he wanted to see martial art and cultivation thrive and hoped for the cultivators to assess better cultivation methods. I believe that part is true, Qi Xiangang continued. Everyone has a different personality. There is almost no one with absolute good or evil personality. Observing someone from a different perspective will lead you to a different conclusion. Of course, these are all the things that I see and understand. The remaining great emperors are legends. Speaking of which, how many of them have you met before? What do you think of them? Devil Emperor reigns in Devil Abyss. He is a pure demonic cultivator. He has a strong obsession with breaking the shackle of imprisonment by heavenly path in Devil World. He wanted to free their bondage and lead Devil World out of Devil Abyss, Yi Futian said. Dark Sovereign might have a dark past. Thus, he became pessimistic like he is now. He too has a powerful fixation. He thinks that the world is full of hypocrites and darkness. So it needs to be reformed. He believes that true light can only exist from absolute darkness. I don't know much about the other three great emperors, Yifutian clarified. After all, he did not come in contact much with Lord of all Buddhas, human ancestor, and evil emperor. Okay. Qi Xiangang bowed his head. Those who have reached the pinnacle in cultivation must have extremely firm convictions in their hearts. Their beliefs are so strong that it is unshakable. They believe that their ideology is the only truth. So do Devil Emperor and Dark Sovereign. Should that be the case, Donghuang the Great, the Buddha, human ancestor, evil emperor too, have their beliefs that cannot be shaken. Yeah. Yifutian nodded in agreement. What was Donghuang the Great's belief and conviction? What about human ancestor? During the conflict, human ancestor declared that he did not believe in destiny. Since he was named human ancestor, he must have believed in himself only. So what about the Buddha and evil emperor? Futian, have you ever pondered about your belief? What kind of person do you want to be when you become a great emperor? Qi Xiangang asked. Me? Yifutian murmured. He had thought about that in the Dark Court because he overcame the dark memories that Dark Sovereign implanted into his mind. The man knew he could pull it off only because of his experience. Although he had many dark encounters in the past, he had met several people who changed the course of his life. Among them, Hua Fenglu, Mr. Du, Sage Dozhan, and Qi Xiangang were the ones who had impacted him the most. What kind of person do you wish to see me become? Teacher. Yifutian asked with a light smile. With your aptitude, you will surely gain enlightenment to walk the path of the great emperor. I wish that you will not only be admired and feared by the people but also be revered by them and become their faith that will impact many generations to come, Qi Xiangang answered. Teacher, you expect a lot from me, Yifutian remarked while curling the corners of his lips up. If you are just an average Joe, I will only wish that you will be yourself. But you are different. You can rise to the top and stand above all. When that happens, your will affect many people, even the world order. Hence, I ask a lot from you, Qi Xiangang responded. Devil Emperor, Dark Sovereign, and Donghuang the Great influenced the realms under their reigns with their wills. Dark Sovereign believed in absolute darkness. Hence, Dark World was born. When one stood on the summit, their mindsets and beliefs would influence more than just themselves. Well, this is my selfish desire, in a way, Qi Xiangang uttered, flashing a smile. No, Yifutian shook his head. You will always be my teacher and my pride. Yifutian would never forget the extraordinary imperial advisor of Dali and the saying that went, as the heavens movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. Likewise, Qi Xiangang stated while glancing at Yifutian in contentment. The teacher and disciple duo were equally proud of each other. Guess I will take my leave now, Yifutian announced while Qi Xiangang nodded. Brother Feishue, you should stay with our teacher. After speaking, Yifutian went away. Yan Yuan, Feishue, and Qi Xiangang were all smiles as they looked at his silhouette. Although he did not answer yet, it was not all that important. The three of them had faith in him. After that, Qi Xiangang and Yan Yuan went on with their chess game. The former moved one of his chess pieces strenuously. Will Futian reach that tier within 40 years? Yan Yuan uttered. Even if he successfully dislodged Donghuang the Great, I believe he would not write off all the things the latter did for divine prefecture. Yeah. Qi Xiangang nodded. He can differentiate past kindness from old scores. A contribution from a blunder. There was temporary peace in the world after the War of the Six Realms. Although cultivators across the known realms would stir up conflicts from time to time, they did not cause any chaos. After all, they were just a bunch of disunited rabbles without emperor-level forces turning the tide of war. Yifutian did not drown himself in cultivation during that time. Instead, he invited cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum and 9 Supreme Regions to Ruins Continent by repeatedly opening the portal between realms and leading them to the destination. In doing so, more cultivators had the chance to enter the Ruins Continent for their cultivation. Even though they were not powerful enough to fight for the cultivation resources with other stronger individuals, the concentration level of spiritual qi on the land was incomparable with the other realms. As the spiritual qi in God's continent increased and expanded unceasingly, It eventually covered every known region in Original Realm. Even the cultivators in 3,000 realms of the Great Path had already noticed the changes in this part of the world. No one knew what would happen at the end of the line. They were unsure if that change had anything to do with the prophecy of Buddha of Destiny. That day, Feng Gai brought a piece of big news to the people in Yi Imperial Palace. Gossips about the information had already been spread even before the War of the Six Realms. The human realm's representative, Di Hao, proposed to the princess of Donghuang Imperial Palace, Donghuang Diuan. The former wanted a political marriage between the human realm and the divine prefecture. Words spread like wildfire among the cultivators in Ruin's continent and caused an uproar. All the six realms were shaken to their very core. Rumor had it that all the imperial palaces had set their eyes on this topic, including several great emperors. According to some scoops, the said great emperors had already made their way to Donghuang Imperial Palace in the divine prefecture to see the outcome of the political marriage. If that political marriage came to pass, it would bring about a new era. Yi Futian was surprised after hearing the news. All the key figures in Yi Imperial Palace gathered for a meeting right after knowing about it. They were all focused on it, although it was somewhat unrelated to some of them. After all, the impact of the story was too significant. Yi Futian looked at the ground below from the sky stairwell of Yi Imperial Palace. Many people could be seen rushing in his direction. Immediately, he knew words had already gotten out. "I presume all of you have heard about it?" Yi Futian asked. "That's right." Everyone nodded in unison. "What do you think about this?" Yi Futian questioned. They had a conflict with the cultivators from the human realm and the divine prefecture previously. Should the political marriage occur, it would not be a good thing for Yi Futian and Yi Imperial Palace. The entire cultivation world was taken aback by the prophecy of Buddha of Destiny a while ago. Donghuang the Great's fate of the emperor is only 500 years. If that turns out to be true, he did not have much time left. Human realm's marriage proposal is a sensitive topic at this time of day. Human Ancestor is sending a message saying that he is willing to work hand in hand with Donghuang the Great to face uncertainty. Emperor Nan remarked. "Yeah." Lord Taishan nodded. If Donghuang the Great is wary of the prophecy, forming an alliance with human realm through political marriage does more good than harm. Even if something were to happen to him, Donghuang Diuan would still have a place to belong. Human realm picks the perfect timing. The six realms were divided into two sides previously. Each formed their alliance. Yet, a union as such could not hold a candle to one created through political marriage. Human Ancestor was sending a message through this. "Do you think Donghuang the Great will agree to this proposal?" Yi Futian queried. Everyone had a stern expression immediately after hearing that. However, they were not the only people who were pondering this question. At that point, every cultivator in Ruin's continent, including the elites in the six realms, was doing the same. Everyone was waiting for the answer. Countless cultivators in Ruin's continent talked about this topic after hearing this news while waiting for the latest update from Divine Prefecture. No matter what the answer might be, it would undoubtedly cause yet another tumult. It did not matter if Donghuang the Great agreed to the proposal or not. Either way, it would still change the course of the six realms' future. If Donghuang the Great agreed, their alliance would become stronger. But if he declined, their coalition would fall apart. Many cultivators were gathered under the gateway from Divine Prefecture to Ruin's continent. They were all waiting to hear the answer. Once the people in Divine Prefecture got the word, they would bring the news to Ruin's continent first. All the cultivators engaged in battles declared a ceasefire after getting to know about this. Through this alone, one could imagine how huge the impact of the news was. After hearing Yi Futian's question, Emperor Nan replied, "I think Donghuang the Great will turn it down." Emperor Nan had always revered Donghuang the Great. Apart from the clash of the twin great emperors, the latter did not have any shortcomings. Although the former was considered the enemy of Divine Prefecture after following Yi Futian, he still thought Donghuang the Great would decline the proposal. "I seconded that," Lord Taishan stated. "He will decline," a voice said. It was the former palace lord of West Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture's ancient god clan. Human Ancestor plans to restrain Donghuang the Great through this proposal. "I tell you, it's impossible. Donghuang the Great will reject him." he added. The tone of his voice was brimmed with confidence. After all, as the helmsman of ancient god clan, he understood Dong Huang the Great pretty well. Many people voiced their opinions. Yet all of them thought that Dong Huang the Great would decline. Yi Futian was taken by surprise upon hearing that. It seemed like Dong Huang the Great had impacted many people with his incredible charisma. Let's go out and wait for the news, Yi Futian uttered. After that, he led his people out of Yi Imperial Palace all the way to Outer Realms to wait for the result from the Divine Prefecture. The people over there might have gotten the news, but it would take some time for word to reach here. After some time, a clamor was heard from afar while a silhouette could be seen rushing toward them. Meanwhile, someone was heard yelling, "He rejected." A hint of astonishment flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. The result was exactly like what the others predicted. Dong Huang the Great really declined Human Realm's political marriage proposal. Although they had seen it coming, the news was rather impactful withal. Dong Huang the Great only gave a short answer. The people from Human Realm were not invited into the gate of the Imperial Palace. Someone could be heard shouting. Dong Huang the Great said the exact words from afar. It's inappropriate to adopt human ancestors' disciple into Dong Huang Imperial Palace. Please forgive us for not inviting you in. Even though everyone had predicted the outcome, their hearts skipped a beat upon hearing the answer. However, it was not just the people here. Every cultivator in Ruin's continent felt the same after knowing Dong Huang the Great's answer. Dong Huang the Great presumed the other party would be adopted into his family before asking them for details. Heck, he did not even allow the Human Realm's cultivators to enter his imperial palace. A proposal for political marriage? Dong Huang the Great's attitude toward this was telling the Human Realm cultivators that they were unworthy. Yi Futian was confounded. He had never thought that Dong Huang the Great would give such an insult answer and did not even try to be courteous at all. It was as if the latter was telling the other party to return to where they had crawled out from. It seemed like Dark Sovereign was right all along. The relationship between the Human Realm and the Divine Prefecture was not as good as everyone had imagined. The people in Divine Prefecture applauded with praise. Human Ancestor wanted how to marry Dong Huang Dun. Dong Huang the Great presumed that the second mentioned was to become a live-in son-in-law. But even so, he was not worthy. And inside Dark Court, a silhouette could be seen staring into the distance. Rumors circulated around the Outer Realms that the great emperors had gone to Dong Huang Imperial Palace. But the truth was they did not. However, they were following the news as well. After hearing Dong Huang the Great's reply, Dark Sovereign commented with a smile, Dong Huang has got a spine. Human Ancestor's proposal at such a sensitive period was more than just the mere appearance. He must have wished to test the waters. Nevertheless, Dong Huang the Great was being uncourteous with his reply. With that, the rift between the two forces would increase significantly. He was interested to see how everything would play out. The remaining great emperors had their thoughts about this after receiving the news. Suddenly, the situation in the Six Realms had become precarious and unpredictable. How strong would the so-called alliance be? Yi Futian and the others discussed this topic outside Yi Imperial Palace at that time. Supreme Swordlord said, even though we knew that Dong Huang the Great would reject the proposal, we had never expected him to answer in such an insulting manner. It looks like he offended Human Ancestor. I had asked about your opinions earlier. All of you thought that Dong Huang the Great would decline. Human Ancestor is not a fool. If the outcome is one that we can predict, why would he still send his people to propose marriage? I believe the real reason behind this action is more than what meets the eye. Yi Futian frowned and continued, why did Human Ancestor do that? For one, we cannot rule out the fact that Human Ancestor might have wanted to see Dong Huang the Great's reaction by proposing marriage or testing the water. Supreme Swordlord went on, why would Human Ancestor test Dong Huang the Great though? Well, it'd only make sense if they were not on good terms since day one. They did it despite knowing the other party hated their guts, Yi Futian stated. This might have something to do with the death of Emperor Yi Qing, Supreme Swordlord added. There were many versions of stories about Emperor Yi Qing's death back then. The clash of the twin great emperors was started by Dong Huang the Great, who coveted power, authority, and the throne. So, he murdered the former and even went as far as to wipe off many of his subordinates. It was a massacre. This is why he had always been a subject of condemnation. No one in Divine Prefecture dared to mention that genocide. It eventually became taboo. For 100 years had passed since then. In retrospect, Dong Huang might have felt the pressure that came from Outer Realm at that time. If that were the case, human ancestor might have wanted Emperor Yi Qing to die all along. Yi Futian murmured as he recounted something the Dark Sovereign had mentioned before. It was logical if this turned out to be true. Human ancestor was standing on the same side as Dark Sovereign back then. Only one of the twin great emperor could remain. Hence, the merciless mass murder happened. Nonetheless, Dong Huang the Great had always carried the guilt with him all the time. Therefore, he did not kill Yi Futian but spared the latter all this while. Things made more sense if that were the case. However, there was still one thing that Yi Futian could not understand about Dong Huang the Great. During the former's conversation with his teacher, Qi Shengang, the latter mentioned that people of Dong Huang the Great's caliber would always have a firm and unshakable belief. Individuals like Devil Emperor and Dark Sovereign did not hide their thoughts and beliefs. It was pretty apparent. What about Dong Huang the Great? To understand Dong Huang the Great, he would need to know what was the belief and goal of the former. In all likelihood, Dong Huang the Great's disciples might not even know about it. We don't know how this will affect the 6 realms. However, it has nothing to do with us as of now. We should go back, Yi Futian announced. He took this news very seriously, or else he would not have come out. Although it had nothing to do with them currently, he thought that this seemingly insignificant matter would affect the entire 6 realms' future. If human ancestors' purpose was to test Dong Huang the Great's attitude, what would the former do after knowing the result? It was a question that no one had to answer to at that time. With that, all of them returned to Yi Imperial Palace and put the matter at the back of their minds. After all, it did not affect them much. The most important thing to them was to focus on their cultivation. A month later, Old Ma rushed in to report that someone wished to see Yi Futian as he cultivated inside the Imperial Palace. Standing on the ladder outside the Great Hall of the Imperial Palace, Yi Futian looked forward and saw a silhouette who did not use the ladder but came flying in the air. Most of the cultivators in Yi Imperial Palace were upset with that figure. However, that person exuded a powerful aura where divine light circled their body. They must be a top-tier cultivator. A while later, a slender figure in green stood before Yi Futian, shooting him a sharp and condescending look. The former put an arrogant air around him and did not respect the latter. After scrutinizing that person, Yi Futian was sure that he had seen this uninvited visitor before. After Di Hao was injured during that war, several powerful cultivators of the human realm came from heaven beyond heaven to God's ruins continent. Those individuals were ancient beings with some of the highest cultivation levels. This visitor was one of them. A cultivator from human realm came to Yi Imperial Palace. Was that the aftermath brought by the marriage proposal? Yi Futian remained taciturn and stared at the visitor calmly. Then he emanated an unseen aura while divine light covered his body. After all, it was insolent to behave like that on the grounds of Yi Imperial Palace. After their powerful auras clashed, Yi Futian noticed that the other party had become one entity with heaven and earth. The pressure he exuded was so intimidating that it was comparable to Di Hao's. A turquoise divine light circulated around Yi Futian's body as he took a step forward. Immediately, the whole atmosphere quivered while an authority of heaven came pressing down from the sky. He piped up, "If you are here to look for trouble, I will not hesitate to take you down." After speaking, a stinging aura unleashed. The visitor immediately raised his head to stare and said, "A divine matrix." After that, he set his eyes on Yi Futian and carried on. "Not bad. However, if you wish to defeat Dong Huang the Great and get your revenge, it would be empty talk without becoming a great emperor yourself." Yi Futian did not reply but glanced at him quietly. "A path of the emperors has been opened now. If you are willing, you may take this path of the emperors," the visitor remarked. "What path of the emperors?" Yi Futian asked. "What was human realm playing at? You are talented. Perhaps you have the aptitude to become a great emperor. But without an opportunity to walk on the path of the emperors, you shall never hope to reach that tier. Now there's a chance before your very eyes. Whether to grab it or not all depends on your choice. The visitor went on. Yi Futian, will you follow me back to human realm and be a disciple of human ancestor? Ha! Yi Futian's pupils shrunk when he heard that. The expressions of Yi Imperial Palace's cultivators turned grim as they glared at the man who hovered before the ladder. This man wanted Yi Futian to go to human realm and be a disciple of human ancestor? Things went just as they had expected. The repercussions following the marriage proposal had begun to take place. The human realm had already started to plot against the divine prefecture. The human realm had found him, claiming there was a path of the emperors that wanted him to join the human ancestor. Clearly, they wanted to help him against Dong Huang the Great. The marriage proposal had caused the fissures between the two great emperor-level forces to expand. Perhaps the human ancestor and Dong Huang the Great were clearer about their relationship. I give my thanks to the human ancestor for his appreciation. However, I have my own path and will not cultivate under the human realm, Yi Futian replied calmly. He rejected the other directly. How could he go to the human realm? The present situation was so complicated. The best solution for him was to act by staying still. He was already trying to survive among the cracks and find a path of the emperors. If he took one wrong step, everything would fail. Your own path. After hearing Yi Futian's words, the other showed some scorn, seeming to find it laughable. He said to Yi Futian, the heavenly path collapsed after the ancient age of gods ended. Why are there only a few great emperors? Are you really naive enough to think that you can find the path of the emperors by yourself? The heavenly path collapsed, and the path of the emperors was severed. All of those who became emperors had found special opportunities. This is also why the discovery of the gods' ruins continent represents the start of a new age. Countless possibilities have appeared, but from what we see now, the path of the emperors is still severed. Now, the human ancestor can help you find a path of the emperors. You must think carefully. The other spoke calmly with an arrogant tone, giving Yi Futian a huge chance. If you miss this, you will not have another chance, he said. Why would the human ancestor help him find a path of the emperors? Yi Futian's heart quivered at these words. Of course, it wasn't because he was tempted. Instead, it was because why would the human ancestor be able to help him find a path of the emperors? Did this mean that the human ancestor himself controlled some special opportunities? I would still like to try. The path of the emperors is cut off, but there are still 6 emperors in the world. Why can't I? Yi Futian replied. The other took a deep look at Yi Futian with some hints of mockery. He was an ancient figure and had cultivated for countless years. Up to now, he had seen too many extraordinary figures. No one knew how many shining and talented figures had existed in the previous chaotic era. But what were their ends like? The best were cultivating in isolation like them and finding their own path. But the longer you lived, the higher your cultivation, the more clearly you understood that the path of the emperors had been cut off. As Yi Futian was very young. In this era, he belonged to an extraordinary group and was naturally very confident. After his cultivation reached the peak and some more years passed, he would understand. He looked at Yi Futian with a mocking gaze and said, one day you'll understand what you missed. With that, he turned and started walking, leaving this place and quickly disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Yi Futian looked at the leaving backside and furrowed his brows slightly. Many cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace came over here. They all looked at the figure disappearing into the distance. That man is so crazily proud, someone murmured. He must be a strong elder. He seems young, but he's definitely an ancient and supreme figure who had cultivated in the human realm until coming out in this day and age, the Supreme Swordlord said. The human ancestor sent these people out of the mountains and had tried earlier to test Dong Huang, the Great's attitude with the marriage alliance. What exactly is he planning? What goal did the human ancestor have? He vaguely felt that there was a deeper meaning to what the human ancestor's actions, but they didn't know yet. Plus, since the human ancestor could send people to find me, then he might be looking for other top figures in the divine prefecture, Yi Futian said. The human realm might be trying to overthrow the divine prefecture. That is indeed possible. The Supreme Swordlord nodded. Especially if he uses the path of the emperors as bait, how many top figures would be able to resist the temptation? The Dong Huang Imperial Palace doesn't control the forces of the divine prefecture directly. Other than the forces they dominate directly, and the manners of the 18 domains, all the forces and cultivators are free, like how I'm here today. Also, since the human ancestor is an ancient great emperor, he must know even more. He has a rich heritage, and this in itself is very tempting to many top figures. Many strong cultivators might be persuaded to leave the divine prefecture. If a conflict erupts between the human realm and divine prefecture, then won't the dark world, devil realm, and other forces be there to reap the benefits? Yifutian asked in a low voice. Why was the human ancestor doing this? And why would Donghuang the Great act so domineering during the marriage alliance? He could say many things to reject the human realm, but he chose the most direct way. He did not hide his unhappiness at all and humiliated the one who'd come to propose. You had to look at a dog's master before hitting it. The one Donghuang the Great humiliated was the human ancestor in the back. His direct disciple Di Hao had come to propose marriage? He wasn't even qualified to enter the Donghuang imperial palace as an in-law. Don't know how Donghuang the Great will deal with this? The Supreme Sword Lord said. If Donghuang the Great and the human ancestor turn on each other, then the Dark Court, Devil Realm, and other forces will take advantage of this. It goes without saying. At that time, the Divine Prefecture might be surrounded by enemies. The Dark World and Devil Realm won't mind taking the Divine Prefecture first. Thus, I don't understand Donghuang the Great's intent. Perhaps he has his own plan. Yifutian nodded. The current situation was becoming harder to understand. How will the 6 realms be in the future? As for the Donghuang the Great's 500-year fate of the Emperor, would he be the one to end it in 40 years? Or would it be the human ancestors group? If this situation continued worsening, it was indeed possible. After a pause, Yifutian took a deep breath and said, "We're getting more and more pressed for time. I vaguely feel that there will be another huge change in the world. We must hurry and cultivate the path of the emperors." How could he step into the great emperor plane sooner? He could only enter the emperor plane to truly contend with the 6 realms. Right now, he was only a chess piece. The 6 emperors did not truly respect him. Everyone nodded, showing that they agreed with Yifutian's words. They also had this feeling. Dark currents were flowing through the 6 realms right now, and an intense storm could occur at any time. Let's all go cultivate. Those who have gone past the second divine tribulation of the great path must enter the near-deity plane as soon as possible, while those who have gone through the first divine tribulation should go through the second as soon as possible, Yifutian said. He set down the other thoughts for now. For them right now, they could only remain unchanging to respond to the changes. Only cultivation could improve the Yi Imperial Palace's level. Yes, Palace Lord. All the strong cultivators bowed and left this place, heading to cultivate. Yifutian looked into the distance and took a deep breath. He felt a formless pressure, the pressure from the outer realms. With the current situation, any carelessness could be fatal. As a chess piece, he may be abandoned at any time too. Yifutian was not arrogant enough to think that his relationship with the Devil Emperor and Dark Sovereign was very stable. It was year 10,150 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. The God's Ruins continent had gone through the accumulation of time. After cycling through chaos to peace countless times, many extraordinary figures had appeared. The population of the place was great too. Cultivators from all the worlds had come here, taking root and growing stronger. More and more forces were established here. In terms of the overall level, this God's Ruins continent was stronger than any realm of the 7 realms. Of course, this continent itself got its power from the forces of the original realm that had moved from the 7 realms. There was also an interesting phenomenon in recent years. The cultivators from the original realm mostly gathered in the territory covered by the Yi Imperial Palace. They were stationed there, as if seeing the Yi Imperial Palace as the center, agreeing by default that the Yi Imperial Palace represented the forces of the original realm. Of course, most of them had come to the Ruins continent to cultivate through the space passage created by the Yi Imperial Palace. So they naturally felt closer to the Yi Imperial Palace and viewed it as a place they revered. In addition, the disciples that had originally studied at the Heavenly Mandate Academy had gradually matured and strengthened. They held great authority among the original realm cultivators in the outside world. It was even more so for the people who had come from the Ziwei Imperial Palace. As for the forces outside of the original realm, they were developing non-stop too. They crossed through their cultivation realm and the ruins world, improving their abilities while preserving relative peace. No large-scale conflicts had erupted in the past few years. However, there was still something that caused a commotion. It was the dark undercurrent of the Seven Realms. This event was still related to the marriage alliance from a few years back. After the human realm had been rejected and humiliated, their relationship with the divine prefecture worsened subtly too. Not too long after that event, the human realm invited the top figures of the Seven Realms to a sparring session in the human realm. There had been many guesses about this sparring session. The general public was not familiar with it, but according to rumors, the human realm wanted to win over the strongest figures of all the worlds. This naturally included the top figures of the divine prefecture. Apparently, many strong cultivators had gone, including famous people from the divine prefecture, who had gone secretly. As for what exactly happened there, no one knew. The Yi Imperial Palace did not participate. A strong cultivator of the human realm had gone personally to invite Yufutian to cultivate in the human realm and learn from the human ancestor, but Yufutian had rejected him. This meant that he had missed the chance to get close with the human realm. At this time, a mysterious yet strong aura covered the land within the Yi Imperial Palace. This vast Yi Imperial Palace was like a true emperor-level palace. It was extremely magnificent, and the formless weight that filled the sky above it was like the might of an emperor. Many top figures had gathered within the Yi Imperial Palace. Many strong figures had gone through the divine tribulation of the Great Path, especially since many people had had breakthroughs these past few years. After the previous storm, Yi Futian had ordered the strong cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace cultivate in peace and improve themselves. The strong figures of the Yi Imperial Palace all followed Yi Futian's orders and worked hard on cultivating, trying their best to reach another level before the drastic changes occurred. This way, they could react to the changes. With such a cultivation environment, as well as pills, various divine techniques, and other cultivation resources, their abilities had improved quickly. Yi Futian sat in the cultivation court at the peak of the Yi Imperial Palace. Divine light circled him. With his body as the core, the green divine light enveloped the boundless world. It reached the sky along the divine wall, passed through the matrix, and extended and enveloped the vast Yi Imperial Palace. Right now, the entire Yi Imperial Palace was under the envelopment of his divine consciousness. Naturally, it was also covered by the domain of his will of the Great Way. It was like his small world. Under his divine consciousness, he could see all the cultivators. He could easily see the cultivation statuses of Third Brother Gu Donglu, the Supreme Sword Lord, Fang Xiyuan, and Xia Qingyuan. They all knew this and did not care that Yi Futian was watching them. When they ran into problems with cultivating, they would communicate directly with Yi Futian like this. Fang Xiyuan and the others especially would often speak up directly to ask about cultivation. Yi. Just then, a figure stood up in a cultivation spot of the Yi Imperial Palace and looked up at the sky. His figure was burlesque and filled with aggressive force. He actually called directly to the sky. There was a strong wave of qi in the atrium. It gathered into an illusory face. It was Yi Futian's face. What is wrong? A voice came out of that illusion. It was Yi Futian's figure, but his true self was still cultivating in isolation. This illusory figure was only formed by his consciousness. I just comprehended a shred of power of the dragon god from the dragon god's corpse. After combining it into my will of the fighting god, I can have a breakthrough. Do you want to try? Dou Zhao said a bit excitedly. Yi Futian had once exchanged a dragon god's corpse with Xia Qingyuan. It was mainly to help the demon clan cultivate, especially the dragon clan. Dou Zhao had comprehended a shred of the power of the dragon god too. Okay. The illusion in the sky answered. Dou Zhao's figure instantly shot into the sky, his body transforming into a giant. Like a god of war, a frightening war rune with divine light appeared between his brows. Countless symbols of the word war floated in the sky, and an immense will of war burst forth. In an instant, the vast land was filled with an extremely chaotic aura. The combat power was shocking. In the Yi Imperial Palace, Many people in the distance felt the strong will that shot into the clouds and all looked over. They saw the aura of war shoot up, and a war godlike figure rose up, zooming murderously into the sky. It was Dozhao. He had gone through the first divine tribulation of the Great Path countless years ago. Such a strong aura. The abilities of Dozhao are getting scarier nowadays. I must cultivate hard too, someone whispered, their heart quivering nowadays. The abilities of the cultivators in the Yi Imperial Palace were getting more and more frightening. If they didn't work hard in cultivating, they would get left in the dust. Open, Dozhao roared. He transformed into the war god, and his will of war continued to be pushed to the max. He rushed into the sky, and battle intent filled the air instantly. The war god was about to shatter the void. But just then, the illusory figure in the sky stamped his foot, making the world thunder. It stepped directly onto that war god's body, and the aggressive war god that had shot into the sky dropped down even faster. It had been stepped on and forced down directly. Boom! There was a huge boom and some buildings collapsed. Many people's hearts clenched fiercely. They all mourned for the war god that had disappeared. So sad. He has gotten cocky, someone murmured before turning to start cultivating again. He has indeed gotten cocky, someone else said. Dozhao could have dueled with anyone, so why did he have to go for Yifutian? Wasn't he asking for it? Did he not know his level after going through the divine tribulation of the Great Path? Little Condor, you can duel with Dozhao when you have time, Yifutian's voice said in the void. Okay. Condor-sama had flown over from somewhere. He transformed into a giant bird and dove straight towards Dozhao. Soon there were some huge booms and pained cries. One could vaguely make out pleas of "I'm sorry." Yifutian saw all of this. He opened his eyes now and looked up into the sky. His plane was getting stronger and stronger, but he still had not had any tangible changes. The third divine tribulation still had not come. But in reality, his cultivation now was incomparable to how it had been. He could feel that he was much stronger. Would he reach the near-god plane? Yifutian was even thinking about what kind of plane the near-god plane was. It was originally a plane of void. It was known as the path they must cross to become a great emperor and the ultimate door they would pass into. However, his cultivation was different from the others. He was still stuck at the pinnacle of the Renhuang plane at present. Even though he had gone through 2 divine tribulations, he still had not become a tribulation cultivator like the others. His tribulations were different from the others. This was why Yifutian was thinking and even doubting a bit. Dozhao is begging for mercy. Won't you let little Condor release him? Hua Jieyu said with a smile as she walked over. That guy deserves a beating. Little Condor can spark his bloodthirstiness and give him some motivation, Yifutian said with a laugh. He trolled Dozhao purposely for disturbing his cultivation. He indeed deserves it. You were frustrated about cultivation and he disturbed you, Hua Jieyu said. However, you should not be too impatient. Cultivation has no instant success. Instead, it takes time. Once you comprehend enough of a plane, you will naturally break down the walls. It is just that your cultivation is special, so your walls are higher than the others, but your abilities are stronger too. And yes, Yifutian nodded. Overthinking without comprehension is indeed meaningless. Do what you can to the best of your abilities, and what should come will come naturally at the right time, Hua Jieyu continued. I understand. Yifutian nodded and continued to cultivate. He entered a state of complete focus. The moment he started cultivating, he put away all other thoughts and entered his world to see his true self clearly. Time passed unknowingly. Yifutian was immersed in his own cultivation. That day, many people in the territory controlled by the Yi Imperial Palace looked up to the sky. There were strands of shocking aura in the void. They all looked up to the sky and then saw a group of strong cultivators descend from the sky. This group was clearly from different parties, but all the parties' auras were frightening to the max. Who are they? The hearts of the cultivators were all racing. These auras were exceedingly frightening, especially the few at the front. Like gods, their gazes swept across the ground with disdain, as if they were looking at ants. Those gazes made many cultivators feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, some even sensed danger. Before they could react, a destructive bolt of golden lightning appeared in the sky. It traveled across the high sky, containing the incredible intent of destruction. Then one of the strong figures pointed downward with a finger. The destructive golden lightning instantly swept down murderously like it meant to destroy the world. The many people were shocked immediately and they hurried towards the distance, wanting to escape. But that destructive golden lightning seemed to contain divine power. Every cultivator it hit was instantly turned to dust. They could not resist at all and died tragically under the golden lightning. The ground split apart and terrifying cracks opened up. The golden lightning continued spreading into the distance as if the ground had broken apart. The cultivators in this vast space started fleeing madly. The destructive aura in the sky above their heads was still there, and they all felt a dangerous intent. These people had come with the intent of murder. "Run! Notify Palace Lord Yi!" someone yelled. They seemed to want to ask Palace Lord Yi for help, but as soon as he finished speaking, a golden bolt of lightning struck his body. His entire body disappeared under the golden lightning, and his soul was scattered. He did not even have a corpse left. The group of cultivators looked at the Yi Imperial Palace in the distance, and their eyes were filled with scorn, along with a murderous aura. Notify the Yi Imperial Palace? There was no hurry. They had come to destroy the Yi Imperial Palace. Everything would end today. The Yi Imperial Palace and Ziwei Segmentum would become history. This was not Yi Futian's era. He never had an era. He was only a talented junior who had fallen before he could fully rise up. So what if he was extremely talented? What could he change? They came today, representing the god of death. Boom! Countless huge palm prints fell from the sky. Nothing survived in their paths. Everyone was killed instantly under the attacks of the palm prints, and huge dents from the palms appeared on the ground. Everyone was fleeing wildly, but the moment that disaster came, they could only pray. The destructive blows kept raining down as if the Reaper had come to this land. Who is wreaking havoc here? Beautiful divine light of the great path flowed in from the distance. It was the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace hurrying over. They were the ones who had joined the Ziwei Imperial Palace before, and now many of them had reached the pinnacle of the Renhuang Plain. Their hearts trembled after feeling the destructive intent too. These people were extremely frightening, but they must come to stop them. Of course, they had also notified the Yi Imperial Palace. As soon as they finished speaking, a destructive divine formation appeared in the sky. Then disparaging sword intent rained down, creating endless stabbing sounds. They did not even have the time to yell out in pain before dying tragically under the attacks. They could not even think of resistance. Right now, this place was like hell on earth. No one knew how many cultivators had died in an instant. This cruel and cold-blooded bloodshed had not happened on the Ruins continent in many years, but it had happened here today. And many people felt despair. They could not even flee, but the strong cultivators did not seem to care about their lives. The murder was only done offhandedly. They traveled directly across the sky. Everywhere they passed, countless people were turned to dust. Their goal was the Yi Imperial Palace. These top figures had come for the Yi Imperial Palace to destroy the Yi Imperial Palace. Everyone, retreat! A voice filled the atrium. No one could resist, so everyone began to do so. Clearly, the strong cultivators had realized that these people had come for blood, and they could not be stopped at all. This group of strong cultivators was frighteningly powerful. Anyone who wanted to stop them would be like trying to stop a mountain with a stick. They could not even take one hit, so they could only retreat. It would be enough if they could live on. At the same time as that voice, a divine sword appeared in the distance. It carried the supreme sword will and transformed into various boundless and huge swords, coming down at the strong cultivators who had come to kill. There were strings of thunderous noises. The huge swords contained supreme might. The supreme swordlord's figure appeared outside the Yi Imperial Palace, coming out with a group of strong cultivators. They all had very uncomfortable expressions. They stared at the incoming strong cultivators in the distance, advancing with destruction. They saw countless beams of golden divine light sweeping through the void. They transformed into a golden divine sword. The sword did not contain any sword intent. It was only indestructible divine power, but it had transformed into a sword to kill and then formed attacks. It was not a swordsman. But in that instant, all the divine swords were swept away and destroyed. The golden divine sword disintegrated the sword of the Supreme Swordlord, making the Supreme Swordlord's expression turn ugly. He stared at the group of advancing strong cultivators. They had become too strong. Emperor's might radiated subtly from their bodies, and divine power flowed around them. They were unstoppable as they tried to destroy the Yi Imperial Palace. The number of strong cultivators who had come out after the Supreme Swordlord also had very uncomfortable expressions. They all saw that the Supreme Swordlord could not stop them either. If this group attacked, they would probably not prevent them. Retreat. Go in. The Supreme Swordlord saw the cold stares shoot over across the sky and instantly made the decision. He ordered the retreat, making everyone return to the Yi Imperial Palace. Being outside was suicide. They were not the group's match and would only be massacred. This was meaningless death. The strong cultivators who had come out all followed the order to retreat and returned to the Yi Imperial Palace. Seeing them disappear, the cultivators in the distance did not mind either. Their eyes held some mockery as if staring at their prey. They had already reached this place, and those people still wanted to escape? They must all die. None of the strong cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace should think of surviving. They would all be massacred and the Ziwei Imperial Palace would be wiped out. The group of strong cultivators continued forward. In the sweep of an arm, who knew how many people lost their lives? They killed mindlessly, and everywhere they passed was turned to dust. It was as if people's lives were just like weeds to them and the cultivators were like ants. This also made everyone feel despair. When faced with absolute power, they were indeed like ants. They did not even have the qualifications to resist. They could only watch as the Reaper descended and then they would disappear from the world. Plus, the Supreme Swordlord had come out and then retreated. Even they could not stop these people's bloodshed. The core figures of the Ziwei segmentum were gathered within the Yi Imperial Palace. Right now, the entire Yi Imperial Palace was shaken. The Supreme Swordlord's roar had woken all the cultivators with shock. Then they learned what had happened in the outside world. Strong enemies had come to invade the Yi Imperial Palace. Various figures shot into the sky. Strong auras of the Great Path radiated out, and their eyes were frigid. People had actually come to kill. No one had broken in since the Yi Imperial Palace had been constructed. This was the first time, but just this once put them against a huge catastrophe. Yi Futian was cultivating in isolation, but such a great matter naturally shocked him awake at once. A frightening will of the Great Path spread out in the sky above the Yi Imperial Palace. An illusory figure appeared in the sky. The Vajra region, Haoyin clan, Jiang clan, and other ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture have allied and attacked us, the Supreme Swordlord announced. His voice spread across the entire Yi Imperial Palace, resonating through this land. They have committed massacres in the outer realms and are almost here. In Cultivation, Yi Futian opened his eyes. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky, combining with the illusory figure. His expression did not look good. The ancient god clans had always been a danger. After the great emperor intent of the ancient god clans was awoken, they became extremely threatening. They had always been trying to cultivate faster than the others and get rid of the other. Before this, the ancient god clans had kept a low cover and never attacked him. But today they had attacked together and were committing so much bloodshed. Yi Futian understood that the other side seemed to be very confident. Then, it was very likely they had taken a critical step and had experienced a transformation. That was why they dared to attack the Yi Imperial Palace so crazily. What step had they cultivated to? Boom. Following a considerable boom, the group of strong cultivators burst into the Yi Imperial Palace. It was indeed the alliance of the few ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture in the past. This allied force had wanted to destroy them more than once. They had attacked the Ziwei segmentum countless times before, but they all paid heavy prices. Tianyan City had especially been destroyed. The will of the Tianyan the Great had been wiped out, and the divine weapons had been taken. But the heritages of the other ancient god clans were still there, and they always hid their strongest trump card. They had fought before, but they had never been confident in destroying the other and had always been waiting. Now they seemed one step faster than him and had come here to attack directly. A storm of the great path flowed in the atrium. Yi Futian's illusory figure seemed to appear in the sky. He stared at the incoming strong cultivators. The Lord of the Vajra realm and countless other top cultivators also looked up into the sky. Their eyes were like divine eyes, containing extremely sharp intents, along with a hint of disdainful air. They were like high and mighty gods who did not care for anything here and were extremely scornful. Seeing those eyes, Yi Futian knew that these ancient figures probably had done what Tianyan the Great had done back then. They had controlled the physical bodies that they'd borrowed step by step. Back then, Tianyan the Great had possessed Wang Zhao's body and finally became one with him. Wang Zhao had disappeared, and Tianyan the Great had been reborn. Now, the few rulers of the ancient god clans had probably become the shells of the great emperors. Yi Futian, the Vajra realm's lord, yelled. His eyes had turned golden and were extremely sharp. Divine power seemed to flow in his eyes, and he stared scornfully at Yi Futian's body. It seems that in the end you are still a bit slow, he said. After today, this star figure who had risen from the original realm will be eradicated from the world. Slow? Yi Futian could feel that gust of divine power and could feel the strong confidence in the other's eyes. The great emperor had been revived and attacked the Yi imperial palace to take his life. Several other great emperors had come at the same time too. They thought highly of him. You all were great emperors before too. How can you massacre the innocent? Yi Futian asked coldly. They were great emperors but massacring wildly. How could people of the outer realms resist the killing of a former great emperor? They are nothing but ants. In that era, not even one of 10 cultivators could survive. This is nothing, they said coldly. They did not care for the people's lives at all. To them, the masses were like ants. So, you'll even possess and devour your own juniors? Yi Futian's eyes were cold. These great emperors disrespected the masses. It is their honor to be able to combine with our consciousnesses, the Vajra realm lord said coldly. Supported by the divine power, his entire aura had changed drastically and was completely different from the original Vajra realm lord. It was like Wang Zhao after being possessed by Tianyan the Great. At this time, another figure appeared in the sky. It was Xianxia. She was also from an ancient god clan and had some similarities. She looked at the group in the lower sky and said coldly, since you all have stepped onto this path, as the Buddha of Destiny said, the age of gods will appear. You all will have the chance to recover your emperor position. You're no longer your original self, so why remain obsessed with the past rivalries? They all gazed at Xianxia. They knew that Xianxia was a bit special too, like them. After all, they had all inherited the forces of the ancient god clans. If he is only an ordinary person, then he is an ant in my eyes. I would not lower myself to make this trip. You also said that I will recover my emperor position in the future. How can I leave such a threat here? They were a bit worried because of how extraordinary Yi Futian was. They worried that Yi Futian would enter the great emperor plane one day, becoming their threat. After all, it was incredibly difficult for them to come back to life. They had gone through a long passage of time for the change in the world to finally come and give them a chance to return to the world and the past. They were not like Tianyan the Great. It seems that the fallen gods of the past have fear in their hearts, Yi Futian said coldly, with hints of mockery. These figures who had once been great emperors feared him and thus came to kill him. Say whatever you want. Today, all of this will cease to exist. The other party replied indifferently. They were dismissive of Yi Futian's words. It should not have been so fast. Furrowing her brows, Xianxia said, How did you all do it? She was like these people. Naturally, she knew some things. What methods did you all take to reach this step? Xianxia continued to ask. Hearing Xianxia's words, Yi Futian also had a surprised expression. Then he seemed to think of something and asked, You all went to the human realm? Naturally, he knew about that matter too. Of course, he also remembered how the human ancestor had sent someone to invite him before. At that time, they had guessed that the human realm might convince some top cultivators of the divine prefecture to join them. Then, these big ancient god clans may very well be among them. Plus, these ancient god clans all had former great emperors. The human ancestors' promise would be the most tempting and attractive to them. A sharp flash of murderous intent appeared in the eyes of the Vajra realm lord. While divine power surged, he raised his hands and pointed straight up at Xianxia in the sky. The finger penetrated the skies, and a frightening beam of golden light appeared in the void, going towards Xianxia instantly. Boom! A blur flashed by, and Yi Futian's figure appeared, taking Xianxia away from her original spot. The frightening divine power stabbed into the void, and it was like a hole opened up in the heavens penetrated by the divine power. "Step back," Yi Futian said. Xianxia's situation was the same as the other side before, but she was no longer their match. These people had already been possessed and completed a critical transformation. Yi Futian was unclear about how strong they were now, but since they dared to charge into the Yi Imperial Palace, they were very confident they could kill them. "Everyone step back," Yi Futian said. Instantly, many people retreated. They all understood that they would not do much in this battle. The vast Yi Imperial Palace became extremely depressed. Even though this place was huge, it did not mean anything for strong cultivators of this level. Their attacks could cover it directly. Yi Futian had a thought, and instantly, frightening will of the emperor flooded out. Green divine light shone in the heavens. At the same time, countless runes appeared in the sky above the Yi Imperial Palace. It was like a curtain of light. These runes were all runes of the Sword Way, containing immense swordsmanship chi. At the same time, an emperor-level divine sword hovered at the peak of the Yi Imperial Palace, pulsing with immense sword will. Yi Futian's figure seemed to have become one with the world here. His will became the will of the land. The runes in the heavens transformed into the sharpest divine swords and quickly unified into a huge divine sword. Then Yi Futian pointed down the sky. The divine sword instantly stabbed down murderously, carrying the immense will of the sword. Poof! The sharp sound ripped apart the void. The frightening divine sword ignored the distance in the space and pierced down murderously, stabbing toward the Vajra realm lord. This sword attack was extremely shocking. It broke apart the land like a sword that would destroy the world. It was aggressive and domineering, tearing apart the space. Countless beams of sword will buried that portion of the sky. Emperor weapon, divine formation. The strong cultivators of the ancient god clans looked up into the sky. The great emperors were all stunned while looking at the incoming sword. As expected, it was correct for them to have not come in the past. If they had attacked here before, they probably would not be able to fend off such a divine sword attack. A storm of divine power suddenly swept up around the Vajra realm lord. In an instant, unsurmountable divine might enveloped the land and sky. With his body as the core, the Vajra realm's divine power converged into a frightening curtain of light. There seemed to be a god behind him. The terrifying storm of divine power gathered, and the ancient god of the Vajra realm pointed forward. It was like a true heavenly god's point. Countless beams of finger light shone forth, and they were all created from the Vajra realm's divine power. And the pointed finger went straight towards the frighteningly intense incoming divine sword. The Vajra realm lord did not avoid it and faced the sword attack squarely. For his current state, any being below the great emperor plane were like ants. He did not care. Even if a true great emperor released emperor weapons and divine formations, why would he care? The two attacks clashed together, and a muffled sound was emitted from the entire Yi Imperial Palace. It was as if the space was being ripped apart as the destructive windstorm swept through the place. The Vajra realm's divine power was an indestructible and sharp divine power. Even when it crashed against the huge sword, it still stabbed through directly. The huge divine sword broke bit by bit from the center and crumbled. After the divine sword was destroyed, the divine power of the Vajra realm was still there. When the destructive windstorm scattered, Yi Futian's eyes grew extremely grave. He stared down from the sky. He could mostly get a feel of the other party's abilities from this attack. It was only one person, but he was already this strong, while there were countless figures of this level on the other side. How could he counter them? The Vajra realm lord's eyes held some shades of mockery. They had killed all the way here, sweeping all of the beings, but he actually was not as impatient now. He kind of felt bad about killing a cultivator like Yi Futian, who was qualified to become a great emperor. Yi Futian, I can give you a way to survive. Will you choose it? The Vajra realm lord asked. His voice held penetrative power, and the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace felt their eardrums hurt. The former great emperor had combined with the Vajra realm lord, becoming one. He had recovered his divine power, and though he still had not recovered to his prime, he was already under the emperor plane. Even his voice contained divine power. The people of the Yi Imperial Palace could feel it. They felt hopeless and looked up at Yi Futian in the sky. Perhaps they would face unprecedented danger today. Would they be able to reverse the tides this time? A way to survive? Yi Futian looked at the other. He understood clearly that there was only one path to resolving this under the circumstances. Everyone under the great emperor plane were ants. He must kowtow under the other's foot, accept the other's control, and give up everything. This is what the other wanted. In reality, they had lost the ability to relieve the situation after the storm that year. One party had to be destroyed. However, he seemed to indeed be one step slower. The other had reached the next level one step sooner, even though this might have been because of the human ancestor. But the process was not necessary. It was the result that was important. While the Vajra realm lord spoke, a boundless divine formation appeared in the sky. The divine formation contained boundless and infinite sword will, as if it was the power of divine punishment. Yi Futian took a look. It was another reincarnated great emperor of the ancient god clan preparing to attack. He had a thought, and a horrifying spatial storm appeared in the sky. The rules in this place surged, and countless swallowing spaces appeared in the vast space. In addition, a huge swallowing wheel appeared. It was like a black hole that could swallow up everything in the world. Very strong rules of space flooded outside of this black hole storm. In the sky, it was as if the will of the great emperor was awakening. This land originally had a will of the great emperor. This had once been where the Maharaja of the 8 legions had been located. Yi Futian's eyes changed. His body melted into that space, disappearing into the black hole. This windstorm flooded down the sky. The black hole swallowed everything in the world, including the force of the great path, causing many of the sword will to disappear after being swept into the black hole. Interesting. The Vajra realm lord looked up into the sky. His golden eyes held divine power and were extremely sharp. The will of the Maharaja from the ancient 8 legions. Unfortunately, this does not exist. As soon as he finished speaking, a frightening will shot into the heavens, causing that horrifying swallowing storm in the sky to ripple. The other reincarnated great emperors also released their wills. The entire Yi Imperial Palace was enveloped by the wills of these great emperors, making people feel truly suffocating pressure. Every will was of the great emperor level. Even though these great emperors had not returned to their peak, they had already awoken again and returned. It was the true will of the great emperor. Just as the other had said, if King Maharaja had come back to life, he would naturally be able to force back their will. But Maharaja did not exist anymore while they had indeed returned. Boom! The silhouette of the Vajra realm's ancient god raised a hand and pointed at the sky. In an instant, the divine power of the Vajra realm transformed into various sharp blades that penetrated the void. The blades did not fly out of his hand. Instead, it crossed through the void and stabbed into the black hole storm that could swallow everything. The various sharp blades came from an ancient god's hand and could stab through the spatial storm directly. The black hole storm swallowed it up, but the other end was still in the hand of the ancient god. Divine power burst forth, flooding wildly into the black hole storm, wanting to rip the black hole storm apart. The black hole storms rolled and thundered as if they were about to collapse. At the same time, the force of divine punishment transformed by the countless divine swords also stabbed into the black hole storm. These ancient gods wanted to make the black hole storm collapse forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. Many thunderous sounds shook the sky and land. The windstorms that had appeared above the Yi Imperial Palace were collapsing simultaneously, getting ruined and destroyed. Billions of divine swords flew out at once, racing towards Yi Futian. Suddenly, a very strong beam of the sword will appeared in the sky. 4 figures appeared at the same time. The 4 great swordsmen were the Supreme Sword Lord, Yi Wuchen, Yaya, and Swordsmaster of Lihan. Of course, the Supreme Sword Lord was the leader, while Yi Wuchen and the other swordsmen were support. They released the Emperor-level will that they'd comprehended that year and activated the Emperor-level divine weapon. With the Supreme Sword Lord as the main sword formation leader, a massive divine sword formation appeared above the windstorm. The two forces of sword will crashed wildly against each other, collapsing in the void and appending the world. Humph. There was a cold huff, and then a Hautian great palm seal appeared in the sky. It passed through the broken sword will directly and slammed into the Supreme Sword Lord and the others in the sky. They pushed the huge sword to crash against it, but the moment that the Hautian divine power was released, it already crushed everything. The great palm seal transformed into the sky, representing the will of Hautian. It was incomparable. Boom. With a massive crash, the Emperor-level divine sword fell down and finally caused the Hautian great palm seal to shake. However, the Emperor-level divine sword was still sent flying back. The Supreme Sword Lord and other strong cultivators were sent flying too. They grunted, and fresh blood trickled out of their mouths. They had not been hit directly. It was the divine power contained in the will of Hautian that had hurt them. Insects are trying to shake a tree, the leader of the Hautian clan said. He had once been Hautian the Great. One could imagine how incredibly strong he had been before to name himself after Hautian, the vast heavens. He represented the will of Hautian. The divine power that he cultivated was also the divine power of Hautian. Now, even though he had not returned fully, he could already release his will and divine power at the same time. How could these people counter him with only one emperor-level weapon? He could sweep away everything by himself and kill into the Yi Imperial Palace. And yet, they had all come together. Yi Futian glanced at the Supreme Sword Lord and the others. He felt some despair. Naturally, he also thought that these people were already returning. Even though they had not become emperors directly after returning, they were already near-great emperors. These near-great emperors were not the same as other near-deity cultivators. Even if the other near-deity cultivators had very detailed and strong cultivations, they had not touched the ultimate power yet. But these people had felt it before. They had once been true great emperors. Yi Futian, it is still your honor to die here today, the Hautian clan leader announced, his voice reverberating the sky. It was still Yi Futian's honor to die because he would die in their hands. Countless great emperors had allied today to kill Yi Futian. As the descendant of a great emperor and heir of many great emperors, you aren't willing to surrender. Then, today I will bestow upon you an honored death. You may rest in peace, the Vajra realm leader said. His voice was extremely cold and arrogant. Bestowing death upon Yi Futian was his honor. It was only because they were high and mighty great emperors. Merely dying in their hands was an honor, let alone all of them descending together to kill Yi Futian. No one else in the divine prefecture would have this honor. Killing him was his own honor. What kind of arrogance was this? What kind of mockery was this? But these people had once been great emperors. Right now, all the strong cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace only felt suffocating pressure. The repressive aura shrouded everyone. It was not only Yi Futian today. The group of great emperors saw everyone's lives as nothing. Everything under the great emperor plane were mere ants. If Yi Futian lost, then everyone would die here today. The other party would not let anyone go. The Yi Imperial Palace was a hole. At this moment, Yi Futian's body entered the upper sky. His chi surged wildly within him, flowing towards the outer world. Emerald green divine light from his life palace combined with the will of the world. His own will incorporated into the world too. His cultivation had improved his abilities significantly these past few years. He was incomparable to the past and could not be spoken of in the same way, but even so he was not facing the controllers of ancient god clans anymore. Instead, they were returned great emperors. Plus, it was not only one. Under these circumstances, he would only have a sliver of chance by borrowing the will of ancient great emperors and fully combine with the will of Maharaja that was contained in the relics. As if sensing something, the group of strong cultivators looked up into the sky. There was scorn in their eyes. Yi Futian still had not given up and wanted to turn the tides. He was dreaming. The people are always so delusional. They're already hopeless, but they still hold onto the fantasy. It's just the struggle before death. What meaning is there for an ant's struggle? The Hautian clan leader said loudly. His voice was indifferent and held a lofty feeling. He did not respect Yi Futian at all. He was no longer the controller of the Haoyan clan. The strong cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace did not think that the other party was being cocky when they heard this voice. Instead, the voice seemed solemn and grave, as if stating a fact. That was the voice of a great emperor, and it was accompanied by a divine might. The masses were ants while they were the rulers of the world. What meaning was there for an ant struggle? Perhaps it was because Yi Futian was the first person they wanted to kill after returning, or maybe he was the first opponent, so they were a bit more talkative. Even though they did not truly see Yi Futian as an opponent, they still gave Yi Futian some respect. In their eyes, they had come personally to kill Yi Futian, and several had come together. This was already respect. It was Yi Futian's honor. He could die with honor. Die, a calm voice said. It was a distant tone, as if announcing the result that had already been determined. In the sky, the Haoyan might shrouded the land. A face appeared above his body. It seemed to represent Haoyan. This face then transformed into a huge figure, like a heavenly deity. It raised a hand and slammed down at the lower sky. Countless Haoyan great palm seals abruptly shot down. The ground shattered, and everything was about to be destroyed. The palm seals covered the entire Yi Imperial Palace. Everything was about to be destroyed. The falling Haoyan great palm seals contained Haoyan divine power and were abominable. As soon as the palm seals appeared, the cultivators in the entire Yi Imperial Palace felt a divine might. It was the weight of Haoyan. It felt suffocating, and their blood thundered as if their bodies were about to implode. They could not imagine what would happen if they were hit by the divine power within the great palm seal. They could not withstand the divine print of Haoyan at all. Just then, a brilliant beam of divine light lit up throughout the entire Yi Imperial Palace. The golden divine light swept by, transforming into an incredible sheet of light. At the same time, divine music sounded, filling the sky. A group of figures appeared in the sky above the Yi Imperial Palace. This group of strong cultivators had directly formed a divine formation, using their flesh bodies to create the formation. They stood in different directions of the Yi Imperial Palace, and the silhouette of the war god appeared behind their bodies, looming over the land. The cultivators of the Lost Clan, the people of the Yi Imperial Palace, all looked up to the sky. The newcomers were the strong cultivators of the Lost Clan. Headed by the elders of the Lost Clan, the 360 Lost Clan cultivators formed this super war formation. Most of the people were for aid, while the truly strong cultivators were those at the elder level. This time, all the elders had come out. The strong cultivators of the Lost Clan who had not gotten involved with matters seemed incredibly ancient, but they had stepped out this time too. This was not only the matter of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, but it also pertained to the Lost Clan. The current Yi Imperial Palace included the Ziwei Imperial Palace, West Imperial Palace, and the Lost Clan. If one flourished, all flourished. If one was ruined, all were ruined. Divine light shimmered subtly in that strong war formation. It was supposed by ancient emperor-level weapons, and divine power surged. It covered the sky and sun, blocking the sky above the Yi Imperial Palace. The Haoyan divine palm seals rained down, emitting muffled thunders as if the world was about to break apart. The curtain of divine light cracked immediately and broke apart. But then the ancient figures who'd appeared pushed up the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous noises continued, streaming out endlessly. The leader of the Haoyan clan stood high in the sky and gazed at the cultivators of the Lost Clan with his divine eyes. It was as expected of an ancient clan. They formed a battle formation with their flesh and did not fear death. However, all effort was futile. The Lost Clan was only a clan abandoned by the deities. How could they resist a true deity? The godlike bodies broke apart one by one, and the ancient god's silhouette was crumbling. All cultivators of the Lost Clan withstood the immense pressure of divine power. Under the reverberations of the divine power, many strong Lost Clan cultivators under the formation spat out blood, and their bodies fell down the sky. They could not take it anymore and died on the spot. The elders of the Lost Clan were withstanding most of the pressure, but their cultivations were stronger. The Lost Clan cultivators who had not gone through the tribulations yet were still too weak. They could not take it, and deaths kept occurring. Plus, as the Haotian divine power continued attacking, some of the lost clan elders also started spitting out blood. It was like cracks had appeared in their bodies, and they could die on the spot at any time. Seeing this situation, the Supreme Swordlord and his group used the divine sword to attack. Blind Tai, Fong Xiyuan, and the others all contributed their weapons, attacking up the sky. Shi Qiao, Gu Donglu, and all other strong cultivators who could fight, such as those who had inherited emperor weapons, all started attacking. Even Xiaoqing Yuan went up to the sky. Her cultivation was only at the peak of the Renhuang Plain, but she had inherited a great emperor's heritage. She activated the Lotus of Life, causing a sacred lotus to appear in the sky, kept enlarging, and the flower petals bloomed. She went towards the group in the sky, and the intent of life flowed out continuously. Even so, people still kept getting injured and were hurled down from the sky. It was incredibly tragic. At that time, there was a strange commotion in the sky. Yi Futian's entire body had disappeared, becoming one with the will of the world. A huge godly silhouette of Maharaga appeared. There were many pythons hanging from its body. The frightening but ancient heavenly deity formed by Maharaga opened his bloody maw and started devouring the Vajra realm lord and other cultivators. His big mouth swallowed everything, covering the entire sky. With one move, it swallowed up that sky, causing all those figures to disappear. Humph! A cold huff came from within the silhouette of Maharaga. Then intense divine light burst out of it. The light was brilliant, and divine power was suffused in it. There was a horrifying boom that kept shaking the silhouette of Maharaga. Bang! After an intense explosive sound, the godly silhouette collapsed. The group of cultivators appeared in the sky. Those former great emperors were there. So what if they had gotten devoured? Divine power wrapped around them all and could not hurt them. But the moment they reappeared, another huge face appeared in the sky. It was still Maharaga's face. He let out a huge roar. The angry roar of an ancient god caused the souls of many cultivators to tremble. Some of the enemy cultivators of the ancient god clans collapsed directly and died on the spot, getting killed by the reverberations. This roar contained the will of the great emperor. This scene made the great emperors a bit shocked. Under these circumstances, their people could still get killed directly by Yi Futian. This intensified the murderous intent in their eyes. It was not great for this kind of thing to happen before them, even though they did not care about those people's lives, despite them being their descendants. What they cared about was that even ants could fight back. This upset them greatly. At the same time, shocking divine power descended. A huge godly silhouette of Maharaga wielding a divine ruler hacked down directly. This ruler covered the sky and sun, and the atrium was instantly filled with ruler silhouettes. Each ruler contained immense power. The sky became very heavy, as if the world would collapse if this ruler fell down. Divine power. The great emperors went up higher. Divine power flooded into a curtain of light. But when the divine ruler arrived, the curtain of light was shattered. The ruler silhouettes that filled the sky continued raining down at them, actually making them feel a bit of pressure. The ants in their eyes made them feel pressure. This scene made them furrow their brows, and they all raised their hands to attack. The Vajra Realm Divine Print and Haotian Great Palm Seal were sent out. When the sky full of ruler silhouettes rained down, the Vajra Realm Divine Print and Haotian Great Palm Seal were shattered too. Attacks from Maharaga in the sky did not stop. Supported by divine power, emerald green divine light filled the boundless sky and land. The divine ruler continued to dance, attacking once again. This blow shook the sky. The entire Yi Imperial Palace was shaking. This attack was incomparable. Humph! There was a cold humph, and the Mountain Lord of the Infinite Mountains waved his hand. Instantly, infinite divine swords attacked murderously, clashing against the divine ruler silhouettes filling the sky. The divine swords seemed endless, and each sword contained immense sword will. The endless stream of attacks crashed against the divine ruler silhouettes filling the sky and blocked the incoming divine rulers. Now, the Mountain Lord of the Infinite Mountains was Wuliang the Great. The divine power that he had created was the infinite divine power. Everything in the world would begin to change physically once they reached a certain number, while infinite meant that it was never-ending. He could casually lift a finger, and the sword would become an infinite stream of swords. The beam of sword will would become infinite sword will without an end. If you wanted to destroy infinity, You needed a strong enough attack to destroy the infinite divine power instantly. If your explosive force weren't strong enough, you would not get another chance. He borrowed the will of Maharaga, and the power of the divine ruler's attack is already close to your level. The divine power contained in this divine ruler is not the ordinary path. It's like the most primitive force. The leader of the ancient Jiang clan said after standing quietly the entire time. Naturally, he was no longer his original self anymore. It was the consciousness of Heavenly Emperor Jiang controlling the body of this cultivator. As a former great emperor, he could feel how extraordinary Yu Futian's divine power was. Yu Futian's opportunity was not simple. Yes, he received this item from House Karura. It's the divine item to restrain the demonic lord and may contain the power of the former heavenly path. It might not be himself. He's quite lucky, Xianxia the Great said. His voice was indifferent, but his eyes shone with a different kind of light. Could they receive such a divine item after killing Yu Futian? However, they had 5 strong figures. There wouldn't be enough to go around. Even though it's not his power, it is already extraordinary that he can combine with the force and use it for himself. If this boy does not die, he will have a chance to step onto the great path and path of the emperors under the changing circumstances. Heavenly Emperor Jiang said. He thought highly of Yu Futian, but thinking highly of Yu Futian did not affect his decision to kill him. It was because of Yu Futian's talent that he must be destroyed. If he stepped onto the path of the emperors in the future, he would pose a threat to them. If not for their existing rivalries, he would not be willing to kill such a talented figure. It was just a pity that he was destined to die. No one could change this result. Since 6th Emperor would not step in this time, no one would save Yu Futian. And 6th Emperor would probably not interfere. As they spoke, another attack fell. The huge body of Maharaga hefted the divine ruler and attacked again. It was extremely aggressive, and this blow was even more powerful and unstoppable. When this attack fell, it penetrated Wuliang the Great's attack instantly. The infinite divine power was broken through. This shocked all of the great emperors. This divine ruler's attack had a different force from the great path. Other than the terrifyingly strong force, it seemed also to have the penetrative abilities of the great path of space. It had penetrated the infinite divine power in an instant. Although Wuliang the Great had been careless, this kind of attack was enough to be intimidating. The extremely aggressive attacks kept raining down on them, but a beautiful spatial curtain of light hung over the place where the cultivators stood in the lower sky. The divine ruler's attacks seemed to sink into the void when it hit the curtain. The spatial curtain of light rippled and showed no other reaction. It was Heavenly Emperor Jiang. It's time to end, Heavenly Emperor Jiang said. He raised a hand and pointed into the sky. Instantly, divine light radiated through the vast sky. Divine power flooded out, rushing into the clouds. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the atrium. In that instant, it was like the entire land was covered by this divine power and was instantly shackled. The roaring and surging windstorm fell silent instantly and stopped its commotion. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace all halted and looked up into the sky. They saw countless golden runes appear in the storm that had been surging earlier. All the rune light made from the divine power had shackled the space, turning it into a divine formation that sealed it. It contained incredible spatial force. The hearts of all the strong cultivators beat quickly. They looked towards Heavenly Emperor Jiang again. He pointed at the sky, and a straight light beam appeared between him and the upper space. Divine power poured crazily into the air. This was Heavenly Emperor Jiang's divine power. It sealed Maharaga's violent intent with the unsurmountable spatial divine power. Yu Futian's consciousness was naturally sealed within too. His consciousness had already been combined with the land. This was why he could feel the restrictive divine power even more clearly. Break! Haotian the Great sent the Haotian divine print against the body of Maharaga that had been attacking them. Instantly, there was a muffled sound in the void. Maharaga's body shattered. However, Maharaga's body did not exist, so it did not truly threaten Yu Futian. What threatened him was the force in the upper space. At this time, the storm in the atrium started roaring again as if it would break free from the restraint. This surprised Heavenly Emperor Jiang. Could it break free from the shackles of his divine power? The law within this divine ruler was indeed extraordinary. But so what? How could human power change the intent of a heavenly emperor? Divine light gathered, and countless beams of divine power solidified into a long halberd. Heavenly Emperor Jiang held the divine halberd, and his figure flashed, disappearing from the spot. The next moment, the divine halberd formed by divine power hacked down on the center of the divine formation. The divine power in the formation started to explode madly in an instant. The destructive divine power went wild, destroying everything. The storm formed by the will of Maharaja was getting destroyed wildly. Even though the 5 great emperors had attacked many times since arriving, it was the first time they attacked with their divine weapon like Heavenly Emperor Jiang. This blow split the atrium and ripped the space. There was a muffled sound. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace saw many cracks appear. Fresh blood spattered out of one place. It looked gruesome. Then a figure appeared in that area. It was Yi Futian. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Yi Imperial Palace cultivators dropped. Their pallor was white as paper. After all, Yi Futian was not a great emperor. He could only borrow the will of Maharaja, while the other party was a true reincarnated great emperor and returned for this battle. How strong was he? The Yi Imperial Palace had not faced this kind of crisis since its establishment. Could be said to be a fatal catastrophe with no way of turning the tides. 5 great emperors from ancient times had returned. No one could counter them. They had all worked hard on cultivating in the past few years, but they could only study the will of the great emperor to improve themselves. And right now they were faced with actual great emperors. It's over, Heavenly Emperor Jiang said in a low voice. The divine halberd flew out of his hand, stabbing straight into the sky. The distance had no effect as it went straight toward Yi Futian's true body. Bang! The divine halberd was stopped with a huge bang. A frightening gust of battle will exploded violently. It was the will of the great emperor. A woman clothed in white appeared before Yi Futian. Ling Long had taken out the divine sword that controlled the divine formation and made a frightening thrust. It crashed against the divine halberd, blocking the fatal blow. A divine body formed by the will. Heavenly Emperor Jiang looked up at Ling Long and naturally sensed that the other was materialized by the pure will of Xianxia. The battle intent wrapped around her body was extremely shocking. Just then, endless sword will appeared in the sky. The countless divine swords rained down. Ling Long hefted the divine sword and pressed down on the lower sky. A huge sword instantly appeared in the sky. Carried horrifying battle intent as it broke through the sky, ripping the space. It was the heaven-slaying divine sword. And why would Heavenly Emperor Jiang care? He reached out his hand, and the divine halberd returned. Then his body went up the sky, stabbing with the divine halberd. A beam of spatial divine light appeared in the sky, ripping the space. A straight space passage appeared in the sky. It crashed against the heaven-slaying divine sword, causing cracks to appear in the divine sword. It broke from the center. At the same time, the Tianxian of the Vajra realm also moved. His eyes glanced at Yi Futian. These people were quite strong. They had already started attacking seriously, but they still had not killed Yi Futian. His figure flashed upward, and divine power surged. At this time, a sheet of rain fell on him. He paused and saw Shi Qiao charging over with the raindrop divine sword. As soon as the sword was out, the sky started raining. Countless raindrops fell, and each drop contained sword will that could penetrate everything. The raindrops joined into thread, transforming into continuous sword will, and attacked the great emperor of the Vajra realm. However, the other's eyes had turned golden and carried some hints of scorn. He was dismissive. Raising a hand, the Vajra realm divine power attacked as a pointing finger, crashing directly into the raindrop divine sword. At this moment, 2 extremely sharp wills were clashing squarely. The great emperor of the Vajra realm felt cracks appear in his finger after the continuous attacks from the sword will getting penetrated bit by bit. However, the strong attack also sent the raindrop divine sword and Shi Qiao's body flying out. The will of the Western Emperor. The great emperor of the Vajra realm looked at that divine sword. It contained the will of the Western Emperor. Just like the 5 of them, the Western Emperor had been an ancient great emperor. His will was undying and survived in the world in another form. This was why it could have cracked his finger earlier. But this was not enough at all. His entire body was dazzling. The Vajra realm divine power wrapped around his body, letting the countless raindrops fall on him because it could not damage his defenses at all. It did not pose a threat. He took a step forward and directly disappeared from the spot. He pointed, and the Vajra realm divine power started exploding wildly. Countless beams of finger light penetrated the air, destroying everything. Xianxia waved her raindrop divine sword but could not fend off the great emperor's finger. There were many poofs, and then Xianxia let out a muffled grunt. Her body was sent flying, and her clothes were red with blood. Her long dress had turned bloody. She could not stop the attacks. The Vajra realm divine power was still pointed at her. It was about to penetrate and destroy her entirely. But another woman's figure appeared beside Xianxia. It was actually Hua Jiu. The space seemed to freeze where she stood. Her eyes had become extremely demonic, and a frightening spiritual will controlled this place. It weakened the Vajra realm's force a little. The Xianxian of the Vajra realm looked at her after seeing this scene. Then a horrifying burst of the will of Xianxian descended. It was like there was an extremely aggressive will in the void that destroyed her spiritual abilities. The divine finger did not stop. It even sped up to kill the two. "Careful," Lord Chen said. His body appeared in that space and starry light flowed about. It was transformed into a sealed spatial world. The divine power hit the curtain of starry light, causing Lord Chen to grunt. The number of people was meaningless when faced with absolute strength. Hao Yin the Great huffed coldly. They were gradually losing their patience. He slapped his hand in the air, and the stars were all obliterated. Lord Chen and the others were sent flying out. They spat out fresh blood, and their faces were ghastly. They were all feeling despair. The others were too strong. If it was only one or two great emperors, they might still be able to struggle. If they all worked together, they could have a chance in a battle. But 5 great emperors had returned, and they were unstoppable. Hao Yin the Great prepared to continue attacking. An extremely sharp and domineering will spread in the sky. He lifted his head slightly and saw a blind man wielding a divine hammer. He attacked from the heavens, and when the hammer fell, the world let out a muffled sound. It was enough to shatter the void. "You want to die." Hao Yin the Great shot up straightly into the sky. He was feeling impatient. These people kept attacking, making it so that they had not killed Yi Futian yet. He was a bit angered. His body shot into the clouds and entered the terrifying shockwaves. However, an absolute domain formed around his body. He was covered in the divine power and will of Hao Yin and was untouchable. The sky tremor attacked continuously, and the destructive blows came without a stop. This was a bit of an obstacle for Hao Yin the Great. The Hao Yin divine power burst from his body, and he raised a hand toward the sky, releasing the Hao Yin divine seal. It covered the sky and sun, going up against the tide. Everything in its path was disintegrated and turned to dust. The sky tremor's shockwaves were also shot down. Then the Hao Yin divine print crashed against the sky tremor. There was a string of muffled sounds. The sky tremor flew out of Blind Tai's hands and flew up the sky. At the same time, Blind Tai's body was sent flying out. His internal organs were all shattered. He spat out blood, and his face was colorless. "Father!" Tai Tu called out, feeling despair. He hated his inabilities. The only ones who could make some counterattacks on this battlefield were Yi Futian and Ling Long. However, they were faced with 5 great emperors. This was such a hopeless situation. They did not see any sliver of hope. "Palace Lord, please leave quickly," they heard someone yell to Yi Futian. It was Lord Chen's voice. He was asking Yi Futian to leave. Yi Futian was skilled in celerity and had supernatural abilities. If he wanted to escape, there was a chance that he could make it. However, the enemies were attacking the Yi Imperial Palace and everyone was in there. Yi Futian would not want to leave under the circumstances. They could only persuade Yi Futian to leave. "Palace Lord." The voices rose up in waves. They were actually all pleading to Yi Futian to leave with anticipation. They would not escape from such a hopeless situation, so they would continue fighting even if the entire army were wiped out. They would die here. There would only be hope for revenge if Yi Futian left. One could see how much despair the people of the Yi Imperial Palace felt for them to ask Yi Futian to flee. Yifutian used his mind and then his body disappeared from the spot. It seemed that he was prepared to escape. This kind of decisiveness surprised all of the 5 great emperors. Would Yifutian really escape without caring for these people's lives? This did not suit Yifutian's personality. Otherwise, he could have done this in the Ziwei segmentum back then. It was clear that Yifutian wanted to use his escape to make them chase after him and give the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace more opportunities to survive. Escape? Can you escape? They sneered coldly. There were 5 great emperors here, and Yifutian still wanted to escape? So what if he could use celerity? In an instant, Yifutian's figure appeared again in the void. The Vajra realm divine power had formed a domain in the atrium that sealed the Yi Imperial Palace. Beautiful divine light lit up in the surrounding skies. This was the Vajra domain. Celerity could cross any distance, but it could not forcefully open up a domain. This territory had been sealed off. If Yifutian wanted to use celerity to break free and escape, he would have to destroy the domain. With a straight backside, Yifutian went further up. He transformed into a bolt of lightning. His divine body seemed to be advancing as a sword, and it hit the Vajra domain directly. There was a muffled sound, and the Vajra domain cracked, but it did not shatter. The Vajra realm great emperor glanced at Yifutian and stepped forward. He ignored Xianxia, who wanted to stop him. She was not his match. Xianxia looked up at the atrium. Yifutian was still attacking the Vajra domain, but then the Vajra realm great emperor arrived. He pointed forward without making any other actions and was about to kill Yifutian. Yifutian's entire body shone brilliantly. The green divine light wrapped around him. He pushed a divine sword downward to counter the force of the finger. But then the divine sword shattered and broke apart from the center. The Vajra realm divine power was indestructible and unbreachable. It passed through the divine sword directly, stabbing Yifutian's body. That instant, Yifutian still let out a grunt even though he had formed a divine body. The divine power penetrated his own divine power, rushing into Yifutian's body. With a poof, his body disappeared from the spot and reappeared elsewhere, but he still spat out a mouthful of blood. You are immortal and yet you dream of shaking the gods. The Vajra realm great emperor spoke indifferently. His cold voice filled the sky. The voice of a great emperor could echo throughout the world, like the great path rules. It caused countless people's hearts to pulse and reverberate in their eardrums. A mortal who dreamed of shaking the gods was delusional. These words were filled with insufferable arrogance. The Vajra realm divine power started flowing through his body. Countless beams of golden divine light circled his body, as if he was transforming into a true deity. Even though he had not reached his peak since returning, he was still a returned great emperor. How could a mortal be his match? No one could stop him. All of those who could fight couldn't even take a single hit. They could not stop the attacks of the 5 great emperors, even Linglong, who was the strongest. Seeing this scene, the Yi Imperial Palace sank into the emotion of despair. The strong cultivators from the 5 ancient god clans watched everything from the back. Their eyes scanned the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace. This result had already been determined when Yifutian became their enemy back then. Their gods had returned, and the ancient god clans would be revived, returning to the brilliance of the ancient times. Yifutian was their stepping stone, and the first being they would wipe out. The 5 ancient god clans would step over Yifutian's corpse to announce their return. In the current era, the 6 emperors were already in tacit agreement that the age of gods had arrived. Then, there would not be any other concerns. In this despair, some of the juniors actually had tears in their eyes. It was their first time being in such a hopeless situation, seeing their god Yifutian repressed like this. 5 great emperors had come for blood. Who could fight them? Xianxia looked up at the sky. A terrifying aura rushed out of her body. It was like her body was burning. Strands of light flooded into the raindrop divine sword. Her expression turned painful, and her body quivered. Her body, divine soul, and that raindrop divine sword started resonating and combining with each other. An even stronger sword will flowed in the raindrop divine sword. Divine light flowed as if divine power was extending out of the divine sword. Some power was awakening within the divine sword. Oh! Xianxia the Great looked in the direction of Xiao. They were extremely sensitive and naturally sensed the changes in Xiao's body. She was evolving. Her raindrop divine sword was also evolving. Xiao was also from an ancient god clan. She had come from the West Imperial Palace and had an ancient god's heritage. This was a similarity between them. Plus, Xiao was known as the cultivator most suited for the West Emperor's heritage. This rumor had been learned from years ago. Xiao had also been set as the goddess of the West Imperial Palace long ago and would rule the palace in the future. Her compatibility for the West Emperor's heritage surpassed that of any cultivator of the West Imperial Palace in the past. As ancient gods, they naturally understood what this meant. Especially now that some force was awakening within Xiao, they seemed to understand something. It seemed that another ancient god was returning. However, Xiao was quite harsh on herself to reach this step. Did she not care about herself anymore? Their juniors were not so obedient. When Xiao looked up at the sky, her eyes had changed. They were different from before. It was as if those were the eyes of the true West Emperor. Xianxia the Great raised a hand, and the force of divine punishment appeared in the sky above Xiao. But Xiao moved simultaneously, turning into a blur and vanishing. The raindrop divine sword stabbed through and actually penetrated the incomplete formation of divine punishment. Xianxia the Great looked up, frowning. The next moment, Xiao attacked the Vajra domain with the raindrop divine sword. This sword did not look very strong, and there wasn't any strong shaking. It was like countless raindrops fell down, but a hole appeared in the Vajra domain. It was penetrated by the raindrops and then it collapsed. In fact, the sword continued rising. It stabbed through the sky above the Yi Imperial Palace, forming an opening in the Yi Imperial Palace. Go! Xiao yelled. Yi Futian released his celerity and his body vanished. He was the target of the 5 great emperors, so he had to leave the Yi Imperial Palace. Otherwise, all the other cultivators would be affected. Go where? Heavenly Emperor Jiang looked up at the vanished figure. Using his mind, his body also disappeared from the spot traceless. Celerity of the Buddhist clan was one of the strongest divine techniques in the world. It was traceless, but it was not undefeatable. There were no truly undefeatable techniques in the world. Cultivation level was the basis for everything. They had not yet recovered their abilities from before, but they were still great emperors. How could Yu Futian escape from their hands? The 5 great emperors vanished at the same instant. The 5 great emperors appeared in different locations in the sky outside the Yi Imperial Palace. A curtain of light appeared in the dome of the sky, blocking the sky and covering the vast space. Yi Futian's figure also appeared in the upper space. He was not able to leave. The vast sky and land were locked. The other could cover more distance with a thought than he could move with celerity. This was the will of the great emperor. Various figures rushed into the sky from below. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace were all traveling towards here too. The clouds changed in the sky. A frightening aura of the Great Way rolled and roiled. Green divine light covered the sky and sun. Yi Futian stared down at the 5 great emperors, sensing the force. The 5 stood in different directions, and their bodies all had very different feelings, but there were still similarities. The 5 of them became one unified body, making Yi Futian feel that they had split up the world and this space had become an independent entity. Each person was a completely different individual. They were the gods of their own territories. The 5 had once been great emperors, so they naturally had the aura of a great emperor, and they knew what a great emperor meant. This aura was completely natural rather than purposeful. Cultivators had to become one with the world while cultivating. The state that the Renhuang pursued was to shine with the sun and moon, have the same longevity as the world, and have their own will become the will of the heavens. Their will represented the will of the world, represented the way, and was the ultimate state that the cultivators pursued. But now Yi Futian felt a very different aura. It went against everything he knew about cultivation. They had become unified, and to them they had cultivated to the extreme and should represent their own world. They were independent and were their absolute selves. There is no way in the world. Yi Futian thought of the words carved by Xianxia, the great emperor. Was this the ultimate state of cultivation? While Yi Futian was pondering, The 5 great emperors did not plan on letting him go. Heavenly Emperor Jiang raised his head and looked up into the sky. The immense divine power sealed the sky, causing Yi Futian's celerity to become ineffective. When he tried to move, he discovered that the sky had been sealed by the divine power. Endless runes shimmered with divine light. It was extremely dazzling. Yi Futian's body shone with divine light. The green light wrapped around him and his battle form appeared. He waved the divine ruler, wanting to shatter the void. Explosions kept sounding in the space, but below him, Heavenly King Jiang used his mind, and a divine halberd appeared. It radiated with immense divine light, then vanished from the spot. It shot up murderously despite the distance. Bang! The horrifying penetrative force shattered the space. The brilliant and golden divine halberd hacked through the divine ruler silhouettes that filled the sky, passed right through the divine ruler's attack. The divine ruler was not a true divine weapon. It was formed by the law, but it still was not strong enough. It wasn't at the level of Heavenly Emperor Zhang's divine power. Even though Donghuang the Great, Di Hao, and other strong cultivators had comprehended divine power before, it was a completely different matter for the divine power from Xianxia. Even if Donghuang the Great or Di Hao were here, the result would be the same. It was unstoppable. Their usage of their divine power was utterly unmatchable by Donghuang the Great and the other heirs. This was a difference in state and could not be made up for. Yi Futian's body was sent flying again. He spat out blood, and his aura kept weakening, but he still stood there. This surprised Heavenly Emperor Zhang's group. He was the strong. They knew how strong their attacks had been. An attack by their current divine power was enough to make someone lose their combat ability and destroy the way in their bodies. In the distance, many cultivators looked over. Many of them were cultivators of the Z-Way segmentum and former original realm. They had experienced a massacre earlier. Now that they saw even Yi Futian could not fight back, they couldn't help but feel depressed. Were the few who had attacked already at this strong state? They were like heavenly gods. Cultivators from other regions hurried over too. They were extremely shocked when they saw the scene in the sky. The 5 ancient god clans of the divine prefecture had come to hunt and kill Yi Futian. It had once been the 6 ancient god clans, but Yi Futian had wiped out 1 ancient god clan. Tianyan City and Tianyan the Great had been killed. No wonder the 5 ancient god clans would attack. They were worried that they would follow in the steps of Tianyan the Great. They wouldn't be assured until Yi Futian was killed. Below, Linglong, Shi Qiao, and others tried to charge up, but they were stopped. They couldn't block the attacks. The other 4 great emperors were still there, using divine power directly to block their paths. They stood in different locations and looked up at Heavenly Emperor Jiang, prepared to witness Heavenly Emperor Jiang kill Yi Futian. Unexpectedly, this hit was not enough. Yi Futian was quite tenacious, as expected of someone who once threatened the ancient god clans. But no matter how strong he was still an ant to them now. He would die today. Tenacious, Heavenly Emperor Jiang said. In that instant, divine power shrouded the vast world. The boundless void was filled with an extremely sharp aura. Countless divine halberds appeared. Each halberd was made of divine power and flared with divine light that could penetrate the sky. The divine halberd before Heavenly Emperor Jiang was especially so. It flared with 10,000 beams of divine light and stabbed towards Yi Futian. Oh no! All the cultivators outside the domain thought when they saw this. Many of their hearts trembled. It was as if they were watching the destruction of Yi Futian. Yi Futian's huge battle form materialized in the sky. He hefted the power of the divine ruler. At the same time, countless spatial divine formations appeared in the sky. The huge wheel of space seemed able to swallow up all attacks. However, when in contrast to the light of all the divine halberds, everyone felt the aura of death. This extraordinary and bright cultivator may very well die in this battle, killed by 5 ancient gods. No. There was a low sound in the lower sky. It was extremely muffled. The person did not scream. The voice was filled with tragedy. It was all women's voices. Many beautiful faces appeared in the lower sky, and they all looked up with despair. They were not even qualified to participate in the battle. Suddenly, it started raining. The raindrops were endless and dropped down as if the sky was crying. At the same time, the divine sword pierced through the sky, shooting murderously towards the atrium. It slammed against the divine power barrier, penetrating it. But at the same moment, all the divine halberds in the sky pierced through, filling the sky with countless beams of divine light. The beams of golden light cut horizontal arcs in the sky. It was extremely shocking. Even the dome of the sky has been stabbed through. Yifutian was at the center of the attack. Countless eyes were trained on him, witnessing this destructive attack. It was as if time had stopped. Countless eyes were trained on the dome of the sky, staring at the destructive divine light that flooded the sky. It was especially so for the strong cultivators from the Yi Imperial Palace. It was as if they could not feel that gust of destructive power. They stared entranced. For them, it was as if everything in the world had stopped moving. Bang! The muffled sound filled the world, causing this vast place to shake. This hit shattered the domain. They saw the battle form shatter and saw the divine light extinguish. Yifutian's figure disappeared. It was over. The 5 great emperors and strong cultivators of the ancient god clans all had a thought it would be impossible for Yifutian to still exist after such a hit. Everything below the great emperor level would cease to exist. But they continued to stare up at the sky. Would Yifutian's power of divine ruler appear after he died? Even as ancient gods, they still wanted that power. The rain continued to fall. The raindrops from the heavens were abnormally sharp and yet contained very heavy emotions of depression. Many people from the Yi Imperial Palace were crying. Their tears fell with the rain. For many people of the Yi Imperial Palace, Yifutian was family, a friend, a senior, and their belief. Xianxia had already broken through the defenses and arrived where Yifutian had been. But she did not see Yifutian's figure. As the goddess of the West Imperial Palace, even she was crying now too. A shocking aura flooded from her divine sword. It was swallowing her up, continuously changing her eyes. Poof! There was suddenly a soft sound in the silent space. Somewhere high up in the sky, a figure appeared. It was Yifutian's figure. His appearance gave a sliver of hope to countless people. He did not die. Yifutian had not fallen. He was still here. He actually survived such a world-ending blow. However, Yifutian was in a fragile state right now. Divine light still flowed over his body, but he no longer had the aura of the Great Path. His entire being seemed weak and insubstantial, as if he could disappear at any moment. However, the aura of life continued to envelop him. His vitality had not been extinguished. Right now, Yifutian had sunk into absolute weakness. All of the paths in his body had been destroyed. The Great Path no longer existed. At the same time, he had entered an extremely miraculous state. He seemed to have a much clearer perception of the world. Even though his ways had been destroyed, in his perception all the power in the world seemed to have been printed into his mind. This included the other party's divine power. What was the path? The way was the laws that the world operated under. When cultivators studied the power of the path, they were using the rules of the world. Then what was divine power? Was it separate from the world and a law in and of itself? Perhaps that is so. Color is emptiness, emptiness is color. There is no way in the world. Perhaps the ancients had already pointed out the path, but this path was not easy to step onto. This path had stopped countless extraordinary figures. All of this ran through Yifutian's mind while it had only been an instant in the outside world. Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others could not help but furrow their brows at seeing that Yifutian was still alive. They believed they'd already shown Yifutian enough respect. The 5 great emperors had all come to kill Yifutian. Even if Yifutian died, it was still an honorable death, but until now, the person they thought could be killed easily like an ant was actually still alive. It had been so long, but they still had not killed this ant. As great emperors, this was not very glorious. This Yifutian was honestly tenacious. He's alive. Xianxia looked in Yifutian's direction, and she had the feeling of surviving from the cracks of danger. A bright smile appeared in her beautiful eyes as if the crisis had already passed. However, the 5 great emperors were still there. Yifutian had only withstood one attack without dying. Plus, she could also feel that Yi Futian had entered the mystery plane. Boom! Her long hair danced wildly and the falling raindrops intensified. They continued hammering down from the sky. A great emperor's aura radiated from Xianxia. Yi Futian's figure disappeared in the curtain of rain. Xianxia looked towards Yi Futian. There were tears in her eyes, but she was still smiling. She was reluctant, but she also felt closure as if looking at him for the last time. Then she closed her eyes and her entire body became one with the divine sword. When her eyes opened again, they were different. They held some arrogance as if she was looking down at the world. Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others all felt the changes in Xiao's aura and temperament simultaneously. They knew that this Xiao was not the same Xiao as before. The founder of the West Imperial Palace, the West Emperor, had returned too. This idiot, Xiao uttered. But it was unknown who she was talking about. The raindrops formed a domain that shrouded this land. There was only unstopping rain within the sheets of rain. There was no Yi Futian. Every drop of rain seemed to be formed by divine power. A curtain of light appeared around Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the Vajra Realm Great Emperor. It covered their bodies, but as the rain kept falling, there were actually dents in the light. Then some places were penetrated. Rain could erode rock through time. These raindrops could penetrate the defenses created by Vajra Realm divine power. West Emperor Heavenly Emperor Jiang said, raising his head to look at Xiao. Since you are also a returned man, why must we be enemies? We are all from the ancient god clans of the divine prefecture. Our heritages carry the countless years and we awoke to return. You should not interfere with today's matters. This girl is extremely compatible with me, Xiao said. It was clear that she was no longer herself. I already discovered this years ago. I was unwilling to return in this way and instead wanted to wait for her to grow stronger. However, she actually chose to use this way to help me today. Then I naturally have to complete her last wish. But can you really do it? Heavenly King Jiang said. Clearly, he did not think the West Emperor could stop them just by returning. After all, it was 1 against 5. It should not take too long. The West Emperor could feel that Yi Futian was completely immersed in his world, entering the mystery plane. He could also feel the raindrops filling the air. The rain dripped down from his body. Every drop contained extremely pure divine power. My force of the great path has been destroyed. My comprehension of the world seems to have become clearer. This was a thought that appeared in Yi Futian's mind. There is no way in the world. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. These two voices kept echoing in Yi Futian's mind. He also thought of how when he'd been studying in the Buddhist clan, the Buddha had said that the Lord of all Buddhas had gone to the colorless heaven to cultivate. Akasanantiatana, Vijnanantiatana, the first sky of the colorless heaven to resonate with the boundless skies. The second sky, to make your heart boundless. Nothingness. The cultivators all pursued to have, but the supreme discipline of Buddhism was to pursue nothingness. Since the great path is blocked, then break the path. This thought appeared in Yi Futian's mind. Then a tribulation descended, penetrating his body, cutting his way. Boom! Pain appeared on Yi Futian's face. He had cultivated various ways. Even though Heavenly Emperor Jiang had destroyed the paths with one blow, there were still remaining wills of the path. But now Yi Futian wanted to break his path. The cultivators of the world all pursued the extremes of the path, wanting more powerful force of the great path. But right now Yi Futian wished to break his own path. The destructive attack cut down directly onto his body, penetrating his body and divine soul. Yi Futian's body trembled and his pallor was sickly pale. The will of the Great Way started scattering from his body as he was breaking his path. Breaking your path needed a resolute mindset. It was so cruel to take a weapon and hurt yourself. Yet breaking your path was even more terrifying. Hurting the path within you was not only hurting your flesh body. Green divine light flooded out, transforming into the law of the divine ruler as if wanting to return to the force of the outside world instead of his own body. The law of the divine ruler hung in the air. Yi Futian looked up at it and clenched his jaw. Poof! With a thought, the law of the divine ruler passed through his body. It was like stabbing into the demonic lord's body. Even more terrifying destructive wills of the Great Way cut apart the traces of the Great Way within him. The way in his body was being destroyed bit by bit. He had an extremely pained expression. The natal spirit created in the life palace and the divine wheel of the great path were all destroyed, collapsing crazily. More light of the divine ruler gathered and cut down again. It went down on his internal organs, for limbs, and hundreds of bones, wiping all the traces clean. The war in the outside world was still happening, but it seemed unrelated to him right now. At the moment, he was going through the most intense pain since birth. It was unimaginable how much pain he had to endure to wipe away all imprints left in his body. Tui! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body's aura weakened rapidly, but he still did not stop his actions. There was no hope for today's battle anyway. Even if he did not break his path, he would still die, so why not try and see if he could find the way to break through the constraints? This kind of pain lasted for a very long time. Yufutian closed his eyes. He was already so weak that he couldn't even keep his eyes open. At present, his body hovered in the void powerlessly. He could feel that his current state was like a newborn infant. Everything had gone back to its original state. The only thing that remained was the world tree. The other wills of the path in the world tree spirit had been broken off. It seemed to have transformed into just an ancient tree. Strands of aura wrapped around him and fused into his limbs and bones, supporting him so that his vitality didn't run out. Everything in the world seemed to have fallen silent. It was extremely quiet. Yifutian could not sense any outer objects. Floating quietly in the air, his body did not have any impurities left. They had all been removed as if everything had been reset. Humans were in this state when they were first born too. It was also the most original and purest state. However, what was different was that Yufutian still had his thoughts and his own will. He felt that his body was like a leafy tree. He could easily hover in the air, and he was entering the state of nothingness. In this nothingness, he suddenly saw the entire world again. The battles in the outside world were imprinted in his mind. He also saw the cultivators watching from a distance and the changes in expression of the Yi Imperial Palace cultivators. Everything was so clear. It was as if he could see all beings. Every single thing was imprinted onto his mind, including the fine expressions. Rain continued to splatter from the sky. He seemed to see the sky crying. From nothing to everything. The world tree had melded into Yufutian's body, fusing with his flesh. The power of the divine ruler was combining with his body bit by bit, as if it had always been a part of his body. His broken body was reforming, but there were no impurities at all. A frightening cloud of tribulation suddenly appeared in the dome of the sky. A suffocating windstorm enveloped this place. It was extremely frightening. At that moment, countless people looked up to the sky. Even cultivators who had gone through cultivation could feel fear come from the depths of their souls. This aura frightened them as if it could turn them to dust if it fell upon them. Tribulation. Someone caused a divine tribulation to come at this time. Who had caused this divine tribulation to come? They wanted to find that person, but then they saw the frightening aura lock onto one place. Beams of tribulation light penetrated the rain and entered that place, causing the hearts of all cultivators to race. Yifutian would undergo tribulation in that domain of rain. He's going to have a breakthrough? Everyone's expressions were shocked. Yifutian was going to have a breakthrough in a time like this? Plus, Yifutian's combat ability had already been powerful. Even though it seemed like he was only in the Renhuang plane, everyone felt that he'd already gone through the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. There were 3 divine tribulations. Yifutian had already gone through the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, so this one must be. Or could it be that Yifutian had only gone through the first tribulation despite the terrifying combat ability that he displayed before? But even so, if Yifutian successfully underwent this tribulation, his cultivation would naturally evolve and become stronger. Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others frowned. What was going on? Yifutian was going to go through tribulation now? Their attacks went even wilder, trying to kill Xianxia. They were a bit annoyed earlier. They still saw Yifutian as an ant who couldn't change his destiny. He would die without a doubt. But seeing this tribulation, they were a bit doubtful. Yifutian had already displayed super strong abilities earlier. If he went through another tribulation, how strong would his cultivation be? But where did this tribulation come from? Xianxia looked up for a glance. Even though she was no longer just Xianxia's consciousness still had not faded away. When she averted her eyes, she looked down with determined eyes. Boom! The raindrop divine sword hovered in the sky. All the sword rain transformed into a sword river. The rainstorm poured, shooting towards Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others. Her goal was not to kill the enemy. It was enough to delay them for some time. Whether this was the first or any other number of tribulations, Yi Futian would transform. At that time, even Heavenly Emperor Jiang's group might not be able to deal with him. The aura in the dome of the sky grew even more frightening. The cultivators below started to feel suffocated. They felt the power of strands of supreme law order. It was as if different tribulations of law were coming simultaneously. What is going on? Heavenly Emperor Jiang's brows knitted tightly while attacking. He was an ancient great emperor, but he had never felt this kind of tribulation. It was his first time. The problem for Yi Futian was different from those of the top cultivators in ancient times. Have you seen this tribulation before? Heavenly Emperor Jiang asked the other great emperors with his mind. He was a former great emperor, but he'd never seen this kind of tribulation before. No, the others replied. Their hearts were all impacted strongly, and they were a bit shocked. What kind of strange tribulation was this? Such a chaotic tribulation has not even existed before this, someone said. The 5 great emperors had not seen this before. I don't quite understand the present world after it mutated. Heavenly Emperor Jiang looked up to the sky with complex feelings in his eyes. The destructive divine light fell, and the various cultivators started escaping from this place. They sensed the danger. Even Heavenly Emperor Jiang's group felt a threatening feeling. Divine power circulated in their bodies, forming defensive power. Chaotic tribulation light formed above the sky. Billions of beams of tribulation light shot from the sky dome, going toward the same spot. Even the West Emperor avoided it. His body shimmered and he left that area. Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others did not go towards Yi Futian either. The billions of beams of tribulation light rained down simultaneously, hitting Yi Futian's body. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace saw this, and their hearts raced powerfully. The tribulation that Yi Futian was undergoing right now was like Armageddon. Could he withstand it? Everyone looked up into the sky nervously. The billions of beams of light swallowed up Yi Futian's body. There was only destructive divine might there. You could not even see where Yi Futian's body was buried. Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others trained their gazes there. Could he survive this kind of tribulation too? The power of this tribulation was dangerous even for them. This world does not allow him to exist. That is why this kind of divine tribulation has occurred. Heavenly Emperor Jiang said in a low voice. Yi Futian might have already threatened nature. What kind of force has he formed to incite such a tribulation? Hao Ian the Great's brows were knitted slightly. They had gone to the human realm before to improve their cultivations a bit. Before this, they could not take that step due to the restrictions of nature. Had Yi Futian taken that step before them now? However, could Yi Futian survive such a destructive divine tribulation? He reached a hand out. Instantly, a gigantic hand appeared in the destructive windstorm above the sky. This hand was formed by the Haotian divine power. Its might weighed down on the world and went straight for the destructive windstorm, grabbing its center. Poof, poof. Sharp sounds streamed out. The Haotian divine seal suffered frightening damages after rushing into the divine tribulation of destruction. However, the divine seal had been constructed of Haotian divine power. It continued to advance, going in and going towards the center. Boom. The storm made from the billions of beams of tribulation light went wild in the air. When the Haotian divine seal entered, it started falling apart, tearing and crumbling. It continuously scattered and was quickly wiped away completely. This was only a tentative attack. Seeing this scene, there was surprise in his eyes, and it was the same for the other great emperors. Their brows knitted tightly. Even the Haotian divine seal could not enter the heart of the destructive divine tribulation. One could imagine how much deadly force Yi Futian was bearing. He might die under the divine trial, but if he did not die, then he might threaten them. You all go back first, Heavenly Emperor Jiang said to the strong cultivators of the Jiang clan below. He waved a hand and a door of space opened instantly. Divine power surged. The other end of the door seemed to be an extremely far-away place. The Jiang ancient god clan cultivators flashed forward and entered it, temporarily leaving this place. It was unexpected that a change had occurred when the 5 great emperors came to kill Yi Futian today. The other great emperors also sent away the cultivators of their ancient god clans. Even though they did not care for their lives, they were still the descendants. It was best to send them away because no one knew what would happen here. They did not continue fighting and killing others. To them, everyone below the great emperor level were ants. If Yi Futian were not qualified to become an emperor, they would not have come to kill Yi Futian. As for the other lives, they did not care at all. All the people they killed had just been convenient along the way. Now, they only wanted to know what changes would occur after Yi Futian's tribulation. At this time, strong cultivators arrived gradually from afar. The strong cultivators of the divine prefecture had arrived. Donghuang the Great had come personally. Yushang also arrived, leading the cultivators of the devil world. The human realm followed. Cultivators of all realms arrived one after another, coming to this area. At the same time, another shocking aura descended from the sky. Emperor's might enveloped this area. It was the will of the great emperor that had arrived. Donghuang the Great's face was the first to appear in the sky. He looked down at Yi Futian and saw the frightening tribulation light fade gradually. Yi Futian's body appeared in the center. Right now, he did not have any aura of the great path on his body, but divine light wrapped around his body. His entire body was dazzling, and his skin was like that of an infant's. It was like he'd gone through rebirth, all impurities had been removed, and he'd returned to the original state. Donghuang, were you the one who sent those 5? A cold voice said. It was the dark sovereign who'd spoken. A dark figure appeared above the sky, and divine might descended. His voice held some hints of mockery. No. Donghuang the Great refuted directly. His expression was a bit scornful. The dark sovereign scoffed coldly. Even if you didn't, you should have arrived very early. 5 former great emperors were working together to kill Yi Futian in the divine prefecture while you just watched. You know that they were former great emperors, so they naturally have their own wills. I'm afraid I can't dissuade them, Donghuang the Great said indifferently. His voice was quite cold and distant. As he spoke, he scanned the 5 people and seemed to figure out something. However, Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others did not mind. Since they dared to expose themselves, they were naturally confident. Humph! The dark sovereign huffed coldly, and his gaze fell upon Yi Futian. This divine tribulation has never been seen in all of history. He seems to have broken his path to demand from the heavens. This kind of courage is difficult to come by, but I'm afraid it will threaten certain people. Donghuang the Great knew what he was implying and did not reply. Donghuang naturally will not interfere since he promised before. Dark Sovereign, you think too little of the ruler of the divine prefecture. A voice sounded. It was the human ancestor's voice. He roared, The age of gods has come. Everything will happen naturally. I believe everyone wishes to witness a great world. When did the human ancestor become so understanding? The dark sovereign said sarcastically. I am the human ancestor and I rule the human realm. Naturally, I wish humanity can flourish. The human ancestor was full of righteousness. His voice filled with the world and made people want to salute him. However, the dark sovereign and others scoffed inside, dismissing the human ancestor's words. While they spoke, another figure moved in the lower sky. It was the Vajra realm great emperor. His body flashed, advancing towards Yi Futian. Then he pointed at Yi Futian. The Vajra divine power transformed into a destructive finger that stabbed through the world to kill Yi Futian. A great emperor had descended. He still attacked, wanting to kill Yi Futian. The other great emperors in the sky did not move. They all looked down. What level would Yi Futian be after the divine tribulation? After the heavenly path had collapsed, modern cultivation became different from ancient times. The path of the emperors was cut off for those born after the heavenly path had collapsed. However, the Buddha of Destiny had said that the age of gods would arrive. Now that the world was changing drastically, would a new path of the emperors appear? Yi Futian's divine tribulation was different from everything in the past. Even the great emperors present were curious. What kind of cultivation path did Yi Futian open up? The frightening Vajra divine power transformed into a divine finger that stabbed through the sky. A beam of golden light appeared at the dome of the sky, cutting open the space. It could penetrate all force of the great path and was about to land on Yi Futian instantly. But then Yi Futian glanced over. His eyes were different now. It was as if he could see through everything in the world, and the world had become more precise and slower. When one's perception became stronger and reaction speed became faster, everything in the world would become slower in comparison. This was the situation for Yi Futian right now. Divine power. He thought inside, what is the so-called divine power? What was the path? The path was the laws of all beings. Then what was divine power? It was the law one created for themselves. He extended a finger and pressed downward. He crashed directly against the destructive finger formed by the Vajra divine power. A muffled noise sounded throughout the void. Extremely sharp aura swept through the space, transforming into a destructive storm of divine power. It ravaged through the sky, but that destructive finger had been stopped. It did not continue forward. Yi Futian had blocked it with the force of one finger, and it had broken apart in the space. That space seemed to have exploded. The scene was shocking. He blocked it. All the strong cultivators' hearts shuddered as they stared at the scene before them. The hearts of the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace were also racing. After the tribulation, Yi Futian could withstand the Vajra realm Great Emperor's attack. They knew what this meant. It was surviving in a desperate situation. The 5 great emperors had come to kill Yi Futian. They forced them into a hopeless situation and almost had killed Yi Futian. But at that time, the divine tribulation had come for Yi Futian. Even most cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace did not know what number of tribulation this was for Yi Futian, nor did they know how exactly his cultivation status was. They only knew that he had always been in the Renhuang Plain. But what about now? Now, Yi Futian was already the same as Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others. If he had been one with the world before and was a natural being, he was now an independent entity. He was independent of the world and did not fit into the world at all. He was himself his own person. As after the divine tribulation, he was no longer restricted by the world. He existed outside the laws of this place. His life would be immortal. Even if this world were destroyed, he would still not be ruined. The great emperors of the 5 ancient god clans narrowed their eyes and stared at the figure in the sky. The 5 ancient great emperors had come for blood today, wanting to kill Yi Futian, whom they saw as an ant. But they could not kill him. Yi Futian was still alive and had blocked a finger of divine power. He had already surpassed Renhuang and come to their level, entering a complete plane. Now, they probably would not be able to handle Yi Futian anymore. Congratulations, a voice said. The human ancestor's face appeared high in the air. His actual body had not come here. This was formed by his consciousness, but the emperors might still envelop the land. He said to Yi Futian, "With this step, you broke the path and demanded from the heavens. You touched the fringe of becoming a deity and forged your law. If you take a step forward, you'll be in line with the heavens." The strong cultivators were shocked inside after hearing the human ancestor's words. Had Yi Futian gone through 3 tribulations? There were 3 divine tribulations. After the 3rd tribulation, would you become a great emperor? But the human ancestor said that he had to take another step to be in line with the heavens. Could it be that Yi Futian still lacked 1 step? Or was there another unknown secret to the so-called divine tribulations? There were only a handful of great emperors in the world. Only they knew the truth of the divine tribulations. At this time, Yi Futian still had not figured out his cultivation state. His cultivation had always been different from the others. He had gone through 2 tribulations already, but his problems differed from the others. After 2 trials, he'd still been in the Renhuang Plain. Now, after the 3rd tribulation, he could feel that he had already surpassed the Renhuang Plain. He had taken the step that he'd always been stuck at before. He had even become his own entity now. Different from the outside world, he was separate from it. He was himself. When he pointed his finger, it contained his law, or in other words, the divine power of law. However, it seemed that he still had not reached the great emperor plane. It was like he was in between the 2. He had not experienced the near-god plane, but right now, he felt that his cultivation was above the near-god plane but below the great emperor plane. He was in a type of complete state, but he could not surpass this completeness. As the human ancestor said, if he took this step, he may very well become a great emperor and be in line with the heavens. You all have the opportunity to become an emperor. Even though I don't believe in fortunes, I anticipate the age of gods that the Buddha of destiny had foretold. Let today's matter end here. the human ancestor continued to say. He seemed to want to stop today's conflict and end it here. The dark sovereign scoffed coldly, sneering inside. He was starting to believe the Buddha of destiny now. Not much remained of the 500 years of emperor fate for Dong Huang the Great. There were only 30 years left, while Yu Futian had had a breakthrough at this time. It seemed to foretell something. Would the human ancestor and Dong Huang the Great allow Yu Futian to take that last step and successfully get onto the path of the great emperor? End here? Yu Futian looked down at the 5 great emperors. They had come and committed the massacre. Yet now, the human ancestor said they all had the chance to become gods and wanted to end things here. But Yu Futian guessed that these 5 great emperors may have gone to the human realm. That was how they could reach this state before him. In that case, these 5 people counted as the human ancestor's partners. The human ancestor naturally did not want them to continue. Before this, Yu Futian had rejected the human ancestor's invitation. The human ancestor's words are naturally in order. Even though Yu Futian's heart was filled with murderous intent, he still spoke up and accepted the human ancestor's words. The human ancestor, Dong Huang the Great, and the others were all here today. They probably would not give him the chance. Plus, his cultivation state wasn't stable, and he had not figured it out yet. He could only let them live for now. You all retreat too and cultivate well, the human ancestor said to the 5 people. They all nodded, and then their figures retreated. They gave up on the hunt and left this place. I am anticipating the age of gods, the human ancestor said, and then his face disappeared. Dong Huang the Great glanced at Yu Futian and left as well. You must be careful after this, the Dark Sovereign reminded Yu Futian. The consciousness of the 6 emperors was left one by one. The cultivators of the other forces also retreated. The storm seemed to have ended just like this. But they all knew that Yu Futian would not let it go just like this. Plus, there were only 30-some years left of Dong Huang the Great's 500-year emperor fate. Next, there would be an even more significant storm in the world. After all the strong cultivators left, Yu Futian looked toward somewhere else. It was where Xianxia was. He naturally knew who had helped make time for him in the last battle. If Xianxia had not become one with the West Emperor, he would not have survived the tribulation at all. In the distance, Xianxia turned her eyes and looked towards him. Yu Futian could sense that Xiao's temperament was changing at that moment. Her eyes did not have the arrogance from earlier. She seemed to have returned to the past and had a bright smile. You're back, Yu Futian whispered to Xiao. I came back to bid farewell. Xiao smiled brightly as if she did not mind that she was about to leave. The West Emperor had given her control of their consciousness so she could bid farewell. Yu Futian lowered his head slightly, and sadness appeared in his eyes. He and Xiao first met in a great battle. He had just gotten involved with the ancient god clans at that time. Xiao did not defeat him in that battle and thus grew curious about him. Later, the 2 clans became allies, and Xiao was a good friend, though they only talked about their alliance and cultivation. However, in this critical battle, in the most hopeless time, it was Xiao who had sacrificed herself to save him. Is there no other way? Yu Futian asked. If you say that, my ancestor won't even give me the chance to say goodbye anymore, Xiao said while laughing. There was still a bright smile in her eyes. She and the West Emperor were either or. She had already decided, so she naturally would give way to the West Emperor. Don't be sad. When it was discovered that I was compatible with my ancestor's consciousness, my fate was already decided. It's just that today's matter moved it forward in time, Xiao said, not minding it. It's worth it that it could be helpful in the most critical battle. Plus, I saved a future great emperor, the person who will rule the 7 realms someday in the future. Isn't it worth it? Xiao continued to speak. Countless thoughts appeared in Yu Futian's mind, but he did not know what to say. He just felt heavy sadness. So what if he was a future great emperor or would rule the 7 realms? She would not be able to see it. The things he lost would not be returned. I have become one with my ancestor. I will not completely disappear, Xiao said. I can continue watching you move forward. Yes. Yu Futian nodded and also smiled. He did not want her to be so sad during this farewell. That day will come. You just wait. At that time, maybe you'll have a chance to come back for a visit, Yu Futian said. I promise, Shi Qiao said. Okay, I must go now. See you in the future. See you in the future. Yi Futian nodded solemnly. Then Shi Qiao's temperament changed gradually and soon became someone else. He knew that Shi Qiao had left. The goddess of the West Imperial Palace no longer existed in the world. There was only the West Emperor. She left, the West Emperor said. Yi Futian already knew this. Looking at the West Emperor, he bowed. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. This was her choice and her last will. No need to thank me, the West Emperor said. Of all people, the West Emperor probably understood Shi Qiao the most. He had felt her thoughts and understood her intents. No matter what, it was you who acted, Yi Futian said. The West Emperor had replaced Shi Qiao, but could he resent the West Emperor? It was the other who had saved him, and this had been Shi Qiao's choice. It was her last will. But why would she do that and sacrifice herself? Yi Futian's figure went downward. Many gazes fell upon him. Of the Yi Imperial Palace cultivators, many had suffered significant injuries. It was fortunate that the 5 great emperors' target was Yi Futian, and they were dismissive towards the rest, so they had not massacred them. Otherwise, it would have been tragic. They all looked at Yi Futian. He had survived the desperate situation. Yi Futian had broken through the shackles, and this was great news, but none of them felt happy. They had suffered a catastrophe this time. Countless cultivators in the outer realms had died, turning to dust in the hands of the 5 great emperors. Return to the Yi Imperial Palace. Heal and recover. Yi Futian opened his mouth to say, Yes, Palace Lord. Everyone responded, bowing. Then Yi Futian's figure vanished. He left this place alone. The strong cultivators could feel Yi Futian's sadness, and he blamed himself. However, no one would blame Yi Futian. 5 great emperors had come for blood. What could Yi Futian have done? He still wanted to bring the 5 great emperors away from the Yi Imperial Palace at the last moment. He'd done everything he could. Plus, Yi Futian had almost died before he'd broken through the constraints. No one knew what he had experienced, but it was obvious that it wasn't as simple as what they had seen. Yi Futian returned to his cultivation court. He looked up at the Yi Imperial Palace in shambles. Even the sky above the relic had been stabbed through. There were cracks everywhere. Shi Qiao had constructed this Yi Imperial Palace, and she'd put in so much effort. Seeing the scene before him, he felt even sadder. He turned and went before the mountain. Then he sat down and closed his eyes. Instead of being sad, he had more important things to do. Cultivate. Take revenge. First, he had to figure out what his current cultivation state was. The cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace returned eventually. They all went back to their pavilions to cultivate and recover from their injuries. Hua Jiu's figure floated to the sky above the Yi Imperial Palace. She glanced at where Yi Futian was but did not bother him. Instead, she said to another place, Lord, Lady. Lord Chen came over and bowed slightly in greeting. Lord, please arrange the rebuilding of the Yi Imperial Palace, Hua Jiu said. Yes. Lord Chen nodded. Pavilion Lord Mu. Hua Jiu then looked to Taoist monk Mu. The Taoist monk also came over to listen for orders. Please temporarily take out the pills of the alchemy pavilion, especially the healing pills, and divide them among those who are inured, Hua Jiu said. In addition, please treat the injured. Yes, lady. Taoist monk Mu bowed and left. Masteress, is there anything we can do? Fang Xiyuan and the others asked after walking towards Hua Jiu. Yes. Hua Jiu nodded. Her gaze turned elsewhere and fell upon a beautiful figure. However, Hua Jiu did not call her over. Instead, she walked over to the girl. The girl also noticed Hua Jiu, and her pretty eyes looked over. Qing Yuan. Hua Jiu had come to Xia Qingyuan's side. Yes. Xia Qingyuan responded. You are skilled in the great path of life, Hua Jiu said. The 5 great emperors had come and committed a massacre outside. There might be many injured people. Let's go out together to look. Okay, Xia Qingyuan answered, nodding lightly. Fang Xiyuan, Little Ling, you lot come with, Hua Jiu instructed. Yes, Masteress. The group nodded. I'll go too. Hua Qingqing came over. Naturally, Hua Jieyu would not refuse her. The group headed out together. Blind Tai, Old Ma, Chun-Yi, and the others followed suit. The 5 ancient god clans had already retreated, but they were still afraid and on high alert. At the same time, outside the Yi Imperial Palace, Yu Sheng had also ordered the strong cultivators of the Devil World to guard the outer regions. He guarded the sky above the Yi Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Yi Qingao had come inside the Yi Imperial Palace and looked to Yi Futian. There was someone else there. Ling Long quietly guarded in the near distance, but she did not disturb Yi Futian either. Yi Futian cultivated quietly and alone in the cultivation court. There was a hint of loneliness. Cleanup and aftermath work started both inside and outside the Yi Imperial Palace. Many people became busy. In this battle, the Yi Imperial Palace's damages were limited. The worst of the damage was outside the Yi Imperial Palace. When the 5 ancient god clans had arrived, they had turned beings into dust with just a flick of their finger. Too many people had died. Even if they were lucky not to die, they were still gravely injured. These people came from the Ziwei Segmentum and 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They were all cultivators who believed in Yi Futian. The vast sky and land were immersed in sadness and anger. At this time, Hua Jiyu, Xiaqing Yuan, and the others appeared somewhere. The light of life enveloped the surrounding strong cultivators and many lotuses of life bloomed. Buddhist light also glowed to heal the injured people here. Many of the people recognized Hua Jiyu and asked, "Lady, were those people from the ancient god clan reborn great emperors?" "Yes." Hua Jiyu nodded. Crack! They clenched their fists tightly and furious flames of hatred jumped out. Before it, they had been filled with reverence for great emperors. Those were high and mighty existences that they looked up to, but after this time it was hatred and anger. These great emperors had butchered them, viewing their lives as weeds. They were all massacred like ants. Was this how great emperors were? "Lady, the palace lord will avenge us, right?" someone asked. Even if the enemy were great emperors, they still believed that Yi Futian would take revenge. They had no hope, so they could only look to Yi Futian. "Yes." Hua Jiyu nodded. Her telekinesis covered the vast space. When she discovered the injured, she used the transmission of her voice and had them come to this area to be treated. "Yes." The others nodded solemnly. The flames of revenge were burning within them right now. Their palace lord must become an emperor in the future and lead them to revenge. Everyone was busy. Only Yi Futian, palace lord of the Yi Imperial Palace, cultivated in solitude. Inside the Yi Imperial Palace, Yi Futian sat with crossed legs. Strands of divine light circulated in his body, wrapping around him. It did not fit in with the chi of the world. It was like a different kind of aura. He didn't have any kind of elemental force within his body. His life palace was also empty, and the world tree had become illusory. The divine ruler had disappeared, melded into his body, flesh, and spiritual soul. It had become one with him. The elemental forces he was skilled in's word, water, fire, thunder, space, life, and more had all disappeared. Breaking off the path meant breaking all will of the paths. It was ridding them completely, going from something to nothing and becoming his most original self. Legend said that before the heavenly path, the world had been nothingness. It had been a turbid world, and only after that did the world birth life. The laws of the world were then created, which led to the birth of the path. Cultivators studied the world, nature, the usage of the world laws, and thus controlled the path to possess greater power. An illusory item suddenly appeared in this world of nothingness. This illusory item gradually grew a face and then a body, arms, and legs. It formed a humanoid shape. It was Yi Futian's figure that had appeared in this world. This figure was not created by Yi Futian's consciousness. It was more like the consciousness of this world of nothingness had birthed another him. He stood in the void and perceived everything there. He was thinking. This void had birthed a strand of Yi Futian spirituality, as if representing the consciousness of this world of nothingness. Yi Futian's heart was very shocked right now. He thought of the ancient heavenly path. There had been 8 legions under the heavenly path that ruled the heavens and managed the laws of the world. The so-called laws of the world were probably the heavenly path itself. The heavenly path was the law. Since the 8 legions were under the heavenly path's rule, the heavenly path had its own consciousness. This was also why the heavenly path collapsed after a group of extraordinary figures were born and wanted to go against nature, attacking the path. They were unwilling to submit to the heavenly path, wanted to be above the path, and thus went against nature, starting the War of the Gods. Then the Age of the Gods ended. Yifutian fell into deep thought. In the ancient Age of the Gods, there had been 8 legions below the heavenly path. However, it probably had not been only the 8 legions. There must have been many great emperors on the side of the heavenly path. The heavenly path represented order. Many great emperors probably had reached their level due to the heavenly path, while those who wanted to attack the heavenly path may have taken another path. For example, Xianxia the Great had founded his own path. He'd believed that there was no path in the world, so he created his own law and order. He had billions of runes within his body. Each rune was a law or order. In a way, this was his path. If he carved the word sky, it would transform into a sky. If he carved the word sword, then it would become an indestructible way of swordsmanship. The demonic lord and others were most likely this type as well. Then what was the significance of what was happening now? It meant that he had also stepped onto this path. However, Yifutian felt that things were not so simple. He had reached this step by coincidence. It was not because of his comprehension. There was also his life spirit, the world tree. Right now, Yifutian guessed that the world tree was related to the heavenly path. It was a very brave guess. But the many things that had happened all pointed to this hypothesis. Thus, would another world evolve in his inner body and create another heavenly path? What kind of divine power would then appear in his world? While Yifutian pondered, the shred of consciousness that had been born also seemed to be considering. The divine power that Donghuang the Great was skilled in was revelation. The human ancestor studied the force of mankind, which represented the way of mankind. There was also the Vajra divine power, infinite divine power, etc. What about him? Yifutian had a feeling that he'd stepped onto a path different from everyone else. Divine power, Yifutian murmured. Everything in the world had gone from nothing to something, from something to nothing. Now everything had been destroyed. Only the ancient tree's aura remained. Meanwhile, only one kind of divine power matched with the world tree life spirit. It was creation. If the world within his body represented a small heavenly path, he would soon create his own order. Kaboom! When this thought formed, a huge boom sounded from the world within his body. This world of nothingness shook violently, and the illusory Yifutian swept his hand across, cutting down on the nothingness. The world of nothingness was abruptly cut into 2. The top was the sky, the bottom was the land. Strands of vitality were born from the world, one yin and one yang. They grew in the world. All of this had evolved naturally, rather than being controlled by Yifutian's mind. It was like the natural order born from this world. From nothing to something? Yifutian quietly observed all of these changes. In the outside world, his body had halos of divine light, and he stood out from the others. At that moment, Yifutian seemed to have found the cultivation path for himself. Also, Yifutian felt vaguely that this path might lead straight to the great emperor plane. He had not become an emperor directly before because this world had not been completed. Time passed without him realizing. The Yi Imperial Palace had been repaired, and the injured folks from the outer realm had recovered. But even so, the inside of the Yi Imperial Palace still seemed a bit heavy. The effect of the battle still had not scattered. The 5 great emperors had descended and killed with an undefeatable state. At that moment, everyone's eyes were taken over by despair. They would not be able to recover in a short time. As time passed, the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace were also improving continuously. They cultivated with even more effort, advancing themselves. Many people broke through the constraints of their planes. Yifutian was still cultivating in isolation, and no one disturbed him. Even though Yu Shang and Yi Qingyao had guarded him for a long time, they'd never disturbed his cultivation. That day, Yifutian had broken through the shackles and blocked the attack from a former great emperor. Everyone had witnessed this. It meant that Yifutian may have entered a new level, so naturally, no one would disturb his cultivation at this time. In the cultivation court, divine light flowed across Yifutian's body. This divine light was different from the power of the outside world. It belonged to himself. And within the world inside his body, the forces of yin and yang appeared in the turbid world of nothingness. The sun and moon began to rotate. At night, when the will of yin was the strongest, even a starry sky would appear. Other than that, the wills of the 5 elements were born too, appearing in this world. The growth of this world did not operate under Yi Futian's will. It seemed to have its own law. However, the birth of everything in this world was also related to Yi Futian's will. The core of this world was creation. After the wills of the 5 elements were born, this world now had mountain ranges and rivers. Flora also came into existence and wind would blow across the space. After creating each element, Yi Futian's aura would also change a bit. The forces born here due to fate were the law of the world. The law of this world was his own power. It was the law of his own divine power, like Xianxia the Great who could form a sky or sword with one word. Yi Futian had broken off the path, going from something to nothing. Now he was cultivating in reverse, going from nothing to something. He had been skilled in the elemental forces of the great path. Now he was creating it in his new world and they were being born. In the snap of a finger, 1 year passed. During this year, the world inside Yi Futian's body had taken shape. Yin and yang combined, the sun and moon rotated, and both life and death appeared. The current life palace world had the general shape of a world, but it was still growing and completing itself. This day, the will of swordsmanship was born in one area of the world. It also transformed into a part of the world law. Thus, Yi Futian stopped his isolated cultivation. He came out without waiting for the world to continue developing. He vaguely felt that he could complete some things now. He did not want to wait longer. When Yi Futian's figure appeared above the Yi Imperial Palace, Hua Jiayu came over. She could feel that Yi Futian was different from before, but she couldn't pinpoint how exactly he was different. The West Emperor's figure also appeared in the near distance, and he gazed at Yi Futian. He felt a bit threatened by Yi Futian right now. Even though Yi Futian did not release any aura, his natural sensitivity helped him sense danger. Jiayu, I'm going out, Yi Futian said to Hua Jiayu. Okay. Hua Jiayu nodded. Naturally, she would not stop Yi Futian. Senior, please help watch over the Yi Imperial Palace, Yi Futian said to the West Emperor. Seeing that face, he would think of Shi Qiao even though her temperament had changed greatly. No problem. The West Emperor nodded, agreeing to it. Yi Futian bowed his head slightly, and then his figure floated forward. He vanished in a blink, heading out of the Yi Imperial Palace. The West Emperor looked at Yi Futian's backside, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He had an idea of what Yi Futian was going to do. Yi Futian had not cultivated in isolation for too long right now. In fact, one could say this period had been very short. He could have continued to improve himself. But with Yi Futian's cultivation state right now, he seemed like he could not wait to do something, of course. There was only one thing that Yi Futian wanted to do right now. Take revenge. The God's Ruins continent was now connected to all the realms. Naturally, many passages led to the Divine Prefecture. After the world changed drastically, the space seemed to have changed too. He could not use that precious item anymore, but Yi Futian could still use those passageways to easily head towards the Divine Prefecture. The Vajra realm of the Vajra domain, Divine Prefecture, was a huge territory. The present Vajra realm was now one of the strongest places of the Divine Prefecture. The Vajra realm's ancient emperor had returned. The cultivators of the Vajra realm found pride in this. At this time, cultivators went to and fro in the Vajra realm. Many of them had very strong cultivations. They followed after the Vajra realm great emperor and were confident about the future. One day, the great emperor would return completely. But just then, a group of cultivators walking in the Vajra realm looked up into the sky. They saw a figure appear high up in the sky. This man had white robes and white hair. He was very handsome and had an indescribable temperament. He stood high in the sky and could attract everyone's gazes in an instant. It was like he did not belong to this world. He was an independent entity. This kind of temperament shocked them greatly. They had felt this from their ancient emperor's body. Who is that? Some people had never seen Yi Futian before. It's Yi Futian, a shocked voice said. Instantly many people's expressions changed. Yi Futian had come murderously to the Vajra realm. In an instant, strands of strong aura exploded. Vajra divine power bloomed from their bodies. But the moment they released their auras of the great path, Yi Futian looked down at them. The next moment, they saw the most shocking scene since they started cultivating. Yi Futian's eyes were no longer like the eyes of a human. They saw the sun in his left eye and the moon in his right eye. Moonlight showered down. Instantly, their bodies were sealed by ice. Their consciousness had not been wiped entirely, and they tried to move, but they discovered that they'd already been sealed. The extreme coldness was the divine power of Yin. No, their hearts tremored. The next moment, the divine fire of the sun shot out of Yi Futian's other eye, shooting right onto the ice statues. The next instant, all of the ice statues disappeared from the world without a trace. It was like those cultivators had never come to the world before. The hearts of the people in the distance beat frantically. Was this still the power of a human cultivator? At that moment, a thought appeared in their minds. Divine power. Yi Futian had created his own divine power. His eyes had turned into the sun and moon, the yin and yang. The current Yi Futian was like a true heavenly god. Run! Across the vast territory of the Vajra realm, countless people began fleeing instead of thinking of fighting. Since Yi Futian had already formed his own divine power, it meant that he was above them now. Even the former Yi Futian could have killed them as simply as flipping a hand, let alone the current Yi Futian. As what could they do other than run? Probably no one other than the Vajra realm great emperor could handle Yi Futian. Seeing the cultivators of the Vajra realm escape, Yi Futian's body abruptly became large as a giant god, blocking the sky and sun. His pair of eyes also enlarged, shooting out the light of the sun and moon. It transformed into destructive power, and everything in its path turned to dust. Seeing the people in the distance trying to escape, he opened his mouth wide and spat out divine thunder. In an instant, billions of bolts of divine lightning fell. Everything in its path was destroyed. Every cultivator that got hit was instantly killed and torn apart. They could not take a single hit. Has he already reached enlightenment and become a great emperor? Everyone was shocked inside. They felt despair and also bottomless panic. Yi Futian's eyes had turned into the sun and moon. He could spit out divine thunder, and he transformed into a giant. The Yi Futian that they saw was a god. One could not help but wonder if he had already reached enlightenment and stepped onto the path of the emperors. Yi Futian did not care about the guesses in their hearts. He stepped into the sky, and instantly, a huge footprint was hurled down. He stepped onto the ground, and all the Vajra realm buildings collapsed. Many cultivators were stomped to death. The force of his foot was like a divine mountain falling, pressing down on the earth. He stepped across the sky, barging his way in, just like how the 5 ancient god clans had invaded the Yi Imperial Palace back then. He swept across, unbeatable. No one could stop him. There was only continuous death. The core fighters of the Vajra realm appeared, and they let out roars. Get the great emperor. Is the great emperor still cultivating in isolation? The shocked cries sounded in waves and carried fear. Even those who had cultivated to the top and even went through the divine tribulations of the Great Path, the cultivators who had once attacked the Yi Imperial Palace with the Vajra realm Great Emperor, now felt extremely strong terror. They could feel that Yi Futian, who had come for revenge this time, was undefeatable for them. He was an unmatchable heavenly god. Yi Futian's huge eyes looked down at the void in the distance. He had not arrived yet, but his eyes could already see into the depths of the Vajra realm. His eyes shot out the light of the sun and moon. Everything under his line of sight was turned instantly to dust. The top figures of the Vajra realm activated the force of the Great Path and formed the Vajra realm domain. It transformed into a boundless curtain of light that sealed off the space. They tried to stop Yi Futian's steps, but then they saw Yi Futian take a step. His giant foot stepped down on the curtain of light and countless cracks appeared instantly. The curtain of light crumbled, but the big foot continued to step down. The Vajra realm cultivators tried to escape. Bang! With a huge sound, this foot that looked like a god's footprint stomped many top figures to death. They died in despair and could not fight back at all. Where's the great emperor? Someone yelled. He could not care about being respectful anymore. The Vajra realm was facing the utmost disaster now. Back then, the Vajra realm great emperor had led the people to the Yi Imperial Palace, and now they were paying for it. The great emperor still had not appeared, and they could only keep dying right then. A beautiful beam of golden divine light shot out of a pagoda in the Vajra realm. It was extremely brilliant, illuminating the sky. The Vajra divine power surged and burst from it. It was extremely sharp. The great emperor is here. The Vajra realm cultivators finally saw a sliver of hope. At this moment of despair, the Vajra realm great emperor was their last bit of light. Now that the great emperor had appeared, it was like grabbing onto their last straw of hope. Bang! The frightening Vajra divine power transformed into a finger that stabbed through the pagoda. Like an indestructibly sharp blade, it shot towards Yifutian. This finger was the finger of a heavenly god. Divine power tore through the sky. Even if Yifutian got hit, his body would probably shatter too, right? Countless eyes were trained on that finger, hoping that it could kill Yifutian or at least hurt him. The heavenly god that Yifutian had transformed into stared at the incoming finger. He did not block it. The divine finger formed by the Vajra divine power blasted onto his huge body, emitting an incredible sound. It was like metal clashing. That's suicide. Many people stared at Yifutian. He didn't block it, but the next moment, their pupils constricted. There were no eyes that weren't trained on that place, staring at Yifutian's godly body. That godly body only shook a bit. It did not get penetrated and shattered just as everyone had imagined. This scene extinguished the shred of hope they had just had. Despair flooded their hearts again. The Vajra divine power's murderous finger could not break through Yifutian's body. Had his current body already become a divine form? Yifutian looked down, glancing at the strong cultivators of the Vajra realm below. With that gaze, the power of Yin sealed everything. They could feel coldness coming from their souls. Then their bodies froze, their great path was sealed off, and they could no longer move. No! They raised their heads in despair and looked at Yifutian. Some even started pleading to him. You have already entered the path. Why commit so much bloodshed? It was the great emperor who decided last time. We had no other choice. Now that the world had changed, their cultivations had all improved. The great emperor had returned too, so they all fantasized that they could continue advancing, especially because the Vajra realm had reached a new peak after their ancient emperor returned. But right at this time, despair descended. Yifutian had come murderously, transformed into a heavenly god. The so-called ancient god clan could not take a single hit. All of their heritage had become so weak before the absolute strength. It was completely meaningless. Divine sunlight shot out of Yifutian's left eye, landing on them directly. Under the divine powers of Yin and Yang, the core figures of the Vajra realm gradually emptied and finally turned to dust. The ashes scattered in the wind. Before this, the 5 ancient emperors had attacked the Yi Imperial Palace, making the cultivators in and out of the Yi Imperial Palace feel like ants under the great emperors. But today, Yifutian made the strong cultivators of the Vajra realm feel the same thing. Despair, powerlessness. Facing Yifutian, they were like ants that could be squashed to death. A single glance could turn them to dust. Bang! With a huge sound, the pagoda shattered. The Vajra realm great emperor's figure appeared. He stood in the distance, and his eyes were frightening as he stared at Yifutian across the space. Failing to kill Yifutian in the previous battle had left a lasting threat. He had not become a great emperor yet, but Yifutian already had the abilities of a great emperor. His eyes had become the sun and moon, he spat out divine thunder, and his flesh body was indestructible. His body was like a true divine form. Every body part was made of divine power. Yifutian's cultivation path was different from his. How did he do it? The Vajra realm great emperor did not care that much about the lives of Vajra realm cultivators. He was a great emperor from the ancient times and long stopped having feelings for his current descendants. Furthermore, everything and everyone below the great emperor plane were ants. For him, the cultivators of the Vajra realm were only ants who were closer to him. He had gone to cultivate in isolation after the last battle. Yifutian's tribulation had given him a lot of pressure. What surprised him was that Yifutian had come out after such a short time and was impatient about revenge. In his opinion, this was clearly unwise. Delaying your cultivation to take revenge for some ants was so stupid. Plus, Yifutian's cultivation was significant now. He already had one step on the path of the emperors. He must be so foolish to do something like this. If it were him, he would choose to cultivate in isolation for life. In the distant era, the heavenly path controlled the world. The Vajra realm great emperor said to Yifutian. Some followed the heavenly path, some went against the heavenly path and broke it. They created a brilliant age of gods together. Unfortunately, the latter who broke the path wanted to change the heavens. The former also responded. At present, the world had changed drastically, and the great emperor's era has finally come. In this entirely new age, the gods have returned, and new emperors will rise. The cultivation world might welcome a new golden age and recover the prosperity of ancient times. You've already reached this step now. It means you ride above all else and may become one of the stars of the future. Since you're already at this position, how about you stop now? The Vajra realm great emperor wanted a truce. Below him, the countless cultivators of the Vajra realm looked at their great emperor and had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Shouldn't the Vajra realm great emperor act like a great emperor and kill Yi Futian to avenge the Vajra realm cultivators? Even they could see that the Vajra realm great emperor felt unconfident. That was why he was asking for a truce. With the great emperor's personality, he would not be asking for peace and truce at this time if he was confident in killing Yi Futian. Yi Futian had killed his way into here. The high and mighty emperor? Yi Futian said mockingly and caused an echo. Even the cultivators of the Vajra realm could see the truth, so he naturally could see that the lord of the Vajra realm was intimidated. You didn't act like this before. His voice filled the space and produced an echo with the world. At the same time, frightening divine light flowed across his body, forming the great path. The divine light of the sun and moon shot directly out of his eyes, going toward the lord of the Vajra realm. Did the possibility for truce exist between them? A sheet of light formed by Vajra divine power rose around the Vajra realm great emperor's body. Light from dazzling runes flowed across the light sheet and divine power circulated throughout. It was indestructible. He was indeed a bit intimidated by Yi Futian. He had broken his path and even succeeded. In that era, far fewer great emperors had gone against the great path rather than following it. They had a higher death rate, and they might not be stronger than those who followed the great path. However, the supernatural beings who could stand at the peak were usually from that group. They broke the great path and created their own path. In the current age, the great path had collapsed, and the path of the emperors was broken, yet Yi Futian had successfully broken his path. His body was now a divine form, his flesh was the path, his eyes had turned into the sun-moon, and he spat out divine thunder. Yi Futian would be extraordinary even in that ancient age. The divine light of the sun and moon fell upon the Vajra realm light curtain. The powers of yin and yang instantly covered that domain. The defensive curtain was getting eaten away at, but the defenses formed by divine power did not shatter directly. After all, he was a former great emperor. Below, the cultivators of the Vajra realm all looked up at the battle in the sky. This battle would determine their fates. Yi Futian opened his mouth, and his divine form spat out divine thunder. It transformed into the force of divine punishment, hitting the curtain of light squarely. A crack appeared in the Vajra divine power. The yin and yang had already been eating away at the defenses. After the divine thunder landed, the light curtain fell apart instantly. The destructive attack continued advancing, going murderously towards the Vajra realm great emperor. But at that time, a frightening beam of divine light shot out of his eyes. In that instant, many divine monuments appeared in the sky. It was like the Vajra divine power had formed divine monuments that shielded before him, high up in the sky or across the world. They were everywhere. They had not unleashed their strongest abilities in the battle against the Yi Imperial Palace. "Go!" he uttered in a cold voice. Instantly, the divine monuments everywhere went towards Yi Futian's body from all directions. They were fast as lightning. The divine power monuments were about to transform into a Vajra realm cell to imprison Yi Futian. A muffled sound came from the dome of the sky. Countless people looked up at the sky and gazed at that shocking scene. Every divine monument was humongous. They joined from 8 directions, and even the yin, yang, and divine thunder couldn't destroy them in an instant. If the divine monuments closed in, it would form a world prison. Yi Futian scanned them with his eyes. Instead of dodging them, he stepped into the sky. The world roared and transformed into a heavenly god. He crashed straight into the divine monument before him. Boom! There was a terrifying boom as if the world was splitting apart. The huge divine monument before Yi Futian shattered from Yi Futian's divine form crashing into it. The divine monuments still came for him from different directions. A huge golden staff appeared in Yi Futian's hand. It had been formed by the divine power in his body. Wham! The golden divine staff twirled and staff silhouettes swept across the sky. Bam, bam, bam! All of the monuments constructed by Vajra divine power were blasted apart. They couldn't fend off the attack of a divine form. But right then, an even more prominent figure of a golden heavenly god appeared before Yifutian. It was the Vajra realm great emperor's transformation. Divine light flowed across that huge body, and the Vajra divine power was pushed to the max. Supreme might covered the vast land, causing the people below to fall to the ground. Was this a true heavenly god? Yifutian, you and I will both become emperors. Must we determine who will die or live today? The Vajra realm divine lord's gaze swept towards Yifutian. His voice was thick and powerful, echoing throughout the dome of the sky. It was only a voice, but many of the top cultivators below were shaken up. Blood seeped from their eardrums. The light formed by the Vajra divine power radiated in the sky and also shone on Yifutian's body. It emanated a very sharp aura. However, he was completely unmoved. His eyes continued shooting at the other like the sun and moon, and his body continued to enlarge. He kept growing, making the hearts of the cultivators below pound heavily. It's you who will die, Yifutian uttered coldly. This battle was not to determine who would die or live. It was to make the other die. Arrogant. When the Vajra realm great emperor spoke, countless beams of divine light shot out. The Vajra divine power transformed into billions of golden spears that dove towards Yifutian. Yifutian's eyes shone with divine light. Moonlight showered down, and under the power of Een, time and space seemed to come to a standstill. Frost covered the endless golden spears, and their speed slowed down. At the same time, Yifutian attacked again. There was a huge divine sword materializing in his hand. Yifutian had transformed into a heavenly god. He held the divine sword, and moonlight showered down. The divine power of Een sealed the vast space. The golden spears formed by the Vajra divine power were all covered in frost, and their speed was affected too. Yifutian took a step forward and instantly stabbed the boundless divine sword out. The entire world seemed to fall apart abruptly. The space was about to be torn apart. All of the Vajra divine power spears in the divine sword's path broke apart. Under the divine power of Een, these spears seemed to have weakened a lot. The Vajra realm great power used his mind, and golden divine light instantly enveloped the vast space. This area had become the Vajra realm. Countless beams of golden light shone onto his body. He reached out a huge hand, and the light filling the sky landed on his fingers. The next moment, he pointed, attacking Yifutian's incoming divine sword. The Tianqian's point. Countless eyes watched the shocking scene in the dome of the sky. The two huge gods were like gods of war. Even though they hadn't fully broken into the Emperor realm, the battle before their eyes were like an actual war between gods. With that finger, the world grew colorless. Golden divine light shone through vast land, and the space in its path was destroyed. That finger seemed to want to divide the world into two. The sky was halved. At his peak, the single point of the Vajra realm great emperor could penetrate an entire continent. Two extremely frightening attacks zoomed through the sky and then converged. They crashed together. Instantly, the space was almost torn apart. A destructive windstorm swept across the land. This attack was like a competition between their divine powers. There was a muffled sound. The Tianqian's point formed by Vajra divine power was crumbling. The divine power collapsed, making the observing cultivators' hearts beat furiously. Was he about to lose? The Vajra realm great emperor's pupils constricted. Yifutian stood on the world, and his eyes shone with divine light that covered the Vajra realm great emperor's body. He wanted to seal the heavenly god's figure with ice. At the same time, his arms continued forward. The divine sword killed its way over and shattered the Tianqian's point. Countless beams of divine light burst from the Vajra realm great emperor's body and blocked the divine power of Een. At the same time, he put his hands together. His palms formed a sealed space of divine power and snatched the divine sword. But then his arms and palms were invaded by the divine power of Een. The power of Een could weaken the sturdiest thing in the world. Thus, even Vajra divine power was significantly weakened under the power of Een. There was a huge boom, and the divine sword stabbed through the palm fiercely. It continued forward along the heavenly arm, continuing to shatter it. The Vajra realm great emperor's expression changed drastically. He'd actually lost. Boom! Taking a step in the air, his body shot towards the higher altitude. But how could Yifutian give him that chance? Even though the divine power of Im could not seal him directly, it still affected his speed. At the same time, Yifutian's speed increased. That extremely huge divine figure moved like the wind. The current Yifutian himself was created by the path. He had constructed his own world. He could be the sun, could be the moon, could be thunder and lightning, and could be the wind. Poof, poof. There were sharp noises. The Vajra realm great emperor transformed into the divine light and shot into the air. However, Yifutian carried the divine sword and charged towards the other, stabbing his arm through. Then he attacked directly onto the heavenly god's body. Bang! There was a low sound, and the divine body shook violently. Then yin yang and thunder rained down at once. The Vajra divine power could not protect his body, and the divine sword stabbed through it, breaking into it and directly penetrating the huge divine body. Paired with the huge sound, the heavenly god's body broke apart. Just then, countless beams of divine light shot out simultaneously towards different directions. Some divine light even shot towards Yifutian's eyes. Yifutian did not hide from it at all. The sun and moon were reflected in his huge eyes, and he spat out lightning. The horrifying divine power shrouded the sky, sealing it off. Instantly, the divine light shooting in all directions was blocked too. "You still want to escape?" His cold voice resounded through the void. His eyes swept across the space. The huge body of the heavenly god was shattering like crazy, disappearing continuously. All of the divine light that tried to escape were blocked and destroyed by the divine powers of Yin and Yang. "Yifutian," countless voices said. It was the Vajra realm great emperor's voice that came from different directions. The divine light seemed to contain his consciousness. "You and I both cultivated to this point. Why must you eradicate me? If you need help, I'll do anything you ask. If you want to improve, I can give you advice too." The voice sounded a bit panicked. It was clear that the Vajra realm great emperor was scared. He had survived for countless years and was finally reborn now. He had waited for countless years but would die here today? "You're not qualified." Yifutian's baritone voice sounded throughout the sky. His divine power continued sweeping across, killing every remnant of consciousness. He didn't let any shred of aura go and wiped it all out. "Yifutian." It was a panicked roar. A silhouette of the Vajra realm great emperor appeared, but Yifutian did not care. His eyes swept across, and the divine light of the sun burned it directly, not showing any mercy. This sweeping lasted for a very long time. Yifutian did not give the other any chance at all. He destroyed that place completely until everything had turned to dust and not a single crumb of the Vajra realm great emperor was left. The other had existed from ancient times until now. How could he give the other a chance to come again? The people below kept staring up at the sky and their hearts pounded furiously. They had witnessed Yifutian eradicate the Vajra realm great emperor with their own eyes. This terrified them. He was too cruel, going to the extreme and not giving the other a sliver of hope. A returned great emperor who had not fully recovered to their peak had died here, killed by Yifutian. The Vajra realm great emperor was the first to live until now and yet get killed. After killing the Vajra realm great emperor, Yifutian's gaze swept down. Terrifying divine light shot out of his eyes, covering the entire vast Vajra realm. In an instant, the Vajra realm turned to dust under the divine fire of the sun. Everything was turned to ash and ceased to exist. From now on, the Vajra realm of the ancient god clan had become history. Yet another of the 6 ancient god clans of the divine prefecture had turned to dust. And compared to Tianyan City, the Vajra realm's destruction was even more complete. It had been reduced to ashes. After completing all this, Yifutian's figure flashed and disappeared. Countless eyes watched him leave. Their hearts were still pounding. Was Yifutian going for the next ancient god clan? There had been 5 ancient god clans that participated in the battle at the Yi Imperial Palace. The second ancient god clan that Yifutian visited was the Haotian clan. Haotian clan was located in the Nantian domain, which was different from the Vajra region. However, with Yifutian's cultivation nowadays, it didn't take long for him to traverse large expanses of territories. As the ancient power of the ancient god clans that resided in the divine prefecture, Haotian clan in Nantian domain had countless years of history and wielded unparalleled influence in Nantian domain. The main city where the Haotian clan was located was also known as the premier city in Nantian domain. What happened? At this time, many people in the city were talking about it. Not long ago, there was a lot of commotion inside the Haotian clan about gathering the cultivators inside the clan. Then news came out that the cultivators of the Haotian clan were evacuating. No idea what's going on. It looks like they are preparing to face a major enemy, but what kind of enemy can threaten the Haotian clan? Someone responded. Currently, the Haotian clan was under the command of Haotian the Great. Who could instill such fear in them? Perhaps it's because of God's continent, someone said. Everyone knew about God's continent by now, and many top cultivators had gone there to cultivate, shuttling between the divine prefecture and the God's continent. They all knew there were too many terrifying cultivators at that place. I heard that a major war had broken out on the God's continent previously, and 5 of the ancient god clans had joined forces to attack Yifutian and almost managed to kill him too. However, after that war, Yifutian survived the divine tribulation, and he may have undergone a certain transformation after that. Do you think it might be him? Ask someone who had heard about that battle. I've also heard about it. That might be the case. There was a lot of information going around inside the city, and everything stemmed from the recent changes taking place in Haotian clan, which attracted many people's interest. Just as all the cultivators in the city were talking and guessing, high above the sky, a figure traveled through the air and came to this main city, heading straight to the place where the Haotian clan was located. Ha! Some cultivators traveling in the air saw Yifutian and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Many people had shuttled past him from below. That's odd. Someone turned around and looked that way. Then their eyes sharpened, fixed on that speeding figure. It's Yifutian, someone exclaimed. He's here in Haotian City. What is he going to? When they thought of the previous changes in Haotian clan, they all realized something and began turning around and walking the other way. Soon, a special kind of news began spreading inside Haotian City. The changes that took place in the Haotian clan were because of Yifutian, who had come to slaughter them. This news was quickly causing a great sensation, spreading at lightning speed. Countless cultivators rushed in the direction of the Haotian clan. It seemed that the Haotian clan of today was indeed very fearful of Yifutian. At the same time the news had spread, Yifutian had already arrived in Haotian clan. Looking at the ancient god clan that towered into the sky before him, Yifutian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He looked at the gigantic Haotian divine monument in the area below, and suddenly the monument was shrouded in the power of Yin. It disintegrated into a pile of dust. In the distance, the hearts of those outside of the Haotian clan trembled violently when they beheld this scene. Someone had destroyed the divine monument of the Haotian clan. An even more shocking scene appeared in the next moment. Several horrific auras descended upon this space right inside the Haotian clan. Yifutian did not seem surprised and acted as he normally would. Many years ago, when he and the 6 ancient god clans had first had their grievances, these 6 ancient god clans had allied and exchanged information. He had destroyed the Vajra region and slain their great emperor. How could the other ancient god clans not know about such major news? Moreover, they knew his target, so they had rushed over here. Among the 6 ancient god clans, Tian'an City and the Vajra region had both been destroyed. Now there were only 4 other ancient god clans remaining. It was unsurprising that they would join forces, especially now that Yifutian had killed the great emperor of the Vajra region. The 4 great emperors appeared in different positions, and from them, terrifying auras suppressed this space, shocking the cultivators from the distance of Haotian City to no ends. It turned out that the changes inside Haotian clan were because of Yifutian. To deal with him, the great emperors of the 4 ancient god clans showed up here simultaneously. Was today's Yifutian so scary? These 4 great emperors from the ancient times surged with divine power, and there was no longer the contempt they once had in their eyes when they invaded inside Yi Imperial Palace. There was more of wariness in their eyes now because, after all, one of them had already died by Yifutian's hands. Yi Futian glanced at the four great emperors and did not speak. The powerful divine light surged upon his body as he then held up both of his hands. Suddenly massive stars appeared and completely covered the sky. The people who were watching the battle from afar looked horrified as the sky above their heads dimmed. The cultivators from Haotian City were trembling with fear. Then they saw Yi Futian's hands fell down. In an instant, the stars suspended in the sky above the Haotian clan fell towards the ground below to bury the Haotian clan completely, thus sending it into history. Haotian the Great's face changed slightly as he suddenly released a supreme power. Instantly, a divine force manifested to support this corner of the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying loud sounds were heard as the gigantic and boundless heavenly bodies fell down. However, they were blocked by the divine power of Haotian and hung in midair. Yi Futian's eyes glanced that way, and his eyes turned into the sun and the moon. The shadow and solar divine powers shot directly at Haotian the Great. Haotian the Great raised both hands abruptly slapped towards the sky above, blasting out the divine seal of Haotian. Suddenly, the stars right above them exploded and shattered. Haotian the Great slammed his palms forward again, turning it into a divine wall, blocking off the invading shadow and solar divine powers. The other three great emperors resisted the stars falling from the firmament. They would either try to prop them up or directly attack with divine power to smash them. Yi Futian turned his eyes and swept towards the Haotian clan below. The divine fire of the sun came down, and in just an instant, the vast Haotian clan below was ignited by the divine flames, which turned into ashes right away. Different places continued to burn, and in just a short moment, the divine fire of the sun had covered the entire Haotian clan. Fortunately, the cultivators of Haotian clan have already evacuated. Many cultivators from Haotian City secretly marveled. The truth was that they could not have stopped Yi Futian. As soon as the divine fire of the sun descended, any cultivators in the vicinity were killed. But though its people had left, Haotian clan was no more as it was burned to the ground. Yi Futian. At this moment, a strong voice came from above the sky. It was as if it had penetrated through the void. Then, rays of divine light descended from the sky like space passages piercing the void. The golden divine light descended, and some people came walking out of the golden passageway. Everyone had an astonishing aura, which was beyond terrifying. Many cultivators in Haotian City closed their eyes. The divine light was simply too blinding. Yi Futian's eyes fixed on the other side, watching those cultivators descending. He saw several familiar faces like the princess of the divine prefecture, Dongwang Diyuan. Beside him was Li Daoxiu, who was known as the strongest person in Dongwang Imperial Palace in the divine prefecture. However, this time, none of the people who came out of the golden passageways were weaker than Li Daoxiu. These were people who might be the hidden source of power in Dongwang Imperial Palace. Yi Futian didn't feel that it was anything strange. Such a group of cultivators had existed in the human realm, so it was not that surprising that the same might be true of the divine prefecture. Once Donghuang the Great had unified the divine prefecture, there would be old monster-level figures who submitted under his command and cultivated under him. Donghuang Imperial Palace has arrived. The cultivators in Haotian City secretly marveled that Yi Futian's strength had alarmed even Donghuang Imperial Palace. Dongwang Diyuan glanced in Yi Futian's direction. Not the slightest emotion could be seen in her eyes except coldness. She didn't speak but merely turned her attention to Haotian the Great and the other three great emperors. She said, "Will the four ancient god clans submit to Donghuang Imperial Palace?" What? Everyone in Haotian City looked surprised. What did Donghuang Diyuan mean by this? Was she asking the four great emperors from the four ancient god clans whether they would submit to her, Donghuang Diyuan? Or was she asking if the four ancient god clans would obey the orders and the commands of Donghuang Imperial Palace? They didn't understand, but the four great emperors understood, and Yi Futian too understood. He had guessed before that the five great emperors of the five ancient god clans may have gone to the human realm to cultivate, but the human ancestor wanted to stage a double cross. More importantly, the divine prefecture had no jurisdiction over them, so that it couldn't do anything about it. After all, the ancient god clans were only residing in the territories belonging to the divine prefecture. Still, they were not forces under the command of Donghuang Imperial Palace then. Donghuang the Great was not in a position to force them to do anything, or else he would have gone against his own will and became the same as the Dark World. However, this time they were threatened by Yifutian, and it was at a time like this that Donghuang Diyuan asked this crucial question. They could say they would not submit, but Donghuang Diyuan and the forces belonging to Donghuang Imperial Palace could stand by and watch. If they answered yes to the question, from now on, they would be under the rule of Donghuang the Great, who would also command them. Above the firmament, the divine light was shining brilliantly. Those extremely splendid spatial passageways were still there, and Donghuang Diyuan was even more magnificent than she was once upon a time. One question from her is to ask the 4 great emperors to choose. The 4 great emperors did not make a reply. If they agreed, it would be the same as obeying Donghuang Imperial Palace. Then, if any of them dared to be a traitor, Donghuang the Great could intervene to execute them, and they would have nothing to say for themselves, not even the human ancestor. The operation of this world still followed some basic principles unless someone had the absolute power to break them. Yifutian understood that Donghuang Diyuan had her ideas about things as well. His figure grew greater, turning into a god from heaven again. He stretched out his hands as a massive divine rod appeared in it. This rod was golden in color and seemed to be engraved with the brilliance of the stars. Even if it simply fell by itself, it was enough to crush everything under the sky. Buzz! Yifutian's body moved forward, and that godlike torso was making its way along with a divine rod in his hand, shooting straight towards Haoyan the Great. Haoyan the Great's gaze sharpened. He saw Yifutian's speed increase, and that body of God directly rushed at him as the divine rod came smashing down. That gigantic and massive divine rod danced in Yifutian's hand as if it was extremely light and nimble. However, when it blasted out, a sound of the sonic boom could be heard throughout the void, as if the space was exploding and that the heaven and the earth were about to be pulverized. The cultivators standing in the faraway Haoyan city felt a heavy pressure when they saw the swings of the rod. Haoyan the Great raised his hand and reached out. Suddenly, a terrifying Haoyan divine power was held within his palm. A massive divine imprint blasted out, like a blow from the heaven itself, which was equally ponderous. When these 2 horrific attacks collided, the sky and earth crumbled and the void was thoroughly shaken. A destructive storm swept out and numerous cracks appeared upon the Haotian divine seal as it then began to shatter. It was being blasted apart by the gigantic divine rod as the terrifying storm continued to exert its coercion. Haoyan the Great was feeling a mighty pressure at this moment. Yifutian's attack was enough to crush his divine power. But when Yifutian attacked Haoyan the Great, the other 3 great emperors also took action. Heavenly Emperor Jiang held the golden divine halberd and turned it into a beam of light. The destructive divine halberd broke through the void and descended, attacking Yifutian's body of a god. At this time, Yifutian's body was humongous, which meant he was also a massive target. When this devastating blow found its target, it would probably pierce through his flesh. Wuliang the Great unleashed countless divine swords, as Xianxia the Great mobilized the power of God punishment somewhere over Yifutian. In an instant, attacks of mass destruction directly submerged that corner of heaven and earth, ready to bury Yifutian in those destructive attacks. Boom! Yifutian's body erupted with an incomparable aura. Having morphed into a deity, every hair on his head had stood up and turned into a sharp sword to resist the onslaught of God-punishing power. His skin turned into the hardest rock in the world as millions of divine swords and divine halberds landed upon it but failed to break open his body. When Yifutian took that step, his body was no longer a mortal body of flesh and blood. It was a body of a deity, a real divine body. Unparalleled rays of light erupted from that body as the divine power of Yin froze those millions of divine swords and halberds instantly. Yifutian's body as a deity danced with the divine rod, accompanied by loud rumbling sounds. Heaven and earth roared, and countless attacks exploded and shattered. The sky was filled with the shadows of the rod strikes as these strikes smashed at the 4 great emperors simultaneously. The 4 great emperors released their attacks at the same time to defend themselves. The shadows of the rod covered the entire sky, and each strike contained supreme divine power that was enough to smash the void and shatter the firmament. At the same time, the divine glory of Shadow Solar sprinkled down and covered the boundless space, but it targeted Haotian the Great in particular. Yifutian was going to deal with one person at a time and get rid of them one by one. The cultivators in Haotian City were shocked when they witnessed this battle. An invincible flesh. Not only did Yifutian's eyes turn into the sun and the moon, with thunders spat out of his mouth, his hair had also turned into sharp swords and his skin turned into stars and rocks. What kind of monster was this? Aside from the cultivators from Haotian City, even the cultivators from the Donghuang Imperial Palace were trembling in their hearts when they saw Yifutian at this moment. Today's Yifutian was far too strong, as if he was a god descending upon this world. His power was enough to uproot the mountains, with a peerless dominance of someone who could not be defeated. Bang! A loud noise came out, and Haotian the Great was blasted into flying out. With a grunt, he could feel his internal organs were shaking. He raised his head to stare at Yifutian. When those infinite strikes of the rods came down, he felt as if endless stars had fallen, and that corner of the sky came clapping down, containing an unparalleled power. It was a power that even Haotian divine power could not withstand. How could such a monster be created? With a flicker of his form, he flew higher into the sky. With a thought, the vast world became his world. His figure disappeared as he merged into this world, turned to part of the vast sky, and became one with it. An overwhelming pressure descended and landed squarely on Yifutian. Yifutian glanced at this corner of the sky with contempt, as the sun and the moon hovered above, and the divine power of shadow and solar shrouded the space. Immediately, the space was covered with frost, yet still burning with the sacred flames, followed by the divine thunders as one attack after another was unleashed continuously. The divine rod in Yifutian's hand waved again, ready to attack. However, the vast heaven disappeared at this moment and Haotian the Great retreated into the distance. He didn't dare to continue his transformation as the vast heaven, as it was only a matter of time before it was going to be smashed by Yifutian. Haotian clan is willing to submit under the jurisdiction of Donghuang Imperial Palace. Haotian the Great raised his head and said to Donghuang Duan in the sky. He finally admitted defeat. Haotian the Great had compromised and bowed his head, surrendering himself to Donghuang Imperial Palace. As soon as this statement was made, it meant that from this moment forward, the Haotian clan was under the jurisdiction of Donghuang Imperial Palace, giving Donghuang Imperial Palace the right over Haotian clan and Haotian the Great. The cultivators in Haotian City looked at that godlike figure. They thought they could have never predicted that one battle with Yifutian would result in Haotian the Great submitting to Donghuang Imperial Palace. Haotian the Great was extremely wary of Yifutian. Did this mean that the great emperors who had once attacked Yifutian in his territory were now no longer able to contend with him? That legendary young man had defeated the mighty existences from ancient times. Yifutian frowned slightly. He understood that Donghuang Duan wanted to force the four great emperors to surrender. But was it enough to stop him? He was a little reluctant even if this was their territory. The sky was full of the waving shadows of the rod as Yifutian never ceased to attack. He slaughtered in the direction of Haotian the Great, but at this moment an extremely radiant divine light descended from the sky. A tyrannical storm of divine power overwhelmed the area where he was. In this storm, all the powers of the Great Path were imprisoned, as if there could not be the existence of any other rule's power. Yifutian's power of Shadow Solar was being obstructed, and the strikes of the rod were becoming slower. He raised his head to look at Donghuang Duan, only to see rays of beaming light falling from her. Those rays of light were from the revelation divine power. This time, Donghuang Duan seemed to have transformed into an empress, stronger than she ever was before. Obviously, she had not squandered all these years either because she had undergone a great transformation. Boom! Yifutian stepped forcefully forward. Even though the revelation divine power was extraordinary, it could not definitively limit Yifutian in any way. So, he continued to move forward, and the attacks of destruction did not stop. When Donghuang Duan saw this, she released the revelation divine power to its extreme. At the same time, all around Donghuang Duan, divine power surged upon the top cultivators from the divine prefecture, and they were descending in Yifutian's direction. Yifutian, my father didn't kill you because of the past. but it doesn't mean that you can act with such insolence in the land of the divine prefecture. Dong Huang Dian chided him coldly, and her voice resounded throughout the void. When her voice faded, a top cultivator next to her walked out with imperial arms in hand. It was a boundless and massive god-silencing bell, from which a terrifying divine power permeated. Especially under the urging of this man's divine power, the might of the imperial arms was incredibly awesome. Boom! Shocking sounds came out, and the god-silencing bell shot out rounds after rounds of divine light, and each round of divine light turned into a vast divine bell to smash down upon Yifutian, wanting to bury him. Yifutian raised his head and glanced at them. Then the divine power of Yin was unleashed. Shadows of the bells that descended from the void were blocked by ice, making it difficult to continue its forward momentum. Then, the imperial arms descended, carrying the supreme divine might to aim for the kill. Its power covered a vast space, intending to bury Yifutian once and for all. The divine rod swung by Yifutian slashed upward into the sky above, and the shadows of the rod filled the sky. The clanging sounds were deafening as the rod in Yifutian's hand flew out. It grew continuously and became more extraordinary until it blasted inside the god-silencing bell. Clang! A terrifying sound came out, and an unparalleled storm of destruction erupted from the god-silencing bell. The imperial arms were repelled and knocked out. Likewise, the divine rod had also returned to Yifutian's hands. Under joint attacks, Yifutian's attack on Haotian the Great was thwarted. The three of you make a choice. If you don't want to surrender, Donghuang Imperial Palace will not force you to. Feel free to make your own decisions, Donghuang Dian said. Her voice rang throughout the void. She was talking to Xianxia the Great, Wuliang the Great, and Heavenly Emperor Jiang. Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others stared at Yifutian. The truth was that he could have left when Yifutian was battling just now. All he needed to do was open a spatial door with his extraordinary strength, and he could have left, but he didn't. Even if he left, what else could he do? He wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in the divine prefecture, and he would be hunted by Yifutian forever. Or to seek refuge in the human realm. The human ancestor meant to buy their loyalty and make them submit to him, but it wasn't so easy. It was said that Donghuang the Great was a peerless figure in this era. He was also the person who cut through the path before Yifutian to become an emperor. In ancient times, Donghuang the Great would be a super cultivator who went against the natural order of the world. Therefore, he would like to learn something from Donghuang the Great. I would be willing to enter Donghuang Imperial Palace, Heavenly Emperor Jiang said, and his answer was very decisive. The world was unpredictable. There was no friendship in this world, only self-interest. For them, everything had only one purpose, and that was to prove the way again and set foot on the thrones they had held in years past. Everything could be sacrificed for this purpose. How could the other two not understand Heavenly Emperor Jiang's thinking? Xianxia the Great was heard saying, I have always admired Donghuang the Great, and I have always wanted to request an audience. I am willing as well, Wuliang the Great said also. The four great emperors expressed their positions one after another. They were great emperors returning to the ancient god clans. They had allied because their goal was the same, so it helped to keep the same position as allies, which would be suitable for them in the end. After all, this was not their era anymore, and they should make the best of it for the time being. Everything else could wait when they reached the imperial realm. Donghuang Dian glanced at the ancient emperors below, and her expression was still icy cold. Then her eyes drifted once again to Yifutian and said, You can go, and if you come back again in the divine prefecture, it will not be like this time. Yifutian stared at the Donghuang Dian. Even though numerous cultivators were in front of him, he didn't think he could be defeated. Nowadays, his defense was nearly invincible, and hardly anyone under the great emperors could touch him. Even these few ancient emperors could not have done so. Nevertheless, this was the divine prefecture, the territory of Donghuang the Great. Since Donghuang Dian had arrived and Donghuang Imperial Palace got itself involved, this meant that there was not much hope for now. This time, he was destined not to be able to kill the remaining great emperors. The sun and the moon disappeared from his eyes, but Yifutian looked as calm as could be. With a smile, he looked at Donghuang Dian and said, The princess is even more beautiful after such a long absence. If there is ever an opportunity, I would like to catch up with the princess alone. He turned around and stepped into the void in a single step. Donghuang Diyuan's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Futian's departing figure, and no one could fathom what she was thinking. The others, however, could not be certain if there were any deep meanings behind Yi Futian's parting words. The Vajra region has been destroyed, and from now on, if there is no order from Donghuang Imperial Palace, please don't move around at will. Donghuang Diyuan cast a final glance at the few men in the area below before leading her people back to the golden passageway. Heavenly Emperor Jiang and the others frowned, showing a look of puzzlement. Donghuang the Great did not plan on summoning them? What was the meaning of this? They thought Donghuang the Great would ask Donghuang Diyuan to take them to Donghuang Imperial Palace. After Yi Futian returned to Yi Imperial Palace, he continued cultivating in retreat. He had only managed to destroy the Vajra region out of the 5 ancient god clans on this outing. For now, he was unable to extinguish the other 4 ancient god clans like he wanted to. However, once he was able to step onto the path of emperors, it would only be a matter of time before he got rid of them. The evolution of the world inside his body was far from completion. In addition, the elemental powers that he created were also in their most rudimentary form, which meant that his strength had not yet reached its peak. He could combine the elemental powers to create an even stronger rule power, which the outside world called divine power. Still, no one disturbed Yi Futian's cultivation. Everyone in Yi Imperial Palace knew that Yi Futian was at a crucial point at this very moment. Soon after, news spread from the Divine Prefecture to the continent of ruins and eventually made its way inside Yi Imperial Palace. The news was that Yi Futian had slayed the great emperor of the Vajra region and destroyed the Vajra region single-handedly. He had even gone to Haotian clan for the express purpose of erasing the Haotian clan's base. It was only when he battled the 4 ancient emperors that Donghuang Imperial Palace intervened, and Yi Futian was forced to back off. After the news of this battle came out, countless cultivators on God's continent were shocked beyond words. Could Yi Futian already have the ability to kill someone like the ancient emperors? Although those great emperors had not yet returned to their former glory, they were, after all, great emperors themselves once. Had Yi Futian crossed the divine realm in that battle and broke the shackles? Had he already embarked on the path of emperors? There was news from the divine prefecture that today's Yi Futian was akin to a great emperor himself. Like a deity, his eyes could be turned into the sun and the moon, and his mouth could spit out thunders. One step of his foot was like a mountain that came down for the kill, and his skin was as indestructible as stars and rocks. His physical body had been enlightened and became a veritable divine body. Even the powerful great emperors from ancient times could not sack their defenses. After the news spread, there were many more exaggerated rumors. It was said that Yi Futian now had 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was already on the path of the emperors and would soon become an emperor himself. The cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace were a little speechless regarding these rumors that began circling, but they were also full of expectations for Yi Futian. He had gone to kill the great emperor of the Vajra region by himself in the divine prefecture. Just where in his cultivation had he progressed to now? Everyone was looking forward to when Yi Futian would come out of retreat again. How far was he from becoming a great emperor? No one disturbed Yi Futian's cultivation, and the people in Yi Imperial Palace were also working very hard. None of them wanted to fall too far behind. One after another, more and more cultivators began to emerge. However, Yi Futian was unaware of all the changes that took place in the outside world, but continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. In the inner world of his body, it no longer resembled an inner space but looked more like a real world. In addition to the rising and setting of the sun and the moon, there were also mountains, rivers, and lush vegetation. There was only one figure in this world, and it was Yi Futian. This was not Yi Futian himself, but the will born out of this world, representing the will of this space. He stood high above the sky, looking at the entire world that was constantly in the process of being created. When the sun and the moon rotate, there are rotations between life and death, Yi Futian muttered to himself. Hence, the living things born in this world began to experience the cycle of life and death and gradually developed their own rules of survival, which allowed life to flourish as well as to wither and die. His body flew high in the void and came to a corner of his own world, which was still relatively barren. Yifutian looked at all this and then looked at the sky above. This one glance had taken a long time, gone through many rotations of the moon and the sun. The rotation of the sun and the moon, the alternation of life and death, creation and destruction means that everything in the world had two polarities accompany each other. Yifutian secretly said in his heart, as he observed and comprehended this world. After many days, currents of destruction began manifesting in this empty space. A sea appeared in the area below, which contained various storms of destruction to symbolize death and destruction. Even the flames are more than just one kind of flame. There is Yang, the most aggressive divine solar fire, and there is also the Yin fire, Yifutian said to himself again. He was bringing all of his perceptions of the world to this space to start a creation that would give birth to the rules, power of this world and perfect them. After a long time, Yifutian created many elemental rules. He returned to the void, sat cross-legged, and fell into deep meditation. If he was creating the world, what was the meaning of the heavenly path back then? What did the 8 legions under the heavenly path represent? They were in charge of the world's order on behalf of the heavenly path. Was the power they controlled given by the heavenly path as well? With a thought, Yifutian appeared in the area below, leaning on a tree. This towering tree seemed to be morphed by the ancient tree of the world, and it was a part of this world. Yifutian leaned against the tree and looked up into the sky, watching the sun and the moon rising and setting, and the days passed. Here, it seemed that there was no such concept as time. The sun and the moon turn into a day. The time I experienced here is the same as the one on the outside. Since this is the world of my own making, does it mean that I can change the movement of time as well? Yifutian thought. It was an incredibly bold idea. Time itself was no more than an arbitrary construct. Did it exist in absolute terms? But if one were to try to make the time different from it, perhaps it would still be rather challenging. Yifutian just sat there like that day after day, watching the alternation between the sun and the moon. There was no time limitation in cultivation, and Yifutian had cultivated to yet another level. Time passed incredibly fast for him, and the outside world was changing every day. There were more and more cultivators who emerged daily. And recently, terribly shocking news had been going around, spreading to every corner of the world. People in Yi Imperial Palace had gotten the news as well. At this moment, many of them had gathered together to discuss whether or not to interrupt Yifutian's cultivation. Let the madam decide, Lord Chun proposed as he looked at Hua Jieyu, who was coming over this way. It was better to ask Hua Jieyu to decide. I'll go tell him, Hua Jieyu responded. This is not a trivial matter. It was best to let Yifutian know. Everyone nodded. Then Hua Jieyu came to Yifutian's place of cultivation and walked not far from him. Behind her, the little condor had delivered a message to Yifutian. Suddenly, Yifutian opened his eyes, looked towards Hua Jieyu, and smiled softly. Jieyu. Hua Jieyu walked over next to Yifutian and sat down, saying, A lot has happened in the outside world these past few years. You have been cultivating without interruption. But there is some news not long ago that may cause many people in the Imperial Palace to want to go out and investigate for themselves. Yifutian was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. He was not worried about someone eavesdropping on their conversations. What's going on? Yifutian asked. It is rumored that in the Heavenly Emperor realm, the path of the emperors had appeared, and the cultivators from everywhere have rushed over to check it out, said Hua Jieyu. Yifutian understood. Did the path of the emperors appear? If so, it was expected for the cultivators from Yi Imperial Palace to want to go there themselves. Heavenly Emperor Realm, a world in decline, was once a prosperous domain in the past. Now, the path of the emperors had shown itself. 2 people came to Yifutian's mind immediately. One was that extremely enchanted genius talent, the heir of the Heavenly Emperor Realm, Ji Wudao, who seized the ruins of the old heaven court and obtained its inheritance. This man was a bewitching existence. In addition, there was another person, the unparalleled existence that Supreme Sword Lord, said to be the daughter of the Emperor, incomparable from past to present. The world would lose much color without her. She, who was the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, was also the cultivator who commanded the Heaven Realm in later eras. Was she still around? There were 7 realms today, but only 6 emperors were known. Among them, Heaven Realm's presence was almost unknown. That legendary, unparalleled figure seemed to be a forbidden existence, with hardly anyone ever mentioning her. Was Ji Wudao a disciple of hers? More importantly, Yi Fuqian had a feeling that this person must have occupied a pivotal position in the past and may have been involved in many secrets. Very possibly, she was the key to many things. The path of the emperors has materialized. Naturally, I have to go and take a look, Yi Fuqian said. In the times after the collapse of the heavenly path, there was no path of the emperor to be found. In order to become a great emperor, in addition to having unparalleled talent, one also needed some extraordinary chance. However, Yi Fuqian still had no idea what kind of opportunity would be. But now, the path of the emperor's sudden appearance may be part of the puzzle. He was not the only one in Yi Imperial Palace, as there were many other cultivators. For example, the West Emperor who had returned, the cultivators from West Imperial Palace, the cultivators from Lost Clan, as well as the many people around him, all of them would be going through that step in the future. They all wanted to go see, and Yi Fuqian would not miss it either. In fact, now that he had transformed, it was easy for the others to fear him, so he should not be out and about. However, there was an agreement between the 6 emperors, and under the circumstances, the cultivators from the 6 realms may be present, which meant that all 6 emperors may also be there for the occasion. As such, his safety was ensured. Under the great emperor, many desired to kill him, including those returning emperors of the ancient god clans. However, with his current cultivation and strength, very few below the grade of the great emperor could actually manage to hurt him. Yi Fuqian and Hua Jieyu got up and walked outside with the little condor following closely behind. They came to the front of the great hall, and everyone was waiting for them there already. When they saw Yi Fuqian, everyone bowed and saluted, calling out, "Palace Lord." They found that Yi Fuqian's temperament had changed again. Currently, Yi Fuqian already possessed a trace of temperament that could only belong to the great emperors. This temperament was hard to quantify or describe, but as soon as he stood before them, he seemed to be the only one in this world. They knew then that Yi Fuqian had already embarked on his path of the emperors. Even those well acquainted with Yi Fuqian, such as Lord Qin, had submitted to Yi Fuqian once upon a time because they valued Yi Fuqian's potential and his position as the heir of Ziwei the Great. They may be polite to each other, but their respect was not coming from the heart. But it was different now. Everyone in Yi Imperial Palace had changed their attitude towards Yi Fuqian. This change was not intentional but an invisible progression. All of it was because Yi Fuqian's strength had reached another level, and in the future, he was destined to become a great emperor himself. Since the path of the emperors has appeared, people who had cultivated to the peak of Renhuang and above, prepare to leave if you want to come, and you can go with me, Yi Fuqian said to everyone. In truth, there was no other preparation that was needed. In other words, they had been ready and could leave at any time. When Yi Fuqian saw everyone was looking in his direction, he understood what they were thinking. He stepped forward and stood in front of the main hall, looking at Yi Imperial Palace down below. He said loudly, "While I am out, I will seal off Yi Imperial Palace after I leave. Everyone will have to work a little harder during this time and focus on cultivating inside Yi Imperial Palace. Palace Lord, we understand. Palace Lord, go in peace. We will be fine." Voices spoke up one after another, responding to reassure Yi Fuqian. Yi Fuqian wanted to seal off Yi Imperial Palace for its safety, and they understood this very well. Very well. Yi Fuqian's mind turned slightly. Immediately, divine power spread out from him, extending towards Yi Imperial Palace. In just a moment, his rule's divine power had enveloped the entire Yi Imperial Palace, leaving just an opening. "Let's go." Yi Fuqian took a group of cultivators and left. Once they walked out of Yi Imperial Palace, Yi Fuqian sealed the opening behind him, and suddenly, the vast Yi Imperial Palace was like a cocoon, shrouded by the divine light and formed a world of its own. It was so indestructible that even the likes of Hao Yin the Great would be hard-pressed to get through it. Compared with the other 6 realms, the Heavenly Emperor realm did not seem to have a strong presence. However, after the great changes in the world, the Heaven realm had also opened up a space passage, which could be used directly to commute from the Heavenly Emperor realm to the original realm. cultivators of the Heavenly Emperor realm would also follow the space passage to come here to cultivate. Of course, compared to the land of the six realms, the Heavenly Emperor realm did not open up many passages. Nonetheless, a few had been uncovered. Yi Futian and the others followed a space passageway and came to the Heaven realm from the original realm. They were stunned when they arrived in the Heaven realm. When they looked up into the sky, Yi Futian was quite surprised to find that above them, there was nothing but a chaotic space. There was no firmament above the Heaven realm. What happened in the Heaven realm back then? They moved in one direction with incredible speed, traveling in the air. There was no firmament above the Heaven realm, but there were landmasses on the ground. These continents were full of ancient atmosphere, and many buildings on the continents were buildings from ancient times. They encountered many other continents of ruins that had barely any traces of inhabitants as they moved along. What happened to the Heaven realm before? Yu Futian whispered. Just looking at everything in front of him, he could feel that many years ago, the Heaven realm must have experienced a terrifying battle for this to occur. As far as he knew, the Heaven realm was once extremely prosperous. In the era of the Heavenly Emperor, the Heaven realm was once a supreme realm, surpassing all other realms. But for what reason had it become so? Many cultivators in the Heaven realm have migrated elsewhere. It is said that they have gone to other realms. For example, cultivators in today's Heaven realm were said to be the least among the 7 realms. Supreme Swordlord explained. They had seen a few well-to-do continents on their way and saw many cultivators there. However, compared to the prosperity of the mainland in the Divine Prefecture, there was still quite a gap. Even in the Devil world and the Dark world, the number of cultivators was far greater than the Heaven realm. However, they didn't pay much attention to this. Their purpose this time was not to observe the Heaven realm but to go where the path of the emperors had manifested, which was also the ruins of the former Heavenly Palace. After they had inquired about the location, they focused on getting to their destination. On the way, they met many other cultivators who were going in the same direction. Many of them were cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor realm, but many came from the Ruins continent from all parts of the world. The unveiling of the path of the emperors was a shocking news to the entire 7 realms. The cultivators from the 7 realms who were on the Ruins continent rushed over after hearing the news. According to legend, the Heaven realm was passed down through the Deva in ancient times. The Heavenly Palace was located at the highest point of the former Heaven realm, which had many layers. Yi Futian and the others came to where the Heavenly Palace was located. The number of cultivators they had encountered on the way gradually increased, and all of them were moving in the same direction. As they went all the way up, they came to a place shrouded in clouds and mists. Looking far ahead, there was a boundless and mass Heaven's Gate spanning a distance of 100 miles. The gate was engraved with runes, appearing majestic and grand as a sacredness permeated from the Heaven's Gate itself. However, this gate was not intact, as it had suffered some damages with many visible cracks. There was a sky stairwell under the Heaven's Gate, which was equally boundless and massive. This was the place that must be passed through before anyone could enter the Heavenly Palace. The scene in front of him bore some semblance to the old Heaven Court relics, and it seemed that they were indeed of the same heritage. Yu Futian looked at that massive Heaven's Gate from a distance and thought it was the most magnificent gate he had ever beheld. Many people stopped here despite themselves to marvel at the gate when they arrived here. We're here. The cultivators next to Yi Futian also looked at the door with a sense of disbelief in their hearts. The impact they felt was beyond words. Heaven's Gate. Let's go in. Yi Futian was moving forward in the air and stepped inside the Heaven's Gate. Aside from that, many cultivators had gone inside the Heaven's Gate as well in other directions. After the crossing of Heaven's Gate, everything seemed different. There was no heaven on the outside, but inside, it seemed to be an entirely different and independent world. According to legend, there were 99 heavens in the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Emperor resided in the highest layer of heaven from where he ruled the Heaven realm. There were countless able cultivators in these 99 heavens who lived here, and each had its own cultivation court. This sky stairwell was the only way to access the heavens. However, even the sky stairwell could not reach the last 9 heavens any further unless it was with explicit permission from above. However, this sky stairwell was not intact either and had been damaged. It had not been repaired to date, and many places were broken. Is the sovereign princess not here? Yifutian looked up at the sky stairwell and thought to himself, if the sovereign princess is still around, how could she have allowed all these cultivators to come inside the heavenly palace so unceremoniously? Why would the path of the emperors appear inside the heavenly palace? They continued their way up, and their speed was incredible. When they were moving upward into the sky, Yifutian's divine consciousness scanned over many areas of the heavenly palace. The land of the heavenly palace was incredibly vast. Even his divine consciousness could only cover part of the area. He saw many cultivation courts and buildings that dated back to ancient times. They were impressive and splendid, and most of them were pure white and extremely clean-looking, but most of them had suffered some damage. What kind of battle happened in the heavenly palace back then? Yifutian's heart palpitated. Did the battle of the great emperors shatter the heavenly palace? However, he also saw a lot of cultivators at the heavenly palace, who must be people from the heavenly imperial palace of today. These people, led by Ji Wudao, kept a low profile in the outside world. But in the battle at the old heaven court, the heavenly imperial palace demonstrated extraordinary combat effectiveness. Ji Wudao, great skylords Black and White Almighty, the 4 heavenly kings, and the 9 star lords were notable figures. More importantly, it was still unknown whether more powerful existences were hidden within this heavenly palace. Yifutian and the others passed through layers of heaven, and there seemed to be no end to the heavenly palace. They continued upward without encountering any obstacles. When they got to the 90th layer of heaven, they could feel a heavenly might that came from the sky, as the sky stairwell was also coming to an end. But their pace did not slow, as they continued moving through the sky, continued making their way upwards, and passing through layer after layer. If this were in the era of the heavenly emperor, anyone who dared to come through that last 9 layers of heaven would be automatically executed and punished by heaven. In the last 9 heavens, Yifutian saw many examples of ancient architecture which had been repaired and maintained. These buildings and the cultivation courts were filled with powerful aura, as they were the residences of mighty cultivators in the heaven realm today. But at this time there was no one around. Everyone must have reached the very top. As they continued upward, the heavenly might was becoming stronger as well. When they finally reached the 99th heaven, a heavenly palace towering high above them, the heavenly might was coming from above the palace, and the aura that came from it was enough to make Yifutian's heart beat wildly. Not just Yifutian, but everyone around him felt it as well. An extremely sharp will flashed through their eyes. Perfect will. Yifutian fixed his attention on the sky in front of him. It was the most primitive kind of will. There were cultivators from all over the world in this world, and the top figures of the 7 realms had arrived at different positions. In addition, there were top cultivators from various worlds, including Haotian the Great, whom Yifutian intended on killing before, as well as other inheritors of ancient emperors from the other worlds. All of them had come under this sky. At this time, many cultivators had also noticed Yifutian's arrival. After all, Yifutian was way too dazzling an existence today. Although no great emperor was backing him, he was nonetheless one of the top existences in the known world, a supreme cultivator who had slain the ancient emperor. After the news of the battle came out, it sent shockwaves throughout the 7 realms, but Yifutian never emerged again after that. He had been cultivating in retreat ever since, until his presence under the heaven today. The cultivators from the heavenly imperial palace stood above the heavenly palace, and Ji Wudao was among them. His temperament was extraordinary and had changed quite a bit compared to what it was in the past. He glanced at Yifutian. Almost everyone who should be here was here. Yifutian felt these gazes upon him. He glanced in all directions and saw many people were cultivating. There were divine powers that circulated upon those top figures. Today, just after a few years, everyone was improving and transforming. Moreover, this firmament may be able to help them in their cultivation. Above the firmament, the sky seemed to be nurturing a terrifying aura of the great path. From this sky, Yifutian could sense a familiar aura that he had experienced many times before. An aura possessed only by some divine items. Take Wangshan Watchtower, for example. Wangshan Watchtower was an immensely powerful divine item, but the hands of the Millet Emperor had truly excavated it. There was also the divine ruler, which was also of similar aura. Heavenly path. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely sharp, as he felt the aura of the firmament, and his heart was greatly troubled. After the collapse of the heavenly path, some divine items had come to the world, which was left by the heavenly path. According to legend, Wangshan Watchtower was the gate to the heavenly path. However, the heavenly path had collapsed, so this could not be the heavenly path here in its totality. Therefore, only one possibility was that this was part of the heavenly path. In this corner of the sky in the heavenly imperial palace, there was a part of the heavenly path. What could it possibly mean? Could it be related to the destructive attacks that heavenly realm had suffered back then? Many secrets may have a direct connection with the heavenly imperial palace. Yi Futian even had a faint suspicion that perhaps his existence had something to do with the heavenly imperial palace. Path of the Emperors, Yi Futian murmured. The era before the collapse of the heavenly path was the era of the gods. If this was part of the heavenly path, then this here was indeed the path of the emperors. Divine relic, came an exclamation from Yi Futian's side. The person who spoke was the West Emperor. He looked at the sky in front of him, and even as a former ancient emperor, he still couldn't hide the shock he felt. Yi Futian looked at the West Emperor and asked, "Is there a chance for people to step on the path of the emperors and enter the imperial realm?" "Yes, there is." The West Emperor nodded emphatically. "If I just woke up, perhaps I would have thought that the heavenly path had not yet collapsed and that we were still in that era. Whoever created this seemed to have transformed it into the heavenly path." "It was man-made?" Yi Futian asked in astonishment. "If it weren't man-made, would it be the heavenly path itself? That would be impossible." The West Emperor shook his head. "This is definitely a miracle. In that era, how did cultivators step onto the path of emperors?" Yi Futian asked. He had a former great emperor by his side, but he had been too busy with his cultivation in the past few years and had never had a serious conversation with the West Emperor. Perhaps it was because the great emperor had used Shi Qiao's physical form, so he was not so willing to face the West Emperor. Now, at this point, he needed to understand a few things. Why would this divine relic have the ability to allow others to step on the path of the emperors? The path generates heaven, earth, and all other matter. It gave birth to the universe and is responsible for its operation. The West Emperor looked solemn as he looked up into the sky. He continued, "That is, everything in the world is born of the path, and this path is referring to the heavenly path. The universe is operating with the will of the heavenly path. In the era before the collapse of the heavenly path, cultivators cultivate to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth until they realize the order of the great path, achieving divine power. Then, they were baptized by the divine tribulation, which ushered in transformation, resonating with the heavenly path. Once their pursuit of perfecting the divine power is accomplished, it is time for the path to transform. The cultivators themselves transformed into a kind of great path rules under the witness of the heavenly path, casting the body of Wei, producing infinite life force and infinite will. At this realm it is known as the realm of the great emperor. After the West Emperor finished speaking, he looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Do you understand what I just said?" Yi Futian nodded. At his level of cultivation, how could he not understand what the West Emperor meant? The realm of the great emperor was forged by one's divine power, and it was used to control the operation of some great path order. Those who could do so were symbolic figures, and no ordinary mortals could be in this realm. Therefore, they were known as heavenly gods. What about those who defy the heavenly path? Yi Futian asked again. Those who defy the heavenly path are ruthless individuals. The West Emperor continued. They want to forge their divine powers by cutting off the path after stepping onto the path of the emperors because they were unwilling to bend under the heavenly path. Those who conform to the heavenly path are invincible under the emperors even if they have not entered the imperial realm. And most who go against the heavenly path will be wiped out. And if they are lucky enough to survive, they will be disabled. They cut down the path as a way of cultivation to enter a state of selflessness and limitlessness and then forge their paths. If they were able to achieve it, they are akin to little heavenly paths. After Yi Futian heard it, he understood it in an instant. For example, he had cultivated and created his world. If he could achieve perfection, He was the little heavenly path that he made. In his world, his will was the will of the heavenly path. He understood just how ambitious those who went against the heavenly path were. They were unwilling to live under the heavenly path and wanted to create their micro-heavenly paths. They knew it was an unnatural act, so eventually, a battle among the gods erupted, causing the collapse of the heavenly path. Nonetheless, those who defy heaven and cut down the path seem to have paid a heavy price in the end. In the battle of the heavenly path, the gods perished, but in some sense they were successful. They had caused the collapse of the heavenly path. Yifutian didn't know what to think of those people. Their paths were utterly different from his own, and they were far more ruthless. Yifutian had a feeling that his discovery of his path was partly due to luck, not a creation in any meaningful sense. It seemed that there was some power guiding him, including the existence of the ancient tree of the world. Divine tribulation is a tribulation, but it is also a baptism, Yifutian remarked as he looked up above the firmament. Yes, the West Emperor nodded. This was the case in the era before the collapse of the heavenly path. Therefore, if this piece of heaven was transformed by the heavenly path, then all subsequent tribulations were the tribulations from the former heavenly path. Therefore, it means that the path of the emperors had already been cut off, the West Emperor said. Finally, Yifutian understood what cutting off the path of the emperors meant. The path to becoming a great emperor was subsumed under the heavenly path. The heavenly path was like the mother of all things. It was in charge of the order of the world and the running of the universe. In the era post-heavenly path, all the cultivators lost the source of orders and resorted to relying on treasures left over from the ancient times to create perfect paths, just like in ancient times. Or, under the shadows of the great emperors, those great emperor characters, in some sense, were spokespeople of the heavenly path in the human world. Their paths were perfect, inheriting the order of the heavenly path. However, even if a perfect path was created, becoming an emperor was still impossible. The heavenly path collapsed, and the path of the emperors was cut off. But now, the path of the emperors appeared in front of him. Yifutian suddenly thought of one thing. He had now created a world. If he stepped into the imperial realm, his path would be the micro-heavenly path. Could this micro-heavenly path shelter other cultivators to help them become emperors? He remembered that he once used the ancient tree of the world to protect Longchun and the others in their cultivation, which allowed them to forge perfect paths. This meant that his idea was entirely possible. The so-called micro-heavenly path was a kind of heavenly path. However, in his world, if he was strong enough, his path was stronger than the heavenly path itself. In some sense, his would be the great heavenly path. Other than Yifutian, the people around them listened to the conversation between the two. They were all rather curious by what they heard, and their eyes looked toward the sky. This sky was probably also transformed by the will of the heavenly path in this corner of the sky. At this moment, they had a feeling that becoming a great emperor was no longer so out of reach. Perhaps there was a chance for them to touch it. They were not the only ones with those thoughts. The people who came here before them agreed, cultivating in different locations. There are a lot of strangers. Yifutian turned his attention to other directions. He saw many cultivators that he had never seen before. He had seen a few people who came to the Haotian clan with Donghuang Diuan previously, but there were a few others he had never seen before. Of course, every world had some casual cultivators, all of which were on the old monster level. If the appearance of God's continent before was not enough to attract the attention of some old monsters, then the arrival of the path of the emperors was enough to draw out all the old monsters who were cultivating in hiding. Would the dawn of the age of gods become a distinction in time? The 6 emperors did not show themselves here. Perhaps they had reached some agreement or there were other factors. Many people looked at Yifutian, then withdrew their gazes. This space was very quiet, and there was no fighting. But everyone knew that there was no fighting only because now was not the time. Some cultivators looked at Donghuang Diuan to try to gauge her attitude. However, she said nothing, just continued to cultivate quietly. Above the heavenly palace, Ji Wudao drew his attention back. When he raised his head to look at the sky again, there was no longer any arrogance in his eyes. There was only respect and piety that came from the heart. It was as if that sky above was the manifestation of his beliefs. All the cultivators cultivated quietly. Yi Futian and the others also found a place, and then they sat down cross-legged. "Sir, I have one more question," Yi Futian said, looking at the West Emperor. "Palace Lord Yi, please," replied West Emperor. Before the collapse of the heavenly path, the divine tribulation was both a tribulation and a baptism. What happened after the heavenly path collapsed? Yi Futian asked. Who controls the order of the world, and what is tribulation? I had heard that cultivation was an act against heaven, thus disallowed by today's heaven. Hearing Yi Futian's words, the West Emperor looked surprised and said, after the path of the emperors was cut off, those who forged the perfect path were indeed not tolerated by the order of the world today. As for the order that operates today, it is still a mystery. Is it possible that it is the micro-heavenly path that someone realized later on? Yi Futian thought of their earlier conversation. The West Emperor glanced at him, a little shocked by Yi Futian's thinking. In the battle of the heavenly path, there were people who cultivated by defying the natural order who wanted to replace the heavenly path. Therefore, in some sense, your guess is not unreasonable. I don't know what happened between heaven and earth, or what took place in the latter days, but the truth should not be too far away, the West Emperor said. After the age of the gods began, everything was exposed. Yi Futian nodded and didn't continue to press. Thinking of any of this now was meaningless. What he should be doing instead was cultivating. Many of the people around him had gone through the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, and some were even on the verge of Emperor-to-be level. Once they reached this level, with the help of the heavenly path, they would have the opportunity to resonate with the heavenly path and be baptized by the divine tribulation to embark on the path of the emperors. Such an opportunity had to be seized, of course. Above the heavenly palace, there was a group of cultivators heading towards the area below and descending from the 99 heavens. Now, the people who should be here were almost so, and no one should disturb them here save for those super strong old monsters. Ordinary cultivators would not come up to the 99 heavens. In a quiet space, the cultivators from major camps were standing in different locations to cultivate. They were very far away from each other. On a gigantic stone pillar in the heaven court were cultivators from the dark world. At this moment, the aura upon one of them was tossing and roaring as if compelled by a divine power. This was causing a change up above in the firmament. Many people turned their attention to that cultivator. That cultivator from the dark world was an old monster-level figure, not a cultivator from the dark court. The divine power that surged on his body seemed to indicate something more. Many cultivators in Yi Imperial Palace glanced over there, and they knew in their hearts that those more visible cultivators were not top figures there. Presently, a group of old monsters had emerged to show themselves, one after another. They may have been cultivating for countless years, but because of the collapse of the heavenly path, the path of the emperors had been cut off, so they never had a chance. Now, they finally had the opportunity to step onto the path of the emperors. It is probably another ancient emperor. Supreme Swordlord fixed his attention there. Just like the ones from the ancient god clans in the divine prefecture, they have endured this for countless years, waiting for such an opportunity. Now that the order of heaven appeared here, they wanted this chance to return to the peak. The West Emperor cast a glance that way and said, yes, in that era, there were probably a lot of people like me, waiting to come back. When the heavenly path collapsed, why did it almost wipe out all of the great emperors? What happened? Asked the Supreme Swordlord. There was a hint of fear in West Emperor's eyes. It seemed as if it came from the depths of his memory. It was an extremely dark time, an age of pure madness. He didn't respond, and Supreme Swordlord didn't ask any more questions. However, he understood that once the opportunity arose, the ancient emperors of the past would return one after another to try to re-enter the imperial realm. Whether they could return to their former peak level was still something waiting to be seen. Concentrate on cultivating. You have reached the peak level of your current realm and created Taishang swordsmanship. You are only one step away from attracting the divine tribulation. Many heirs of the great emperors have already cast their own divine power, but their divine power comes from inheritance, not from their own comprehension. So, their divine powers cannot communicate with the order of heavenly path. Their realms are not necessarily deeper than yours, the West Emperor said to the Supreme Sword Lord. Even though the Supreme Sword Lord had been cultivating for a long time in front of someone like the West Emperor, he was still a junior. Understood. Supreme Sword Lord nodded, closing his eyes and cultivating as he was before. The realm of near deity was a very crucial step in that he had forged his own independent path. Now with the order of heavenly path looming, they were just one step away from being baptized by the heavenly path. But this one step was probably not as easy as it sounded. Yi Futian had entered a state of cultivation. He closed his eyes to improve his perception, and his perception reached beyond the firmament. He was comprehending that particular heavenly path. At this moment, Yi Futian had a very curious feeling. He sensed a familiar aura which seemed very similar to his own path. This also seemed to confirm some speculation on his part that his ancient tree of the world might have something to do with the heavenly path. There may be some connection between the micro-heavenly path that he cast and the heavenly path, which accounted for the similarities. He immersed in this perception to feel the order of the heavenly path that appeared before him. Another thought appeared in Yi Futian's mind. If the heavenly path had a consciousness, what about the heavenly path in front of him? Did it also have a consciousness? If it existed, whose consciousness was it? Yi Futian did not perceive the existence of consciousness, but the familiarity allowed him to keenly capture the power of the order in the heavenly path. He felt the order of the 5 elements, the thunder, and the destruction. Is it because my own micro-heavenly path has bred these divine powers that the resonance allowed me to perceive all this? Yi Futian wondered secretly. He thought that this must be the reason. If so, then would the reverse hold true? If he could feel other divine powers of orders from this heavenly path, would he be able to arouse the resonance of the micro-heavenly path inside his body, giving birth to a new divine power of order and making it his own? He thought this possibility was very likely. When he thought of this, Yi Futian entered a state of selfless cultivation. Now his realm was equivalent to having passed through triple divine tribulations. After being baptized by the divine tribulations, once he hit the level of perfection, he would officially become an emperor. It was just that, because of the particularities of his own cultivation, he was somewhat different from everyone else. His skills could not be totally quantified. But once his micro-heavenly path entered an equivalent complete state, he had a feeling that he would be stronger than the average great emperors. In regards to cultivation, time passed by very slowly. Everyone was immersed in their own cultivation, not disturbing each other. With the passage of time, the resonance between that previous cultivator and the heavenly path was becoming stronger, and the will of the heavenly path was falling, resonating with his body. Even the sky had undergone some changes, with divine light coming down. A divine tribulation was brewing. Is he ready to step on the path of the emperors? Someone wondered as he stared at the man. If it was the divine tribulation, then he would be the next emperor to be. The cultivators from the Dark Court looked at that old monster-level existence and saw that his resonance with the heavenly path was becoming stronger. The light of order was already descending from the sky, and then a terrifying aura manifested. The tribulation is coming. Everyone's eyes sharpened as they looked up and stared at the sky above. At this moment, Yi Futian sensed that in the order of the heavenly path, there was a dark, destructive beginning to form. It echoed with the divine power to turn it into the divine tribulation. The times are indeed different. Yi Futian was feeling pretty shocked inside. The era before the collapse of the heavenly path and the era after the collapse of the heavenly path were different. The tribulations that he had experienced and the divine tribulations as experienced by other cultivators intended on killing them. But the tribulation of heavenly path was meant to be more like a baptism. No wonder all the cultivators of today's world said that the path of the emperors was cut off because it had been cut off. The creation of perfect paths required the aid of divine items, and surviving the tribulation was akin to coming under attack from the divine realm itself. Except for those who cultivated by cutting off the path, surviving the divine tribulation meant nothing because no path of the emperors was available to them. But this firmament made everything possible. This was part of the heavenly path. Whose will constructed this piece of heaven? Yi Futian secretly exclaimed in his heart. He opened his eyes and saw the man soar into the sky until he was beyond it. The divine tribulation descended, and it was equally terrifying. The 99 heavens in the heavenly imperial palace were penetrated by the light of divine tribulation which completely shrouded this corner of the sky. In that era, what will happen if one fails to survive the tribulation? Ufutian asked the West Emperor. The tribulation of this era could obliterate those who failed. The tribulation was here for the express purpose of destruction. Failure to survive the tribulation means to never cross that hurdle. One will always stay at that level, unable to progress any further. The imperial realm will only be a dream in this lifetime, responded the West Emperor. But for those who can successfully reach this step, the rate of success is undoubtedly high, and they will likely step forward and become great emperors-to-be. Nothing will happen even if they failed at the attempt. Just the inability to get past it. Ufutian was greatly shocked by this revelation. The cultivation environment in ancient times was so different that no one would ever be killed by tribulations. So, there are people who fail to cross the tribulation but try to cultivate by cutting down the path? Ufutian asked. Smart guy, the West Emperor responded. Some will gamble that even if they failed, they are already unparalleled under the Emperor and have reached the top of the cultivation world, but there is no hope to reach the imperial realm. Nevertheless, this still motivated plenty of cultivators to take the risk and use their cultivation as a wager to cultivate by cutting the path. In case of failure, the best-case scenario is that they lose their cultivation forever. And the worst is that they will be obliterated by the tribulation from the heavenly path. I heard some elders said that there are those who will cut the path after becoming the great emperor-to-be. Ufutian looked at the terrifying scene that unfolded above the sky as the divine light of destruction rained down. However, he was unmoved and continued his dialogue with the West Emperor. Yes, after stepping on the path of the emperors, they have a deeper understanding of their realms, and as great emperors-to-be, their chances for success were greater after they cut down the path. However, such characters were a bit too cold-blooded, said the West Emperor. They are too ruthless. Ufutian couldn't imagine someone who had already embarked on the path of the emperors and was a great emperor-to-be to cut down the path for any reason. This kind of behavior was indeed insane and unimaginable. After becoming the great emperor-to-be, how could anyone be so reluctant to stay under the heavenly path as to choose to cut off the path out of anger? Who created such a crazy method of cultivation? Boom! The terrifying divine tribulation resounded throughout heaven and earth, piercing the 99 heavens. The divine power of order surged all around Ufutian, protecting the cultivators within this area from being affected by the divine tribulation. Almost, Ufutian glanced at the sky above and said, as great emperors themselves once, how can they possibly fail? All they needed is just an opportunity, the West Emperor continued. Even as great emperors-to-be, they are still not able to contend with you. He was highly confident in Ufutian's strength. Because Ufutian was also a great emperor-to-be, he was also obviously a great emperor-to-be who cut down the path. Do you have this much confidence in my strength? Ufutian asked. You did it before by slaying the great emperor of the Vajra region and crushing 4 ancient emperors by yourself. At that time, it was very likely that their realms had already been recovered by the great emperors-to-be. The West Emperor replied. Great emperors-to-be? Ufutian showed a look of surprise. Because those several existences from the ancient god clans were once great emperors, their cultivations were unique, different from everyone else's. Because of that, he couldn't really clarify their realms or what they were all about. Yes, the West Emperor nodded, look at them. Ufutian turned his attention toward Hautian the Great and several others. He found that they were cultivating in different locations. At this time, they had achieved a particular resonance with the heavenly path, which Ufutian was well aware of. They are absorbing the power of order within the heavenly path. This is what the great emperors-to-be tried to do when they wanted to reach perfection. Like me, they were great emperors from the past, so the changes before becoming great emperors-to-be are not that different. That is not the case with you. The few of them were already great emperors-to-be when they first attacked Yi Imperial Palace. However, we have no idea how they did that. We do know that Yi Imperial Palace had no power to fight back at the time, the West Emperor explained slowly. However, there are some oddities. For example, the differences before and after they became great emperors-to-be were not so great, yet they seem not strong enough. The human realm. An idea surfaced in Ufutian's mind. Previously, the human ancestor of the human realm must have invited them to cultivate in the human realm. In the human realm, the path of the emperors may have been revealed as well. Is it possible that it might be the little heavenly path? Yifutian asked. Those who have achieved little heavenly path must have crossed the realms in the little heavenly path, baptized by the divine tribulation and become great emperors to be, but it is different from the real heavenly path. That is a possibility. When the West Emperor heard what Yifutian said, his eyes sharpened. Yifutian's guess was plausible. Then, it stood to reason that they hadn't expected the path of the emperors to appear. Otherwise, they might have waited until today instead of being baptized by the divine tribulation in advance. If this was the case, they should be making up for the shortcomings by now and let the heavenly path baptize them. Yifutian nodded. He understood most of everything now. If the others were great emperors to be, his strength was more significant than the others. Could it be that the great emperor to be who cultivated by cutting down the path was just a little bit stronger? More importantly, he was far from reaching perfection at that time, nor was he close to it even now. He was making progress every moment. It would be another significant transformation if he achieved perfection, from great emperor to be to become an actual emperor. He passed. Just as the West Emperor guessed, that old monster-level character from the Dark World had successfully survived the divine tribulation. Under the baptism of the heavenly path, his body was radiant all over, resonating with the heavenly path as one. However, this temperament would be changed to something different in the outside world. In the direction of the Dark Court, many cultivators looked at the man with some envy, only to hear Lord Shaman say, "Congratulations to the elder for stepping on the path of the emperors." This was the first cultivator who had stepped over after the appearance of the path of the emperors and became a great emperor to be. Someone who had already embarked on the true path of the emperors. The great emperor to be was a great emperor, it was just a matter of time. Congratulations, elder. Many people in the Dark World bowed and saluted the cultivator. The great emperor to be, the future great emperor. After the collapse of the heavenly path, the path of the emperors was cut off. Today, the 6 emperors ruled the world to maintain orders. No matter how strong the cultivators in attendance today were, they all revered the great emperors. And at this very moment, a future great emperor had emerged. There was some envy and some jealousy, but at the same time there was respect as well. Before that, even if the other man were an ancient emperor, no one would care about someone who was once an ancient emperor who could not become a great emperor. He would never get enough respect. However, the moment he became the great emperor to be, everything changed. Most people from the Dark World were filled with respect except for a few people, such as the heirs of the great emperors from the other realms, who were a lot less respectful. From their perspective, the appearance of the path of the emperors and the dawn of the age of the gods would usher in their paths to become emperors. Compared to them, these ancient great emperors just took a shortcut. The old gods of the past would indeed be surpassed by the new. That cultivator appeared quite indifferent to all this, nodding calmly. His eyes looked up into the sky, and he didn't seem to care too much about the others' attitude. Everyone who was beneath the great emperors were like mere insects. Stepping onto the path of the emperors was the only way to become a deity. Anyone and anything that was not deity were not worthy of their gaze. He was a great emperor many years ago, and in this day and age he would be a great emperor again. After the divine tribulation, divine power circulated him as he continued to comprehend and cultivate, ignoring everyone else. He was just a great emperor to be for now. Only when he finally returned to the realm of the great emperor could he be completely at ease, having returned in the truest sense. The divine power circled him resonated with the heavenly path as he was bathing in the divine glory of the heavenly path. He concentrated on cultivating, intending to train his body to reach the perfect great path. His divine power was endless. When everyone saw this, they didn't bother him. It was different at the level of the great emperor, even his temperament had changed. Before, some could still communicate with that other man, but now they were probably no longer on the same level. They must also focus on cultivating to fight for an opportunity so they might also step onto the path of the emperors. Tom continued to pass. Above the sky, black lotuses suddenly appeared. They were pitch black and profound. Their presence darkened the entire sky. Then, Many black lotuses appeared in the boundless world above the heavenly palace. In each black lotus was a terrifying power of destructive rules. What? Many people revealed curious expressions as they looked up at the black lotus flowers that appeared between heaven and earth, especially the massive black lotus born in the sky. Everyone could feel a terrifying aura of destruction in just a glance, as if that black lotus was synonymous with destruction. A black lotus birthed by the heavenly path? Many cultivators were shocked to their core. The black lotus was still growing, continuously pressing downwards, as its destructive divine power grew more frightening. Buzz! Voices rose into the air, and most of them were cultivators from the dark world, including Lord Shaman, the great shaman of the Dark Court. They showed up not far away from the black lotus and saw wisps of black destructive current circulated inside it. The divine power of rules seemed to have condensed into an entity that would inflict death on whatever it touched. This gigantic black lotus spun in the void, and strands of destructive divine power crept towards the surroundings. There was a cultivator who was a little too close. He stretched out his hand boldly as strands of terrifying suction appeared in his palm. Instantly, the suction swallowed the destructive currents into the palm of his hand. But in just an instant, his face changed to an expression of extreme fear. No, in the next moment, his body turned into smoke and ashes and disappeared into wisps of black smoke, which dissipated. It was as if this man had never existed. In the meantime, his soul and spirit had dispersed and scattered. What everyone saw in front of them made their hearts jump, and many involuntarily retreated. There was an extreme wariness and vigilance in their eyes as they focused their attention in front of them. There, wisps of black currents were still circulating, sweeping towards the surroundings. However, the currents that emanated from the black lotus could quickly turn a cultivator in the tribulation plane to dust. "Get back, all of you," Lord Shaman said. Suddenly, many people evacuated from this area except those top cultivators who remained around the black lotus. This is the purest divine power of destruction, formed by the order of destruction under the heavenly path. An old man from the dark court piped up. This was an old man who the world had never before seen. He stared at the black lotus. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. This black lotus was a divine item nurtured by the heavenly path. Upon obtaining it, it was easier to perceive the divine power and stronger powers of the order from the heavenly path. Therefore, it made it possible to resonate with the heavenly path and step onto the path of the emperors. Other cultivators had noticed it as well, their eyes fixed on the black lotus. Even if they were not cultivators from the dark world, a hint of greed flashed through their eyes. The divine items bred by the heavenly path had always been the treasures that the world coveted since the beginning of times. Who didn't want to snatch up such an item? Many people stared over there, and some were even moving towards it. Lord Shaman turned his head as he glanced at the cultivators from everywhere and said, "This black lotus of destruction was born from darkness, and it is a divine item that belongs to the dark world. Since this corner of heaven can produce this black lotus, it will inevitably produce other divine items in the future. If you want to fight for this black lotus, do you think you will be able to keep the other items in the future?" Lord Shaman's words made everyone hesitate for a bit as they looked up into the sky. Path of the emperors appeared in the heavenly palace as if there was an incarnation of the heavenly path. Would there be more divine items like this in the future? It was very possible. If you don't fight us for this black lotus now, we won't fight for the other divine items in the future, Lord Shaman continued. When he spoke, strands of divine power surged around him, which was beyond terrifying. The aura from everyone began to dissipate. It was not entirely because of what Lord Shaman said. It was mainly because the divine power of destruction was not the divine power they had intended to cultivate and comprehend. In other words, the item didn't mean so much to them. If they risked themselves for of it, the result was not worth it. Yifutian glanced over there, but he didn't participate in any of it. He merely sat quietly. Afterward, he raised his head and looked at the sky again. He was still contemplating the question before, whether or not consciousness existed in this heaven. If there was consciousness, whose consciousness was it? The heavenly emperor. Why would he want to produce these divine items if it was the heavenly emperor? Was it to help the people in the world become enlightened so that they may ascend onto the path of the emperors? I am beginning to believe the prophecies made by the Buddha of Destiny, said Yifutian in a low voice as the people around him nodded in agreement. Supreme Swordlord said, I also feel that the era of the gods is coming. The path of the emperors seems to have been revealed as some kind of a sign. Yifutian turned around and glanced at everyone. Concentrate on cultivating and don't be distracted by everything on the outside. This world may still contain some great opportunities. Yes, Palace Lord. Everyone nodded. Since Yifutian said so, maybe he had detected something. When the opportunity arises, one must have the strength to seize it. Yifutian and the others focused on their cultivation while ignoring the happenings in outer realms. Cultivators from other realms did not fight for the Black Lotus. Yet, the people of the Dark World had internal struggles. Which powerful cultivators did not want this dark divine item for themselves? Some of the more powerful cultivators had ended the lives of many weaker ones during the plunder. Eventually, the remaining cultivators of Dark World came to a consensus to encircle the Black Lotus for cultivation. They immediately sealed it in an area and began to grasp the law of divine power of destruction within it. With that, it formed a power balance as everyone was keeping each other in check. So no one would dare to snatch it for themselves. The existence of the Black Lotus caused the cultivators of all realms to revere this land. To think that a divine item would manifest in this place. Would another show up in other places? Could it be related to her? Supreme Swordlord mumbled. The sovereign princess was an unparalleled being after all. This place was Heavenly Palace, the dwelling of a heavenly emperor. She was once the daughter of a heavenly emperor. Could the manifestation of the heavenly path in this domain be connected to her? All the cultivators were focusing on their cultivation as time passed slowly. Most of the powerful cultivators and mighty figures were paving their path of the emperors, especially the group of ancient emperors. They were lucky to have survived through the era of the disintegration of the heavenly path in various ways. After waiting for countless years, their hope to return to Imperial Realm had finally come through. For endless years, numerous ancient cultivators could not reach the last tier, the path of the emperors. During this prolonged time, they had been dreaming of the day when they could finally step on the path of the emperors. Now that the opportunity presented itself before them, they would never miss out. Yifutian paid no heed to outer realm but focused solely on his cultivation. The resonance between him and the sky was gradually becoming stronger. When a divine power rained from the above and rested on him, many people turned their eyes to look at him. It looks like the previous one was his third divine tribulation. The crowds thought to themselves, as a great emperor-to-be, Yifutian could sense the law of the heavenly path, creating a resonance and even using it to strengthen his body. An invisible aura flowed through Yifutian's body, creating a connection between the nearby cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace and himself. At that moment, those people could feel the divine power that moved around him. At once, Supreme Swordlord, Lord Chun, and the others tried their best to sense it. Although some had already gone through the second divine tribulation, they still had not been through the most crucial part. So, Yifutian let them meditate on the most refined law of the heavenly path to help them reach their enlightenment. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. All the powerful cultivators focused on their cultivation, but the time frame was very short for them. After all, many of them were ancient cultivators who had been cultivating for more than 10,000 years. So, this period felt like nothing to them. All the corners in the 99 heavens were eerily silent. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura manifested above the sky. While innumerable people were staring at the sky, some saw a divine mountain above their heads. It was emanating a tremendous divine power that felt dense. All the cultivators who were cultivating opened their eyes immediately and looked at the divine mountain. A significant number of them stopped their cultivation and prepared to plunder it. They did not get their hands on the Black Lotus 3 years ago, so they would not miss the chance again. However, the divine mountain continued to expand its size and eventually covered the entire sky. It spanned from the above of the firmament and grew downward. The divine power released from it caused many to refrain from moving closer to it. Boom! The divine mountain did not stop growing in size. Several ancient cultivators went to the ground beneath the divine mountain. A defeating tremor could be heard as it continued to fall from the sky, causing those ancient cultivators to grunt in affliction. Their backs were bent by it as they spat blood from their mouths. With that, they instantly fled from that place. Upon seeing that, the remaining cultivators who coveted it did not dare to act impetuously. The boundless divine mountain descended to the 99 heavens of heavenly emperor realm. The peak of it seemed to stretch all the way to heaven beyond heaven as if it was boundless. The cultivators from the lower layer of the heavens could feel its presence following its penetration through the uppermost layer. It went on until it penetrated the 99 heavens. The multitude was trembling when they felt a peerless divine power filling the atmosphere. It's a divine item. The people from the lower realm were taken aback after sensing the aura of the divine mountain. Their paths to the 99 heavens were blocked as they penetrated the entire heavens and landed there. This is the second a divine item has fallen from the sky. The crowds glanced at the divine mountain that pierced through the entire 99 heavens and turned to look at the destructive black lotus. Even though they could not take the divine item away, they could do their meditation there. Was the will of the heavenly path destroyed following the disintegration of the heavenly path? Many onlookers murmured the question silently. Who could hold such great power? Who could personify the heavenly path and materialize divine items? This feat was something only the heavenly path during ancient times could pull off when it was still ruling the world order. Back then, the 8 legions under the command of the heavenly path were supported by it to rule over the world order in its place. The heavenly emperor realm might replace the gods' continent to become the second hotspot for cultivators from all over the realms, someone muttered, to which everyone agreed. The existence of the heavenly imperial palace following the gods' continent seemed to be the foreshadowing of the significant change in the world and the beginning of the age of the gods. All the powerful cultivators headed to the gods' continent would gather at the heavenly imperial palace. The cultivators from every realm had been showing up to the 99 heavens for the last few years. Ji Wudao and the others were staring at the lower ground from the heavenly palace. They were excited for the new age of the heavenly emperor realm. The heaven realm would restore its past glory and become the prime of the 7 realms. At that time, there was a change in the sky when a divine light illuminated a spot. That was a top-tier cultivator of divine prefecture, who people hardly ever seen him. He had been cultivating solitarily in veiled enigma mountain of Dongwang Imperial Palace. He was once an ancient emperor. But at that moment, things were about to change for him as he prepared to prove his path to be a great emperor-to-be. Damn! There goes the birth of another great emperor-to-be, many cultivators remarked quietly. The cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace could not keep their cool after seeing the happening. The world had changed so fast over the years that they could no longer keep up with it. The peak of the Renhuang Plain was once the highest tier. But things changed after the discovery of God's ruins. For that reason, many cultivators grew stronger. With the continuous emergence of the ancient cultivators and ancient emperors, the average tribulation plane cultivators had become unimpressive. The manifestation of the heavenly path in heavenly emperor realm, the dissension of divine item, and the continuous emergence of great emperor-to-be had turned this era into a chaotic one. Nevertheless, they knew that the people they had seen and faced were the top-tier cultivators in this world. The 6 great emperors were just a level above these powerful individuals. Turning their eyes on Yifutian, they saw him cultivating quietly, without any distraction. Apart from helping them with their cultivation, he had to meditate on forming his micro-heavenly path. Only after he completed its formation could he truly become a great emperor. The appearance of the divine mountain had expedited the occurrence of multiple events in the heavenly emperor realm. They caught the attention of cultivators from the 7 realms who headed toward heaven realm after hearing about them. Even the cultivators from God's continent passed through the space passage to heaven realm. Suddenly, many cultivators would show up in the 99 heavens of heavenly emperor realm every day. It was exactly like what happened when God's continent first appeared back then. Many cultivators were cultivating on every layer of all 99 heavens in the heavenly imperial palace. They surrounded the gigantic divine mountain and cultivated. Its size was so massive that it spanned across the 99 heavens. Countless cultivators could sense the aura of a great emperor from the divine power that it emanated. They did not know that it was the most primordial aura of the law of the heavenly path. Most of them could not grasp the fullness of it with their current cultivation level. But even if they could only gain enlightenment in a small fraction, it could improve their cultivation significantly. Only those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path were qualified to grasp the divine power completely. Numerous people gathered around the divine mountain and had their discussions. I've heard that the strongest individuals in the 7 realms have gathered in the 99 heavens. Can anyone confirm this gossip? Someone asked. It's true. Apart from the 6 great emperors, all of the strongest people in the 7 realms have already made it here. One of my seniors told me that our ancestor had informed him that the heavenly path manifested above the 99 heavens. It's a sign of the return of a great emperor. Heavenly path? A person's heart skipped a beat and questioned, "What is the heavenly path? Have you not heard of the disintegration of the heavenly path during the age of the gods?" Similar conversations were held everywhere. The cultivators of the 7 realms began to hear of this once untold secret. The elites had already known about it since the gods' ruin first appeared. However, the change in the heavenly imperial palace caused the secret of the heavenly path and some details about the battle of the gods to be leaked. How many of the elites will become the great emperor? Buddha of Destiny had prophesied the emergence of the age of the gods in the gods' ruins continent. Is the prophecy really coming true? If the Buddha of Destiny could look into the future, then the prophecy might become a reality soon. In that case, won't it mean that Dong Huang the Great has less than 30 years left? Some of the crowd's hearts skipped a beat upon hearing that. They could not imagine that Dong Huang the Great, who had united and reigned divine prefecture for the last 400+ years, would soon relinquish his fate of the emperor. Could a great emperor be toppled? 2 decades was too short of a time. It would pass in the blink of an eye. Could that person be Yi Futian? If it were Yi Futian, he would highly likely become a great emperor. Otherwise, how else could an era be ended? Yi Futian knew nothing about the people of Outer Realms speculations. He was focused on his cultivation at that time. There was a silhouette inside his world. It was formed by the will of his micro-heavenly path. His inner world continued to develop under the influence of the will. Eventually, several divine mountains that spanned across the entire realm materialized. The presence of the domain of destruction could be felt all around. While he was grasping the power of the heavenly path, he was also perfecting his inner world. On the outside, the people around him had been improving in their cultivation a lot. Some of them even survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Still, no one reached the tier of half-deity plane. Nevertheless, he could feel that West Emperor was about to face his tribulation. The divine power surrounded the latter while rains would fall within the vicinity from time to time. The aura of the heavenly path above the sky created a resonance with him. As a former ancient emperor, his cultivation level was already sufficient. Therefore, when the path of the emperors appeared, ancient cultivators like them would not find it hard to become the great emperor. After all, they were all once the great emperors. Many powerful cultivators surrounded the divine mountain and cultivated. Like the destructive black lotus, this divine mountain was also a divine item. They could help the cultivators gain enlightenment on the power of the law of the great path. Even so, no one other than the ancient emperors successfully broke through the barrier of the cultivation level. It was not something one could easily attain. The cultivators in the 99 heavens ignored the changes of the lower worlds. Even though people came from different parts of the realms, they paid no heed to any of the crowds. They solely focused on their cultivation. As time passed, there were 2 more ancient emperors who went through their tribulation and entered the great emperor to be plane. After such a long time, they could finally revert to their peak form. Yet, they did not become impatient, but they cultivated in solitude. At that point, great emperor to be plane was no longer invincible in that world. They had to return to the pinnacle of their strength to regain their true self. The death of Vajra realm great emperor had taught them a lesson. Although they were ancient people, the people of the current time could hold a candle to them. The restriction in the world had cut off the path of the emperors from the latter. Or else, they would not be in their current state where great emperors were in decline. West Emperor was about to face his divine tribulation. The fact of it caused the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace to jump for joy. After all, he was one of them. After he survived the tribulation and became a great emperor to be, the overall strength of Yi Imperial Palace would further increase. Nevertheless, Yi Futian did not pay much attention to it, seeing that the level he aimed for was already beyond the great emperor. To be plain, he did not even go to watch West Emperor's tribulation. At the end of the day, that body belonged to Shi Qiao. Every time he thought of her, he felt sorrowful. The cultivators of West Imperial Palace had mixed feelings about it. However, the return of a great emperor was good news for them. They would have a great emperor among their lineup and become an authentic emperor-level force. Hence, their lifelong dream would finally come true. 3 years passed in a flash. That day, an intimidating divine power emanated from above the sky. Everyone lifted their heads to look at the sky while their hearts palpitated like mad. Will another divine item manifest itself again? 3 years. The gap between the appearance of the destructive Black Lotus and the divine mountain is 3 years. Now, another 3 years have passed. Could this be a coincidence or a fixed pattern? Upon realizing the unique time each of the divine item had appeared, they were taken aback. An unparalleled divine light beamed downward from the sky. It was brimmed with a peerless divine power of space. Following that, the onlookers noticed a divine door dropped from the sky with divine light encircling it. The door seemed to have existed in another dimension. It was packed with the divine power of the law of space. The door continued to descend and stopped above the 99 heavens. The onlooking cultivators' hearts skipped a beat upon seeing that. Suddenly, a few silhouettes could be seen rushing toward that massive divine door. When they stretched their hands to reach the divine door, their hands went through it like it was a void. I couldn't touch it. This must be a spatial divine item. A cultivator of empty divine realm could be seen moving forward. The door of space seemed to be in front of them. Yet they could only see and feel it but not touch it. I'm afraid only those who had gained enlightenment on the purest form of the divine spatial rule power could touch the door of space and get the divine item for themselves. The empty divine realm's cultivator said, "Why do I get the feeling that this divine item is prepared for the empty divine realm?" Such a casual remark caused the hearts of the crowd to race rapidly. After setting their eyes on the destructive Black Lotus, they thought, if this door of space is prepared for empty divine realm, the destructive Black Lotus must be prepared for dark world. What about the divine mountain? Could it be that all of these are not a coincidence but the will of man? The hearts of the onlookers pounded like a drum as they glanced at the sky. If this were a will of man, it would mean that it was the will of the heavenly path. Who was the embodiment of the heavenly path? They all felt that the heavenly path was a chess game where all living things were pawns. In ancient times, the 8 legions under the command of the heavenly path ruled the order of the world. Would the heavenly path edify the 8 legions this time? Was that why divine items had descended from the sky? Did the heavenly path belong to heavenly emperor realm? Could it be that the will of the heavenly emperor did not disappear? The world was divided into the 7 realms at that time. If one were to include original realm, it would be 8 realms in total. In other words, the heavenly path might drop 7 or even 8 divine items from the sky. If they were to manifest once every 3 years, it would take 18 or 21 years. The destructive Black Lotus undoubtedly belonged to Dark World. Likewise, the door of space was clearly a gift to empty divine realm. At that time, the cultivators of empty divine realm moved toward the door of space and encircled it. Although they could not get hold of it yet, the divine power of the law of space that it emanated could help them cultivate. Nonetheless, some other cultivators went near it anyways. After all, the cultivators of empty divine realm were not the only ones who cultivated in the way of space. Many cultivators from different parts of the world were proficient in the power of the great path of space. Greetings. Since each realm will have its divine item, we, people of empty divine realm, will claim ownership of the door of space. Hence, we will not participate in the scramble for other divine items, said Wuxia, a cultivator of empty divine realm. He was surrounded by an entourage of powerful cultivators from Empty Mountain. Although these divine items were compatible with cultivators from certain realms, they could also help people from all parts of the world gain benefits in their cultivation. Hence, they could not conquer more than one divine item for themselves. So, they would miss the chance to claim one of them as their own. The cultivators from other realms most likely would not be willing to tussle with each other. After all, divine items that were suitable for them might appear later. Many cultivators were ready for action, but no one tried to seize it in the end. Just like how they gave up the destructive Black Lotus, they could do the same by giving away the door of space to the empty divine realm. No matter what, they would take one of the divine items for themselves. However, who had the ownership over the divine mountain? Cultivators from all over the world surrounded the divine mountain in the 99 heavens and cultivated. No one took it for themselves yet. Yifutian's silhouette remained in his inner world and watched the changes within it while meditating on the heavenly path. He had gained much enlightenment in the past 6 years. He was the first to sense the divine power when the heavenly path had dropped the Black Lotus, divine mountain, and door of space. The Black Lotus represented the law of destruction. The divine mountain represented strength and stability. The door of space represented the law of space. The stars surrounded Yifutian's inner world. Feeling slightly fluttery, he stretched his hand in the air, trying to catch something. At once, a star flew in his direction rapidly. It gradually became smaller until it was the size of a speck that hovered around his palm. A flower could contain an entire world, a leaf could be a miniature Bodhi tree, Yifutian murmured. There were many continents in the original realm, including the Ziwei segmentum. It was filled with stars that dispersed across the sky. The evolution of the stars are endless worlds, Yifutian mumbled. Every star in the firmament could hold a world. After swaying his palm, the tiny star was launched into the air. Immediately after, the entire atmosphere brimmed with innumerable particles that expanded continuously. In the end, all of them turned into stars while frightening noises could be heard. Each of the stars slowly turned into endless worlds. As a result, Yifutian's inner world continued to grow in size as if it had just evolved. Every world within the stars seemed to transform into his original world where heaven and earth were formed, including the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. They continued to perfect the worlds within. With that, Yifutian continued with his cultivation. A complete law of the heavenly path should be all-encompassing and packed with countless divine power of the law. Only then could the world of his heavenly path continue to evolve from micro-heavenly path into the complete macro-heavenly path. If he could finish this step, his world would be considered perfect. Then, he could permit the cultivators of the world to meditate inside his world. The meditation and evolution were extremely time-consuming, causing Yifutian to be lost track of time. Another 3 years had passed without his realization. At that time, Yifutian was muttering something inside his world. 1 turned into 2. 2 split into 3. 3 spawned all things. He gained enlightenment on infinity. Infinity was boundless and immeasurable. There was a change in the sky on the outside. Following the emanation of a petrifying and sharp aura, the heavenly path materialized a divine sword that descended from the firmament. It seemed to have control over the rules in the world. Falling from the sky, it traversed the ether and the land, pierced through the entire 99 heavens like the divine mountain. Sensing the spine-chilling divine power the divine sword released, all the cultivators raised avaricious smirks on their faces. Many influential individuals moved toward the divine sword to use it for their cultivation. The cultivators of the human realm were the fastest. In no time, they encircled and guarded the skies of the divine sword. Next, Di Hao announced loudly, "We, the cultivators of human realm, will claim ownership of this sword." Their speculation might have turned out to be true. The heavenly path would give birth to a divine item once every 3 years. The crowds coveted the divine sword. After all, a myriad of cultivators in the world had been cultivating the way of the sword. For instance, West Emperor Supreme Swordlord Yi Wuchen and the other people of the Yi Imperial Palace were cultivators of the way of the sword. Therefore, the thought of getting close to the divine sword for cultivation ran through their minds when they caught sight of it. At that moment, Yifutian opened his eyes as he knew the people's thinking. All those years of letting them meditate on the power of the law of the heavenly path improved their cultivation significantly. If they could grasp the purest form of the power of the law, it could benefit them considerably in their cultivation. "I do not agree," Yifutian piped up. Upon hearing that, a concourse of onlookers turned to look at him. The cultivators of the human realm were scowling at him. Di Hao's glare was especially disdainful. The divine items that had descended from the sky do not belong to anyone. Every cultivator has the right to do their cultivation with them. Yifutian warned with a stern voice that no one would dare to question. The words that came out of Yifutian's mouth were undoubtedly nonsensical. Although everyone understood his words, it all came down to their strength at the end of the day. The reason the Emperor-level forces thought they could claim ownership over those items was that they had the strength to back them up. After all, each of them represented the 7 realms. Yet, as Yifutian was the one who said that it could not be considered nonsense. At that point, he already had the power to turn the tide of the situation according to his will. I don't care how you people allocate the divine items between yourselves, but the cultivators from Yi Imperial Palace shall cultivate at each place whenever they want. No one shall stop them from doing so, Yifutian declared. Most of the people's pupils shrunk when they heard it. The strongest cultivators in the 7 realms were gathered in that place. Yet Yifutian had the guts to utter such domineering words out of his mouth. A question was aroused in the minds of the onlookers as they recalled the event of him finishing off Vajra Realm Great Emperor. What is his current cultivation level? Go! Yifutian ordered the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace around him, disregarding all the people of the 7 realms. The West Emperor, Supreme Sword Lord, and the others moved forward. Both the West Emperor and Supreme Sword Lord cultivated in the way of the sword. So, the 2 of them walked toward the divine sword. Following that, Yi Wuchen, Gu Donglu, and the like approached the divine sword. On the other hand, Feng Xiyuan and the group headed in the Door of Space's direction while Ling Long led many people toward the divine mountain. The cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace acted according to Yifutian's instruction. All of them wanted divine items related to their cultivation. To think that they would dare to do his bidding without hesitation just went to display their absolute trust toward him. Because of their deep faith in Yifutian, they did what he had asked without delay, meditating with each divine item they deemed fit. On the vast land of the 99 heavens stood many cultivators from every part of the world, who were glaring at the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace. Would anyone dare to lay a finger on them? If someone were to assault Yifutian's subordinates to kill him, would he not be worried that they might be killed? Or did he believe that no one dared to do so? However, Yifutian was the one who ended the life of Vajra Realm Great Emperor. Those who wished to lay a finger on the people of Yi Imperial Palace might need to reconsider carefully. Still, no one would dare risk killing one of them. At that moment, several cultivators from the direction of the human realms crowd moved forward. All of them emanated blood-curdling divine power from within their bodies, giving off an aura that could hold a candle to the likes of Vajra Realm Great Emperor and the ancient emperors of the ancient god clan. So they've already survived the 3rd divine tribulation and reached the great emperor-to-be plane? Yifutian remarked with a frown. He did not care much about the human realm previously, but it seemed like the powerful cultivators there were more than he had imagined. Human ancestor must have formed his micro-heavenly path, Yifutian murmured to himself. Back then, the human realm extended an invitation to him, asking him to be absorbed into their side. In retrospect, they must have been trying to win over the powerful individuals from different parts of the world since the human ancestor had secured a path of the emperors. The ancient emperors of ancient god clan from Vajra realm walked on the path of the emperors after they headed to the human realm. Nevertheless, Yifutian did not care much about it. He could kill Vajra realm Great Emperor and held his ground against 4 great emperors to be back then. But his strength had already increased dramatically since then as his inner world continued to evolve. His strength would be increased each time he evolved. So, his current might was equal to that of a great emperor to be. At the end of his evolution, he would become a true great emperor. Noticing Yifutian's gaze, the cultivators from human realms surged their divine power like the gods in ancient times. They were all ancient emperors themselves. The aura they emanated and their supercilious air were matchless. One of them took a step forward. His divine power suppressed the location of Yifutian from a far distance. However, he did not lay a finger on the people headed toward the divine sword. If they could not defeat Yifutian, they were essentially signing their death warrant. If Yifutian were a pushover, the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace would not survive until that day. An intimidating authority of heaven filled the entire atmosphere of the 99 heavens. All the cultivators who stood between them retreated from the spot immediately, leaving the sight of a boundless land. It was as if they were the only two people who existed there. Great emperors to be. Two of them. Many cultivators muttered while glancing at the ancient emperor from the human realm and Yifutian. Back then, they had only heard about the story of Yifutian killing Vajra realm great emperor and slaying Haotian the Great. Would they be able to witness the battle of ancient emperor this time? Boom! A loud rumble could be heard. The will of devastation filled up the atmosphere. Simultaneously, a purple light of destruction was generated between the ancient emperor and Yifutian. A thunder attribute divine power, Yifutian mumbled after sensing the power. Innumerable light particles formed rays of purple light of destruction. Every particle was brimmed with peerless destructive power. This ancient emperor must have gained enlightenment on the purest form of the way of thunder source and assimilated it with his own divine power. Yifutian could sense immense destructive power within each particle of the rays of divine light. Imagine every particle that contained Jutian divine thunder. How terrifying would the explosive force be? One of them could easily penetrate the body of a powerful cultivator and disintegrate it completely. However, when the divine power touched Yifutian, the divine light could not even pierce through his body's defense. Clang! Clang! Shrill noises could be heard when an apocalyptic purple divine light lit up the atmosphere while covering Yifutian's body. The fabric of space over there was nearly torn by the divine power of destruction. Yet, he stood in the middle of it without moving an inch. His body was no longer just flesh and blood. It had transformed into the Great Path. Cultivators on the sidelines could tell how petrifying the divine power of the ancient Xianxia of the human realm was. Their blood ran cold even though that power was not directed at them. The destructive light penetrated the land beneath Yifutian's feet and traversed the 99 heavens did not improve the situation. Some unfortunate people were instantly reduced to ashes by the light beam. None of them even had the time to react. The divine power that penetrated the 99 heavens caught the attention of a myriad of crowds. They were aghast at the sight of it. At that time, countless powerful cultivators gathered in that realm and occupied every layer. The onlookers witnessed many people incinerated by the divine light beamed from above. Was it the battle of the gods? It's Yifutian. Someone looked past the layers of space to the source of the beam of divine light and saw Yifutian, who stood still at the middle of the attack of the divine power, not making a sound. Old gods, Yifutian piped up, this is no longer your era. He spoke in an indifferent tone. Yet, his voice traveled to the ears of the crowds in the 99 heavens. They were taken aback by his remark, by which he called the ancient emperors old gods, and that this was no longer their era. In other words, he was saying they were beings out of time. Boom! The destructive divine light became increasingly fearsome. In a flash, the man held a long spear brimming with divine power in his hand. The sight of the destructive divine light illuminated the whole atmosphere was terrifying to behold. Shooting Yifutian a glare, he launched the spear downward, and it broke through the void while the destructive divine light lit up the sky. Nonetheless, Yifutian's reaction speed was exceedingly fast. He was so nimble that the onlookers could not catch up to him. His motions were faster than the speed of thoughts. Before anyone could react, they noticed Yifutian raise his hand high and point toward the long spear. A seemingly simple pointing motion caused the entire atmosphere to tremble. Then, divine light could be seen firing at the other party's divine light, putting out the latter upon impact and launching toward the destructive spear. Bang! Following a loud bang, the massive spear broke into pieces. The powerful attack passed through the destroyed spear and hit the divine body of the ancient emperor. The ancient emperor could hear a deep groan as he felt like his divine frame was about to shatter. In the next moment, he spat blood out of his mouth. The sight of it caused the hearts of the onlookers in the 99 heavens to pound like crazy. They were looking at the happening above the sky intensely. A flick of his finger could spill the blood of a god. Just how powerful had Yifutian become? He must have reached the tier of great emperor to be. At that time, they recounted Yifutian calling the ancient emperor old god earlier. In other words, he was saying that the era of the ancient times' heavenly path had already passed. Even if the old gods returned, it was no longer their time to shine. Would Yifutian and his crazy powerful bunch of cultivators kick-start a brand new epic? Many human realm cultivators turned their eyes to the injured ancient Xianxia. They were wondering what kind of power was stored within the flick of Yi Futian's finger. What kind of divine power was that? Someone asked through telepathy. They were taken aback by the explosive force of the flick of Yi Futian's finger. They knew the strength of their comrade. Yet he could not handle the attack. I'm not sure. The divine power within the flick of his finger was substantial and profound, like the divine mountain. Some part of it felt like the divine power of the stars. He must have packed the divine power of the stars into that flick. The ancient Xianxia answered, much to the other cultivators' surprise. As fellow great emperors to be, your cultivation level should technically be the same even if he were a pathslayer. We've met a handful of the divine power of the stars users before. By right, you should have been able to destroy it with your divine power. Even if you could not shatter it, you should have ended up like that. A person remarked telepathically in confusion. Every cultivator in this world gained their divine power through enlightenment. But there were consistent patterns. Many similar abilities could be categorized as a type of divine power. The divine power of the stars was one of them. So it was not a rare ability. Unless it was the ultimate form of the divine power of the stars, someone commented. The pupils of the human realm cultivators shrunk after hearing that. The final form of the divine power of the stars' evolution was the divine power of the world. If Yi Futian gained the divine power of the world through his meditation, his strength among the great emperors would be top tier after reaching that plane of cultivation. There were ranks between divine powers. We should focus on our cultivation so that we would reach the perfection plane the soonest possible, one of them said. Everyone nodded in agreement. To prevent the problems from getting out of hand, they continued with their cultivation. Once they perfected their great path, they would become a bona fide great emperor. If they could reach that tier before Yi Futian, they could wipe the floor with him even if he gained the divine power of the world. With that, the cultivators of human realm acquiesced that the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace would cultivate around the area of the divine sword and gain enlightenment on the divine power within it. Likewise, no one stopped the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace from entering the other areas of the divine items. Although the people of Empty Divine Realm felt a little dissatisfied, they were not overly opposing as they both had common enemies. The cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace who were proficient in the power of the great path of space got near to the divine door of space and meditated on the will of the great path of the law of space. At that time, the cultivators around the world thought Yi Imperial Palace was the only force without a great emperor. Yet its cultivators dare occupy the cultivation resources of all the other forces. This is the only thing none of the other emperor-level forces can pull off. All things considered, it was all due to Yi Futian's might. As a person who became a great emperor to be, no one could hold a candle to him apart from the 6 great emperors. Although all the strongest individuals in the world, including many ancient emperor cultivators, were gathered at that place, only a handful of them could hold their own in a battle with him, except if there were extremely powerful cultivators lurking in the dark. Countless cultivators on the ground of the 99 heavens saw the might of the flicker and were stunned by it. Just how powerful had Yi Futian become? Back then, the 5 great emperors of the 5 ancient god clans purged countless cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace. At that time, Yi Futian narrowly escaped death. But who would have thought that the incident would be the cause of his invincibility currently? If the 5 ancient emperors could foresee this outcome, they would have used other methods to finish him off. They would not have looked at him condescendingly and given him time to take a break and eventually survived the 3rd tribulation. Would they finally regret their actions back then? The world cultivation once revered the demigod list. But near-deity cultivators were no longer considered influential in the current world. The discovery of the ruins of the gods caused the birth of countless near-deity cultivators. The great emperors of ancient times continuously showed up around as well. At that point, people must be focused on the great emperor-to-be list and perhaps the great emperor list shortly. Everyone had the hunch that the prophecy of Buddha of destiny would come true. The age of the gods would take place in no time. The time when the ruins of the gods appeared was the catalyst. It was a historic moment. Will the strength of Yi Futian threaten Donghuang the Great? Some of the crowd recounted the remaining duration of Donghuang the Great's fate of the emperor, which only had around 20 years left. Everyone believed that the age of the gods would take place. But even if Yi Futian became a great emperor, could he end Donghuang the Great's fate of the emperor? Donghuang the Great had been a great emperor for almost 500 years. This talented genius was already an extremely powerful cultivator back then. No one knew the extent of his current strength. Many thoughts ran through the minds of the cultivators of Divine Prefecture. Most of them were glaring at Yi Futian hostile looks while scowling at the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace in displeasure. A significant number of Divine Prefecture's cultivators were meditating around the Divine Mountain to gain enlightenment on its power. Donghuang Diyuan was there as well. How arrogant of him to behave like that when he is just a great emperor to be. Did he forget that the existence of the 6 great emperors? Someone criticized. The owner of the voice was Du Yu. He was a powerful near-deity cultivator at that time. As the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, his talent was extraordinary. Even though he had reached near-deity plane, he was still no match for Yi Futian. Things would get ugly if you push your luck too much. He hasn't even become a great emperor. Did he think that he could already stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world? A person from Divine Prefecture retorted. Although they could not handle Yi Futian currently, they did not like his arrogance. He was still alive because the 6 great emperors did not lay a finger on him. Yi Futian turned his eyes on Du Yu, who was talking. With a thought, his and the other people's faces turned pale and they immediately fell from the sky as an invisible divine power pressed them down. Although they unleashed the aura of the great path from their bodies, they could not stop themselves from descending. Beads of sweat broke out on their foreheads while they plummeted downward. At the very least, I don't dare to talk big in front of the 6 great emperors. You two are more arrogant than I am, Yi Futian retorted. At once, both of them felt a quiver in their bodies. Then they grunted as the color drained from their faces. All the cultivators understood Yi Futian's sarcasm toward the two of them. The difference between their strength and the former was like the gap of the man's might and the 6 great emperors. Therefore, Du Yu and the other person were running their mouths before him was pretty ridiculous. Zip your lips and focus on your cultivation first before you come and talk to me, Yi Futian remarked. With that, he ignored the rest of them and closed his eyes to continue his meditation. He knew better than anyone else about his current circumstance. If he took a step forward, he would achieve greater heights. But if he fell back, things might turn ugly for him. So it all came down to the 6 great emperors' attitude. Devil World, Empty Divine Realm, and Dark World had the intention to help him fight Donghuang the Great. Meanwhile, the human ancestor and the Lord of all Buddha's thoughts remained unknown. The 6 great emperors' attitude would decide his fate. Thus, he would not leave Heavenly Emperor Realm if he did not reach the Great Emperor Plane this time. Since the heavenly path manifested in this realm, he might as well stay here and meditate on it with his subordinates. His current focus was to perfect his micro-heavenly path, so that when he faced Donghuang the Great again, he could stand a chance in the battle with the latter. At that moment, he was uncertain about the magnitude of the 6 great emperors' power. He could only gauge their strength after becoming a great emperor and fighting them. Should he become a great emperor through path-slaying cultivation, his strength would be comparable to that of Donghuang the Great. Even though the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were furious after hearing Yi Futian's remarks, they remained calm. After all, strength was everything in this world. Yi Futian could suppress them just with his thoughts alone, and they could not even budge an inch. So, they were not qualified to challenge him. With that, they continued their meditation to improve their cultivation level. Only after reaching the Great Emperor-to-be plane could they stand a chance to regain their dignity. Donghuang Diyuan turned to look at Yi Futian, still silent. The Great Emperor-to-be cultivators behind her were eager for a battle with Yi Futian to see how powerful the latter was, the one who reached their level through path-slaying cultivation. The manifestation of the heavenly path will bring about the age of the gods. Never had I ever expected to see the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture remain snobbish in the face of the changing of the world. A cultivator of Dark Court commented. Within this heavenly path, a great emperor equal in strength and status with the current 6 great emperors shall be born. The remark indicated that Yi Futian would be equal to the 6 great emperors if he became a great emperor within this heavenly path. In other words, he would not pale in comparison to Dong Wang the Great of the Divine Prefecture. When that happened, the cultivators under Dong Wang the Great's umbrella would have no right to converse with him. While this comment might sound like a compliment that Yi Futian would become a great emperor, it had a slight hint of something sinister. It could also remind Yi Futian and Donghuang Imperial Palace people that the former could become a great emperor here. Yi Futian remained indifferent. Still, he could read the thoughts of Dark World's cultivators. Although he had connections with the people of the Dark Court, he knew for sure that the others were siding with him for their benefit apart from Qingyao. They stood on the same side because they had a common enemy. But each of them had their own agenda. Both forces of the Dark World and the empty divine realm must be in a dilemma. On one side, they wanted Yi Futian to deal with Dong Wang Imperial Palace. Yet, he would be difficult for them to control if he became too powerful. But at that point, none of them could hold a candle to him. After hearing those words, many cultivators of Donghuang Imperial Palace furrowed their brows. Would a great emperor be born within this heavenly path? What would happen if Yi Futian continued his cultivation here and eventually reached the great emperor plane? Such an outcome was not easy for them to swallow. Countless people lifted their heads and gazed at the sky in contemplation. Although they were unwilling to see it happen, they could do nothing to stop it from playing out. Should they lay their fingers on Yi Futian? But they knew they could not do that. Just a little while ago, a few cultivators of the human realm had already tried it. Yi Futian paid no heed to all the things that happened and focused solely on his cultivation. As long as he was present, the safety of Yi Imperial Palace's cultivators was guaranteed. They could enter the areas of every divine item for their cultivation. Meanwhile, he continued to meditate on his micro-heavenly path. The most important thing at the moment was for him to perfect his micro-heavenly path. The world inside Yi Futian had developed beyond the standard of a normal world. It had become a universe with endless realms and worlds. All the worlds inside the universe were slowly perfecting themselves. Simultaneously, his micro-heavenly path governed all the laws and orders of the universe. At that time, Yi Futian suddenly recalled the world of Buddhism. That world was situated on top of the Bodhi tree, and the tree must be the foundation of the great path of the world of Buddhism. As the thought crossed his mind, he wondered if the Buddha had already perfected his micro-heavenly path. Buddhism was a class of its own, so the idea was not too far-fetched. If one proved their path through Bodhi, they could create a Western heaven world of Buddhism. Once he completed his micro-heavenly path and reached the great emperor plane, the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace and Ziwei Segmentum could enter his world for meditation. In a nutshell, he would be the embodiment of the heavenly path and the world. Could all happen with a thought. Yi Futian suddenly appeared in the boundless world. With a thought, a chaotic domain manifested within the world and sealed it from the outside. In some places, dimensional turbulence brimmed with space-time ripping path began to show up. Most of the law of great paths had many usages. The law of the great path of space was one of them. Yi Futian was trying to perfect the law of space of his micro-heavenly path at that time. As time passed, the cultivators outside were slowly improving and transforming while Yi Futian continued his cultivation. Many ancient emperor cultivators showed up one after another continuously. They went through the divine tribulation and reached the great emperor-to-be plane. It was a path that they had once gone through but had to redo. Furthermore, they were taken aback by the similarities between the current heavenly path and ancient times. They were wondering if this was the rebirth of the ancient heavenly path. Could it be that Heavenly Imperial Palace collected and kept a small part of the heavenly path after its collapse? It's about time. At that moment, the crowd looked up at the sky and anticipated the event that was about to happen. The end of the 3-year gap was already around the corner. 3 years ago, a divine sword had descended from the sky. What would the following divine item be this time? Countless people were waiting in anticipation. Apart from them, a myriad of people on the ground beneath the 99 heavens was waiting for the manifestation of the next divine item as well. Ever since the divine items penetrated the 99 heavens, they brought forth fortune and favor for everyone. They had helped many people in their cultivation. Their only hope was that the next divine item would not be monopolized by one of the forces. If the heavenly path had a will of its own, which of the remaining realms would it unleash the divine item for? Many people speculated in their minds. Could it be the devil world, the divine prefecture, or the heavenly realm? Was the divine sword prepared for human realm? No one knew the will of the heavenly path. As it went on, an extraordinary aura emanated from the sky above. A terrifying dark divine light beamed as the crowds raised their heads to glance at the firmament. All of them could sense the might of the authority of heaven. Right then, a black divine item appeared before the eyes of the crowds. It was packed with a peerless will of darkness while it slowly solidified. "It's a divine battle axe," someone exclaimed as the black divine item showed up. A gigantic divine battle axe descended from the sky while unleashing a domineering and sharp aura. Immediately, the people beneath the divine battle axe retreated from the spot. The spine-chilling aura caused many cultivators to open their eyes and stare at the massive black divine battle axe that split open the 99 heavens and penetrated through it. Even Yi Futian opened his eyes after sensing the aura of the divine item. His pupils shrunk as he peered at the black divine battle axe and thought, this one must be prepared for the devil world. Their speculation could very well turn out to be true. Could it be that the heavenly path wished to gift each realm a divine item? Should that be the case, what was the purpose of the heavenly path then? Did the heavenly path intend to govern the rule and order of this world? The remnants of Devil Imperial Palace were staring at the black divine battle axe as if it was meant for them. What kind of power of the law of the heavenly path is this? Many cultivators murmured as they stared at the scary black battle axe. According to ancient legends, the world was chaotic before the manifestation of the heavenly path. Within the world of chaos, the will of the heavenly path was born. Right then, a battle axe had separated the sky from the earth, and that was the divine power of the law of creation in ancient times. Could this divine battle axe be manifested from the divine power of creation? One of the ancient emperor mumbled as he glanced at the black battle axe in stupefaction. All the manifested divine items brimmed with extraordinary divine power of the heavenly path were terrifying. The divine sword and the door of space were not common objects either. To think that the black divine battle axe would have such an exceptional backstory. If this was indeed the divine power of the law of creation, just how powerful would it be if one were to master it? What is the origin of this heavenly path? The crowd was taken aback. Their hearts were full of questions no one knew the answers to. It was as if this heavenly path was from ancient times. However, the collapse of the heavenly path back then was a solid fact. The present ancient emperors were witnesses to the event. Therefore, no one could explain the origin of this heavenly path or who controlled it, including questions like why would it give each realm a divine item? The divine item of Devil World was the almighty divine battle axe of creation. If the people of the Devil World got their hands on it, how big of a threat would the Devil Imperial Palace become? The demonic lord back then was one of those who had assaulted the heavenly path. Hence, no one could understand the happening before their very eyes. Although they could not comprehend the situation, it did not prevent them from moving toward the divine battle axe to meditate on the divine power of the law within it. If it were the genuine divine power of creation from the ancient age of chaos, the power would be incredibly great even if they could only grasp a hint of it. Nevertheless, the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace furrowed their brows. Previously, several Emperor-level forces had occupied one of the divine items. Even though this divine battle axe was prepared for Devil Imperial Palace, many other cultivators did not give up on it. Instead, they moved toward the location of the divine battle axe. Yusheng furrowed his brows, moved his gaze around, and declared, "Most of you have already claimed one of the divine items, so now I am claiming this divine battle axe for the Devil Imperial Palace. Only the cultivators of Devil World and Yi Imperial Palace may come and utilize it. Any questions?" The people of Devil Imperial Palace were eager to get their hands on the black battle axe. The divine battle axe, packed with the domineering divine power of the law of creation, was a gift from the heavenly path. Although they could not understand its motive, they wanted to claim the divine item first and meditate on it. That's not necessarily the case. As Yi Futian said, all of us can meditate on the divine items released by the heavenly path. All the divine items here don't have an owner. This battle axe isn't necessarily a gift from the heavenly path to you, one of the divine prefecture cultivators opposed. Obviously, these people coveted the black divine battle axe as well. The divine power of the law of that door of space was too specific. It would be pointless to meditate on it if one was not a cultivator of the divine power of space. It was the same for the destructive Black Lotus. Nevertheless, this battle axe was different. It could very well be the divine power of the law from ancient times. If they could gain enlightenment on it even just a little, it could greatly benefit them. Thus, most of them wanted to meditate on the divine battle axe. The heavenly path had already unleashed 5 divine items for the 7 realms. If one were to include original realm, there would only be 3 divine items left to be manifested. Besides, it was unknown if there would be a divine item for Buddhism. The Buddhists had formed a class of their own, as the path of Buddhism was unique to most cultivators. "You can try," Yuxing piped up in a domineering tone. Yan Yi and other cultivators, including the ancient ones, were standing beside him. They emanated their demonic might and filled the atmosphere with their overwhelming aura. The ancient emperors from the divine prefecture and other realms could not hold back their excitement. They unleashed their aura, trying to take their chance in scrambling the divine item of the law birthed together with the heavenly path since ancient times. None of them was willing to give up on it. At that moment, the divine battle axe was the most tempting among all the divine items. Even the cultivators of empty divine realm who monopolized the door of space, including the cultivators of human realm, were looking at the battle axe in eagerness. "This divine battle axe should belong to Devil World," a voice could be heard making a remark all of a sudden. The faces of those who heard it turned grim as they lowered their heads in the direction of the voice. To their surprise, it was Yi Futian who said it. Yi Futian lifted his head to peer at the divine battle axe. Then he shot a glance at the crowds in a condescending look, causing the people to frown at the sight of it. How could Yi Futian dare to butt in at this time and declare the owner of the divine battle axe? "Yi Futian, your people have been entering all the areas of the divine items for cultivation, and now you're trying to meddle with who takes the divine battle axe. Don't think you're poking your nose into our business a little too much?" A human realm cultivator chided in displeasure. "You lot said that you would not fight for other divine items after claiming the divine sword for yourselves. So, tell me, what are you doing now?" Yi Futian replied indifferently. "Since every realm will receive their divine item and you've already chosen yours, won't it make sense for the Devil Imperial Palace to claim the divine battle axe?" Right after Yi Futian spoke, a formidable divine power exploded from his body and filled up the entire void with his might. At once, all the cultivators turned to look at him. If Yi Futian were to interfere with this matter, it would be troublesome for the cultivators from other realms after considering the Devil Imperial Palace and Yi Futian's strength combined. Several emperors-to-be took a step forward as they were unwilling to give it up just yet. They were once the great emperors during ancient times. Hence, they were haughty by nature. Now that the divine battle axe was before their eyes, they would never walk away without trying to scramble for it. A few cultivators stepped forward simultaneously on several locations as they unleashed their divine power that pressurized the ground from the sky. In a blink, the might of Xianxia descended and covered the place where Yi Futian was. Every cultivator at the scene stared at the happening and thought, "Is there going to be a battle between emperors-to-be?" Earlier on, Yi Futian had displayed his overpowering strength by inflicting significant damage to an emperor-to-be with just a flick of his finger. Despite that, a few emperors-to-be fired attacks at Yi Futian to seize their chance to cultivate on it. Yi Futian immediately got up and stepped into the void. At once, a blood-curdling divine power pressed on his body from the firmament. Yet, it could not break through his defense at all. The area around Yi Futian seemed to turn into his impenetrable domain. What a powerful defense! The pupils of the onlookers shrunk as they watched Yi Futian in action. Both his offense and defense were overwhelmingly strong. Even the combined attacks of the emperors-to-be could not take him down. It's a battle of emperors-to-be. The cultivators of Heavenly Realm were gathered at Heavenly Palace, which was above the sky. Ji Wudao looked down from there with an intrigued look. According to the prophecy, the battle of the emperors-to-be might be the prologue of the Age of the Gods. Someday in the future, there will be a battle between great emperors. This clash might very well be the foreshadowing of the war of the future great emperors, so he was looking forward to it. A huge area in the sky of the 99 heavens was deserted. 3 great emperors-to-be could be seen standing at 3 different locations. When the god's might was released, each of them unleashed an overwhelming aura that all the cultivators in the 99 heavens could feel. They were all beings who walked on the path of the emperors were emperors to be. Yifutian stood still on the ground beneath the three of them, his white hair flying in the wind. He was emanating a peerless spirit as if he was unbeatable in this world. By himself, he could defeat the myriad of cultivators. Many divine swords of devastation emerged in the sky above. All of them were black. They destroyed everything on their path wherever they went. Countless sword chi currents created with divine power of devastation flowed toward Yifutian. When they passed through the void, everything turned into a desolate wasteland. When the currents gusted toward him, everything seemed to turn still. Then he raised his head to look at the sky. Immediately, the divine power of Yin froze the entire dimension. Following that, the divine power of Yang was unleashed. Both the powers of Yin and Yang merged and canceled out the divine power of devastation. Swoosh! A gigantic black divine sword descended from the firmament and darkened the entire sky, turning the atmosphere dark and bleak. Everything in this dimension would be erased. The will of desolation descended below the 99 heavens, causing the crowds to flee from it. None of them dared to get near it for fear that it would be the end of them. Boom! The divine sword of devastation pierced through the divine power of Yin and Yang and went toward Yifutian's figure. Lifting his head, he glanced at it and stretched his head to grab it. To everyone's surprise, the divine sword of devastation did not move his palm at all. The onlookers could not help but draw a cold breath at the sight of it as they stared at Yifutian's hand. Was the attack of emperors-to-be that feeble to him? Those individuals were ancient emperors. Now that they had started their path of the emperors, they must have been very powerful. After all, they already had experience in cultivation a long time ago. Yifutian stood on the spot gallantly like a god. A terrifying booming noise could be heard when he gripped his hand. At once, the divine sword of devastation in his hand was broken in pieces and slowly disappeared into thin air. The emperor-to-be who saw it felt resigned. Immediately, he made the sky even darker with a thought as he unleashed more divine power of devastation. Right then, an even more petrifying divine sword of devastation descended from the sky, aiming at Yifutian. Initially, the other two emperors-to-be were spectating on the sidelines. But after witnessing Yifutian's strength, they knew for a fact that he would wipe the floor with them. One of them formed numerous massive golden ancient bells in the sky with a thought. Ripples of sound waves came from the ancient bells and filled the atmosphere with their sound. Countless cultivators' blood froze upon hearing that. Even the stronger ones could hardly bear with the noise. The sonic blast brimmed with divine power of sound was aimed at Yifutian's body. It could quickly destroy the spiritual soul of a cultivator, a domineering power one never wanted to come across. The combination of the physical and spiritual soul attacks doubled the offensive force. When facing an attack of this level, most cultivators would be easily overwhelmed. The attacks of two different natures were fatal upon impact. Furthermore, the third emperor-to-be did not make his move yet. In a flash, he turned himself into a colossal ancient god and threw his fists out. It was full of intimidating spirit and could break the fabric of space itself. It was an imposing sight to behold. The attacks of the three emperors-to-be covered the sky, and the location where Yifutian stood was flooded with the divine power of destruction. Following the breaking out of God's might, most cultivators in 99 heavens could not bear it anymore and were decimated on the spot. Some of their spiritual souls were destroyed, while others had their physical bodies smashed to smithereens. Within the space of the brutal divine power, Yifutian's silhouette gradually became larger and eventually turning into a god. Raising his head, he looked at the sky, and the divine lights of sun and moon were shot out of his eyes. At the same time, he threw his hand toward the sky. When the palm of God was hurled toward the void, the entire sky exploded. The divine sword of destruction, the intimidating golden divine fists, and the divine bell, brimming with the divine power of sound, were all shattered. It did not matter how oppressive the opponent's attacks were. In the end, he would still disintegrate them all with his palm. The spine-chilling giant palm kept moving up until it reached the three of them. Colors drained from their faces, and they leaped higher into the sky. However, Yifutian fired the divine power of Yin from his eyes to slow them down. They moved in slow motion as if the surrounding space was frozen. A mere blink was long enough for the attack to reach them. At once, the frightening giant palm of Xianxia hit the three emperors-to-be indiscriminately. 3 blasts shook the atmosphere. It sounded as if the fabric of space and time would be torn open at any time. Following that, the 3 of them were sent flying and puking up blood. Their bodies were fatally injured and the sky was filled with their blood. I've already said it before, times have changed. This era does not belong to you anymore, Yifutian declared. His voice resounded through the atmosphere of the 99 heavens. Peering at the sky, he went on, "The divine battle axe belongs to Devil World. Period. If there's anyone who wishes to challenge me, I will not go easy on you next time." He had already pulled his punches as he was still wary of the 6 great emperors. Therefore, he would not go too overboard. All in all, the most important for him was to complete his path of the emperors and reach the great emperor plane. Only through that could he stand a chance in a fight with the 6 great emperors. At that moment, the 99 heavens turned into dead silence after everyone caught sight of the happening. A few years had passed since the last time Yifutian displayed his strength, and he became even more powerful. To think that he could injure 3 great emperors-to-be with a single attack. How could the ancient cultivators hope to stand against him? His attack was domineering and indestructible. The cultivators beneath the 99 heavens were taken aback by the might of Yifutian. If he could fatally injure 3 emperors-to-be with one attack, he could be considered unbeatable after ruling out the 6 great emperors. Was there anyone who could stand in his way in the 99 heavens? With his words alone, the owner of the divine battle axe was declared. The remaining emperors-to-be were affected by it the most. After all, they had been waiting for the longest time for a chance to make their comeback. Yet, a cultivator with monstrous strength emerged out of nowhere before they could even display their power. This man suppressed all the ancient emperors and told them that times had changed and that their era was long over. Was the era really changed? In retrospect, times had never changed. However, an unbelievably powerful cultivator would appear in every era. During ancient times, a group of individuals defied the world and opposed the heavens with their matchless strength. Now that a path of the emperors was discovered in this era, distinguished individuals would appear sooner or later. They were just unlucky to meet with one of those mighty figures. Apart from the great emperors, was there anyone who could defeat Yifutian? Similar thoughts ran through the minds of many onlookers. Yifutian could injure 3 emperors-to-be with only one attack. So he had the right to be called undefeatable, excluding an attack by the great emperors. No one could imagine him being defeated if the opponent was not one of the great emperors. If the ancient emperors who became emperors-to-be could not take Yifutian down, what about the once matchless cultivators with unbelievable strength? Could those individuals get the better of him? Perhaps they might need to become an emperor-to-be through path-slaying cultivation or gain enlightenment on some extraordinary divine power of the law first. Yifutian's divine power was conspicuously more powerful than the 3 he easily defeated. His strength was in a different league. Devil World had maintained a good rapport with Yifutian. Devil Imperial Palace has snagged a good bargain this time. Countless people thought to themselves, Devil World might be a powerful force. But the divine battle axe of creation was not a common item. It might be the divine power of the law during creation days. If one could grasp its power, their strength would be greatly increased. With that in mind, a few people of different realms stepped forward to stop the Devil World from getting their wish granted. If it weren't for Yifutian's interference, it would not be easy for Devil World to get this divine item. They would need to scramble for it while shedding their blood. Now that Yifutian had displayed his near-omnipotent strength and defeated 3 emperors-to-be without breaking a sweat, who would still dare to fight for it? Suddenly, everyone stopped fighting for the right to meditate on the divine battle axe of creation. They could only feel its power from afar. But if Devil Imperial Palace set up a barrier around the divine item, they would be kept out altogether. Many cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace shot Yifutian a glance. After knowing the latter's relationship with Yushang, many of them were not particularly fond of him. Many of them had a bad impression of him since they thought he was under the care of Devil Imperial Palace. Yet everything had changed at this point. Yifutian had won them the ownership of the divine item with his overwhelming strength. The people of Devil World admired powerful figures. As expected of Yu Xing's best friend, Yi Futian, many acknowledged him. What would happen if the two of them formed an alliance in the future? It was something they didn't dare to imagine. Their alliance might be grander than the one between Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian walked toward the divine battle-axe of creation and came to a halt beside Yu Sheng. Then he began sensing the sharp aura overflowing from within. It was the divine power of creation manifested at the birth of the heavenly path. Yu Sheng, this divine battle-axe really suits you, Yi Futian uttered. Technically, this divine battle-axe was not a divine arm. It was formed through the power of the law of the heavenly path, brimmed with the will of creation, and took the form of a divine battle-axe. This weapon was somewhat similar to the divine ruler that sealed the demonic lord earlier. It was the embodiment of the law of the heavenly path, one capable of sealing even the demonic lord from ancient times. I don't think it's that easy, Yu Xing answered while staring at the divine battle-axe of creation. Still, this weapon was suitable for him, though there was no saying if he could split open the devil abyss after completing the supreme demonic way. He had been chosen as the successor to the Devil Emperor, so the secrets of Devil Abyss had been revealed to him. The artifact from ancient times was more complicated than he had imagined. The Devil Abyss was created during the birth of the heavenly path. Give it a try, Yi Futian encouraged with a smile. Yu Sheng nodded. With their shoulders next to each other, they meditated on the divine power of the law within the divine battle-axe. Yi Futian wondered what sort of divine power could be born with the power of the law of the heavenly path. Closing his eyes, he hovered his superconscious around the divine battle-axe of creation and slowly entered the realm of the will of the divine battle-axe. After a while, he came to a world of chaotic space. Inside that space, he noticed an enormous divine battle-axe that split the space open, creating a frightening-looking crack and separating the sky from the earth. He was touched by the realm of the will. To his surprise, the divine power of creation was formed by merging different kinds of divine power of the law. Together, the domineering will, the peerless power, and extreme sharpness forged the divine power of creation. Perhaps hardly anyone could replicate this divine power, save for anybody like him. Soon, the divine light started to flow around Yi Futian's body. Inside his inner world, a silhouette was standing in the boundless space while peering at the countless worlds of this universe. Simultaneously, it also sensed the flow of different types of divine power of the law. Several illusions manifested around his body, looking like incorporeal figures. They were all his phantoms. All of them were holding a divine battle-axe and separating the sky from the earth. But they were all slightly inferior. Some of the divine powers were easier to replicate whole, the others were harder. For instance, creating the divine power of the 5 elements was like child's play for him, since he was born at the creation of this universe. He had cultivated many powers in the past and had turned them into parts of the law of his micro-heavenly path to run this universe. However, specific non-existent divine power of the law, like the divine power of creation, could not be replicated easily. Usually, these extremely rare and powerful divine powers had manifested through coincidence. Yi Futian could not get it right even after meditating on it for a long time. In the end, he gave up. The divine power of creation was born at the birth of the heavenly path. So, there must be some specific requirements to replicate it. Nevertheless, he could recreate other divine powers inside his inner world. With a thought, his surroundings were suddenly filled with endless phantoms created by him. Those phantoms held a sharp sword in their hands and began cultivating on the way of the sword. At once, countless sword silhouettes were flying around as sword chi dominated the entire space. Yi Futian's consciousness turned into innumerable way of the sword. Each one was unique to the other. Divine power and divine technique were different sides of the same coin. Cultivators usually gain enlightenment on a divine power and then create a divine technique. In essence, a divine technique was a superpower. If one were to reverse the meditation process, would it work? Countless phantoms were practicing swords ceaselessly. None of them were practicing the same technique. In other words, Yi Futian could train himself in different sword skills multiple times all at once. After training for a long time, those phantoms headed toward the small worlds while holding a divine sword in their hands. Clang! One of the phantoms thrust the sword forward and caused the world to tremble, creating many cracks in the process. Yet, it did not bunch this world at all. After all, this world was created with the divine power of the world. In another world, Yi Futian's phantom thrust the sword forward, creating a hole in that world and penetrating it. The huge opening had many cracks around it. But the result was not too different from the first one. The attacks by different divine powers would show up at different locations. It went without saying that Yi Futian wanted to find out a divine power that could destroy the world created with the divine power of the world. Once it was demolished, it would mean that the created divine power was of a higher level than the divine power of the world. His experiment went on for a long time. During this period, Yi Futian's phantoms thrust the swords countless times. Countless phantoms of Yi Futian were attacking the small worlds inside the micro-heavenly paths world. Everything in this world was created by Yi Futian, so he could easily destroy them with just a thought. Yet, his purpose was not to erase this world but to create a divine power capable of demolishing the small worlds. Meanwhile, his original body was sitting in the void. Since he was the master of this heavenly path, his will would be the will of the heavenly path. Endless images of this place would fill up his mind. 100 million of them would flood his head every second and assimilate with his superconscious. As time passed, the visions in his mind became innumerable. The countless silhouettes in his mind were constantly improving, and the thrust of the divine swords gradually became stronger and scarier. Soon, the motions of the phantoms began to overlap with each other. Many of them started to maintain the same attack movement as if they had found some sort of useful lead. Just then, they carried on with the new round of experiment and refining. Similar scenes were reoccurring continuously. The sword techniques displayed by the endless phantoms were becoming more concise but stronger. It went on until the sword techniques were reduced to around a dozen of them. With the control of his thought, the myriad of phantoms followed the leadership of a dozen of them whose offensive power was the strongest. The mirage within that domain played a subsidiary role to evolve according to the changes of the sword techniques. The small world was quivering more violently than before. Some of the attacks could create cracks in the small worlds, while the rest could cause their collapse. The further it went on, the harder it was to improve the sword technique. Hence, the time spent on refining became longer. About 2 years later, all the phantoms finally disappeared into thin air. Yi Futian sat in a lotus position while closing his eyes to cultivate. An intimidating will of the sword was surrounding his body the entire time. Suddenly, it turned into a storm and traveled across the land. There was only debris left across the areas the storm passed by. Although the development on the outside had stopped, a multitude of phantoms was still in the mind of Yi Futian. At that moment, he seemed to be submerged in a brilliant divine light. As his divine power continued to charge up, his aura gradually became stronger. At the same time, a divine power could be felt manifesting in the atmosphere. After some time, rays of divine light covered Yi Futian's body. Lifting his head, he saw a towering divine sword appear in the sky. This sword seemed to be formed with a divine power different from his usual ones. For one, it looked like an ancient divine sword that every heavenly law could not control. Boom! Following the descent of the divine sword, a ray of light shone and penetrated the boundless space and even the universe. It pierced through the chaotic dimension and instantly erased the worlds in its path. It was so powerful that even the divine power of space could not block it. Needless to say, the micro-worlds created with the divine power of the world were equally feeble. They did not escape their fate from being eradicated. That divine light spanned across the realm as though it was an eternal divine power. None of the dimensional power or small worlds could survive being blasted into nothingness. At that time, Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked in that direction. He was moved by his accomplishment and sighed. Now that he was steadily building his micro-heavenly path, he would one day become a bona fide heavenly path once he perfected his cultivation. There will be living beings cultivating in this universe in the future. Putting aside the divine power outside the scope of yin and yang and the 5 elements, could the divine power of the law within his divine sword be comparable to the divine power of creation? Would it be revered as the energy source used to create the universe? It might really happen. What should this divine power be called? This divine sword could be considered the ultimate evolution of the heaven-slaying divine sword. Perhaps this power should be called the heaven-slaying divine power, Yi Futian mumbled. Heaven-slaying sounded like an equal to creation. Tianju was the most basic form of sword technique created with the combination of the divine sword and the divine power. After years of meditation, it finally evolved into the ultimate form, which was also its strongest form. This was the final evolution of heaven-slaying divine sword. Hence, the name of this sword would not be changed. It would remain the same. With heaven-slaying divine power as its energy source, heaven-slaying divine sword could wipe a world off the universe. How powerful would this attack become when he completed his micro-heavenly path? Yi Futian was very much looking forward to it. With that, he had an extra stratagem in his arsenal to stand against Donghuang the Great. After Yi Futian finished his mediation, he opened his physical eyes and looked at the sky. At that time, everyone in the 99 heavens was still focused on their cultivation to improve themselves. Most people had huge improvements throughout the 2-year duration. He did not know how many new emperors-to-be were born since he concentrated on his cultivation. Plus, he did not observe the changes of the outside world at all. However, things were relatively peaceful in 99 heavens at that moment. There was no sign that a fight had taken place before. After all, no one dared to scramble for the divine battle axe since Yi Futian had intimidated everyone previously. So, it was a no-brainer that no one had the nerve to disturb the cultivators of Yi Imperial Palace. While the cultivators were occupied by their meditation, many of them were waiting for the manifestation of the next divine item. Up until that moment, there were a total of 5 divine items, including the Black Lotus, the Divine Mountain, the Door of Space, the Divine Sword, and the Divine Battle Axe of Creation. There would be at least 2 more divine items waiting to be manifested in 7 realms. Since the heavenly path had gifted the divine battle axe of creation suitable for Devil World cultivators, it would not be absurd for a divine item ideal for the world of Buddhism to manifest. Should that be the case, who was the actual beneficiary of the divine mountain? Was it divine prefecture or heavenly realm? Or perhaps original realm? No one knew the answer to that question. After all, it was the will of the heavenly path. There was not much time left. The end of another 3 years was already around the corner. In other words, the cultivators from all over the world had been staying in the 99 heavens for almost 15 years already. Nevertheless, all of them could hardly feel any difference since the people here were the strongest bunch in the world. So, 15 years was pretty short for them. Other than their anticipation for the next divine item, everyone was curious about one thing. Who would be the next individual to join the lineup of the great emperors? At that moment, there were already a bunch of emperors-to-be in the 99 heavens. If one were to look at individual strength alone, Yi Futian would be the undisputed champion among the known emperors-to-be. Despite being the strongest, it didn't mean he would be the first one to reach the great emperor plane. At the end of the day, battle strength and cultivation level were 2 different things altogether. Yi Futian had always been known for his incredible battle prowess. Even in the face of an opponent with a higher cultivation level, he could still defeat them. Most of the emperors-to-be here were ancient emperors. If one were to compare cultivation experience, they would be the most knowledgeable. They had already known the way to become a great emperor. So, they only needed to submerge themselves in the heavenly law and wait until they had completed their paths and returned as the great emperors. On the other hand, Yi Futian was the best cultivator of the current age. As a cultivator who tried to reach the great emperor realm through path-slaying cultivation, his journey would be more challenging, and he would take a longer time to complete his path. With that in mind, most people excluded Yi Futian from the potential list of individuals who would be the first to become the next great emperor. Yi Futian did not know what everyone else thought. He currently had his own training schedule. Even if the micro-heavenly path did not come to fruition, he knew that his capabilities remained far above the average great emperor-to-be. Now that he had forged his heaven-slaying divine power, his attacking prowess would have increased. Those great emperors-to-be would not be his match anymore. At the level below the great emperor plane, he was indeed already one of the best, with nearly no competitors remaining, and he was continually getting even stronger as he trained. He did not know how much his micro-heavenly path was capable of evolving, but he had an inkling that if the micro-heavenly path could come to fruition, then he would surely be able to come out at the top ranks of the great emperor plane. At that time, he might even be able to engage in a battle with the 6 great emperors. Yi Futian continued his cultivation, and 3 years finally came to pass again. A mystical and powerful aura once again saturated the skies, and beams of divine light came shining down soon after. The lights were brilliant and dazzling, and many people raised their heads to the sky, feeling at ease as they immersed themselves in the lights. "It's the light of Buddha." The cultivators trembled. It was a Buddhist divine item. The lingering traces of suspicion that many cultivators had held onto had at last been dispelled, and they no longer had any doubts in their minds. They understood that the heavenly path possessed a consciousness of its own and saw that the divine items it had bestowed upon the current 7 realms suited the respective realms. Otherwise, how might a Buddhist divine item suddenly appear? The heavenly path brought forth a Buddhist divine item. Even the strongest cultivators were shocked. This was the 6th divine item already. They stared at the upper skies, and following the descent of a dazzling light of Buddha, many of them felt their 6th sense sharpen and could somehow see the world around them more clearly. The light of Buddha fell onto them and entered their bodies. They felt as if it could help them gain enlightenment. That feeling was extraordinarily intriguing. Soon after, they saw a humongous Buddhist divine tree growing from the sky toward the ground. Is this the Bodhi divine tree? The cultivators wondered to themselves. It was the Buddhist tree of enlightenment. Amitabha. Just then, from a certain location, many great Buddhas started chanting the name of Buddha. They joined their palms together and made a bow of respect to the divine tree, showing their devotion. The heavenly path brought forth Bodhi to spread enlightenment. A Buddha Lord exclaimed softly. The divine tree kept growing downwards. Like all the other divine items before it, it directly penetrated the 99 heavens and grew between the heavens and the earth. Countless cultivators were excited because of this. The people in the 99 heavens had all soaked in the Buddha light of enlightenment, and their 5 senses all got sharper. They also possessed an acute 6th sense. The feeling it gave them was incredible. The divine tree of enlightenment that contained the path of Buddhism may not be able to improve their cultivation levels, but it might just help them cultivate better. Was this a benevolent act of the heavenly path? This heavenly path had cast down a few divine items that had all gone through the 99 heavens, allowing the people on earth to be enlightened to spread the power of the law of the heavenly path? The cultivators in the 99 heavens could feel the heavenly path's goodwill toward them. The top-ranked cultivators in the 99 heavens grew even more curious. Now that some of the suspicions they had previously had been cleared and they were certain of the heavenly path's intentions, they still did not understand the purpose of it all. Could it be that the heavenly path wanted to have control over the laws of the 7 realms again and thus gifted the divine items? Yi Futian was also soaked in the light of the Bodhi divine tree. He sensed an extraordinary will. This divine tree can help with enlightenment training. It contains Buddhist wisdom, and even though it does not help one to become enlightened, it could still help one to understand the power of the other great paths, Yi Futian remarked to the people around him. With this divine tree, the cultivators here would cultivate more effectively and increase their chances of becoming a demigod or passing the divine tribulations. Everyone nodded their head in agreement. They too could sense that this divine tree could enlighten people and was a tree of enlightenment. Yi Futian looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, "The fact that the heavenly path would bestow such good fortune upon us seems like it wants to help us move into the God's age, reviving the prosperous age of cultivation in ancient times. Could it be that some consciousness had been left behind by the old heavenly path? If so, then should they see the rebellious cultivators who had led the gods to oppose and destroy the old heavenly path as benevolent or evil? Was the existence of the heavenly path for good or evil? Yet, everyone also had the right to pursue excellence, and those cultivators, including the demonic lord who had already reached the top, perhaps had no choice but to do so to improve further. According to the previous arrangement, this divine tree belongs to the Buddhist world. I seek the permission of the great Buddhas to allow the cultivators from Yi Imperial Palace to borrow it for training." Yi Futian bowed and made his request to the great Buddhas of the Buddhist world. Yi Futian had previously asserted that those from Yi Imperial Palace could use everything here to cultivate. Even if he had not made a request, the Buddhists would not stop them. After all, Yi Futian had a reputation, and it was hard to touch him. But out of respect for the Buddhists, he had asked for permission from the great Buddhas. Please do as you please, benefactor Yi. The bestowment of Bodhi by the heavenly path is for the enlightenment of the people, so that they attain cultivation. How then can we monopolize it? Everyone can use it to train, a great Buddha replied in a loud voice. They did not mind the people using it, which surprised the cultivators from the different realms. Buddha is compassionate. Yu joined his palms together. Thank you, Buddhas. Some of the cultivators from the divine prefecture also showed their gratitude. The cultivators from the 99 heavens were all filled with appreciation in their hearts. With this, perhaps they would be able to level up and multiply their chances of a breakthrough. Due to the generosity of the Buddhists, no contentions broke out over the possession of this divine item. The 99 heavens were as peaceful and quiet as before, and the cultivators from different realms all continued their cultivation peacefully. Yu too was one of them as he strived to perfect his realm. Even he had felt that soaking in the light of the Bodhi divine tree had benefited his cultivating. That divine mountain ought to belong to the divine prefecture then. Just then, someone from the outside alleged. They were previously unsure which realm the divine mountain was bestowed unto. However, now each realm had received a fitting divine item except for the heaven realm and the divine prefecture. It made sense that the divine mountain should belong to be the divine prefecture. As for the heaven realm, since the heavenly path was conceived in the heavenly palace, their divine item would surely be an extremely extraordinary one if it decided to bestow one upon them. Yup, I'm quite looking forward to 3 years later, someone uttered. It was possible that it would be the last divine item already. If the original realm had a share, too, then it would be the last 2 items. It was worth anticipating what was to come next. As Yi Futian cultivated, the people around him all made progress too. Little Condor even made a breakthrough with the help of the light of enlightenment. As Yi Futian and he shared a connection, his level of understanding was already beyond average, to begin with, but now with the aid of the Bodhi divine tree, he had undergone another complete transformation. At the same time, many were nearing demigod level, and it was only a little way to go before they reached it. When all the divine items finally appeared, perhaps Yi Imperial Palace would have produced a few demigods by then. Yi Futian was immersed in the light of the Bodhi divine tree, like all the other cultivators in the 99 heavens. They all trained under the Bodhi divine tree. Yi Futian started to traverse within his realm. He traveled along the unlimited realm, desiring to see the present state of the realm. How far had the realm the micro-heavenly path created evolved? He found the completion of many rules and laws and saw countless places similar to those outside, like the land of destruction and the dark abyss. After a year, he returned and resumed cultivation and gained enlightenment. This day, he sensed the divine power of the law of space flowing about him and a terrifying devouring power. As time passed, spatial whirlpools appeared around him. These whirlpools seemed to contain a vehement devouring power. Anything that moved around them would be devoured. Clearly, he was still perfecting the laws and rules of this micro-heavenly path. In the 99 heavens, many cultivators were all making progress, even those already at the top. From the appearance of the gods' continent until the introduction of this micro-heavenly path, they had all made leaps and bounds in their cultivation. 18 years felt like they had gone by in a flash. To the cultivators in the 99 heavens, it felt like a very short period. They had never been so obsessed with cultivating before. And now, the 7th divine item was about to make its entrance. Would it belong to the heaven realm? There was a high possibility. The heirs of the will of Deva of the old heaven court and heaven realm represented Deva, which was the leader of the 8 legions. If the current heavenly path was the remnant of the old heavenly path, then it would mean that the heaven realm was the most important descendant. What was more, this heavenly path had appeared above the 99 heavens, which in itself meant something. All these seemed to be telling the people that if a divine item were to be bestowed upon the heaven realm, it would be an exceptional and extraordinary item. Every single person was looking forward to it. After all, they learned through previous experiences that they would be able to benefit from whatever divine item the heavenly path chose to gift. All had a piece in the pie, and they had gained further enlightenment and made significant improvements. As they waited, the day finally approached, and changes appeared in the heavens. The changes seemed greater than in the past, which was very obviously different. Countless rays of light descended from the sky dome and covered the 99 heavens, filling the place with an auspicious air. Accompanying these were other beams of light that also shone down and filled the entire sky dome with light as if they contained the consciousness of the heavenly law. What kind of divine item will it be this time? The cultivators looked up at the heavens. It was the first time they witnessed a phenomenon like this. Would this divine item surpass the previous 6? One of the cultivators stretched his hand out under the lights. The great emperors-to-be were astonished. They were overwhelmed by such a spectacle in front of them. Oh! At that moment, as they were watching the sky, an aura emerged in the heavens and was moving about. Following that was a second and then a third aura. These 3 auras each morphed into 3 different airs that caused the divine powers in the heavens to go along with them. The innate 9 Qi. The great emperors-to-be from the older days were stunned. Was the heavenly path creating the innate 9 Qi? They knew what the synthesis of the innate 9 Qi and the heavenly law meant. A heavenly emperor, the ancient emperors from the older days let out an exclamation in surprise. Heavenly emperor? Many people were perplexed as to why the words heavenly emperor came out. The heavenly path desires to instate another heavenly emperor. One of the ancient emperors raised his head to the sky and replied softly. His voice was full of shock. The synthesis of the innate 9 Qi and the heavenly law would give rise to the 9 dragons' true Qi. And this 9 dragons' true Qi signified the heavenly emperor. Before the disintegration of the heavenly path, the heavenly emperor had access to the 9 dragons' true Qi and was the head of the gods and all living beings. He could be regarded as the most powerful after the heavenly path and even first in the world. 9 dragons' true Qi was created by synthesizing innate 9 Qi and the heavenly law. As the heavenly emperor was able to soak the 9 dragons' true Qi, he would not be part of the 5 elements, and divine powers beneath the heavenly path were unable to do him any harm. Even the yin and yang elements were utterly useless against him. Was this heavenly path trying to restore the glories of ancient days? They felt that they would probably be an 8th item belonging to the original realm. Previously it had been the 8 legions under the rule of the heavenly path, and today it was the 7 realms. With the addition of the original realm, it would be 8 of them, similar to the 8 legions of the past. Of course, this was just wishful thinking on the heavenly path. Would the current 7 realms and the original realm still be willing to be under the rule of the heavenly path? What was more, it was still incomplete and might be the remnant of the previous heavenly path. Yi Futian opened his eyes as he felt an extraordinary bout of energy. It felt like the heavenly law itself. He looked toward the heavens and saw 9 rays of divine light transforming into the figure of a dragon. They descended from the sky and shone upon the heavenly palace in the heaven realm. The people knew long ago that the heavenly path possessed a consciousness and thus did not find the scene they had just seen unexpected despite being surprised. Did the heavenly path still desire to let the heaven realm be the spokesperson for the world? Just then Ji Wudao stepped forward. He was floating above the heavenly palace and immersed in the 9 rays of divine light. The ablution of the heavenly path imbued him with a terrifying aura that caused many surprised faces. They realized that Ji Wudao had become a great emperor-to-be a long time ago. Yi Futian looked at Ji Wudao. He already knew before that Ji Wudao was a person who concealed himself well but was extremely powerful. He had met the heirs of all 7 realms before, and out of them Ji Wudao felt the most dangerous. Who would have thought that he would be a great emperor-to-be already? It seems like before the people had arrived, Ji Wudao had already been abluted by the heavenly path, which was not surprising given that the heavenly path was located in the heaven realm. Many people in the 99 heavens looked toward Ji Wudao. Will the world see the appearance of another heavenly emperor? At that moment, they vaguely saw the heavenly emperor returning. The world is going to change greatly, Supreme Sword Lord murmured to himself. I never thought it would be him. I see Sword Lord favors Ji Wudao? Yi Futian asked. He inherited the will of the heaven realm and has been abluted by the heavenly path. He is destined to be the next heavenly emperor. There are many outstanding cultivators in the 7 realms, and Ji Wudao has always kept a low profile. But now, it seems like he will be the one that can shake things up, Supreme Sword Lord answered. Perhaps, he will be one of your most difficult opponents. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He did not know what the future would be like. But he was not afraid even if Ji Wudao were to become the next heavenly emperor. He had become the embodiment of the micro-heavenly path.